Hello, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you're joining us from. This is Jim McKeith, and welcome to day 2 of Enterprise CodeRage 2022. Thank you for joining us all today. I'm going to put a link in the chat to our YouTube channel, as that if you're joining us somewhere else, you're going to find that YouTube's going to have the best stream. It gives you the most control, being able to go forward and backward or wherever you might need to do. But you're more than welcome to watch us wherever you've joined from today. But yeah, you'll probably find the best viewing experience on YouTube. Alicio, good morning. Thanks for joining us. It's always great to see everybody from all around the world showing up here for CodeRage, and I know that some time zones are more convenient than others, but it's great that people are able to join us here. Let me go ahead and share a see if I can get this up here. Show the schedule for today. Here. All right. Share screen. Okay, so here's today's schedule in this is in Central Standard Time. So in approximately 12 minutes, we have Miguel joining us with the technology preview, processing XML documents with XML Mapper. So XML Mapper is a tool that has shipped with Delphi for a long time. I can't remember what version of Delphi it came in on. I'm going to guess 4, but I may be wrong. But I'm sure Miguel can give you the details on that. And there's been a lot of updates to that, and Miguel's going to show you some of the great features, preview of what some of the new stuff you can do with XML Mapper. And yeah, it's a really powerful tool, and it's gotten some much needed updates. After that, we have Jans with achieving linear scaling of multi-threaded algorithms based on core count, part 2. So part 1 was yesterday. This is a phenomenally deep dive into understanding the what causes code to run slow, I suppose, and how to make it faster. And it's like, hey, if you really need to get speed, here's how to find the bottlenecks, and here's how to fix them. And it's really good stuff. Really impressive. It was a lot to handle yesterday, so I'm glad he split it into 2 days. Then we have Rich Dudley with the old and new of enterprise application development, followed by the amazing Alistair Christie with despaghettification, the ancient art of refactoring Delphi code, which reminds me, I heard of a great joke yesterday. What do culinary art students and computer science students have in common? They both turn in spaghetti. Okay. After that, we have enterprise iOS apps, no app store required, with Ian Barker showing you how to get your applications into the enterprise app store for iOS. So you don't have to go through Apple's main app store. You can use the enterprise app store to distribute your applications to a smaller audience. For example, for enterprise applications or company applications, something like that. This is a really popular thing if you are doing iOS development for a company and it's not something for general public. This is really where you should be going. Definitely check that one out. And then we have the Castle Game Engine as a 3D visualization tool in your Delphi applications. I'm really excited about this one actually, because it's a visualization is really important. And I've done a lot of things in the past, involved in a lot of projects around visualization, but there's always a little bit of like, how do you get from, the idea to the implementation? And so this is showing how to use the Castle Game Engine, which is a fairly popular game engine for Delphi, to create 3D visualizations for enterprise applications. Should be really good. And then lastly, Ricardo and Marco are showing how to update your Delphi source code without any hassle. We're using a new tool that simplifies the process. There's a few tools out there like this, and it's always great. I run into people all the time that are wanting to upgrade and move forward their code. They have some code in an older version of Delphi, and they're like, oh, I really want all those great new features, but I don't know how to get from where my code is now to something that's compatible with the latest version of Delphi. And this session is going to be all about showing you how to do that and take advantage of that. So if you are joining us, wherever you're joining us from, again, I recommend you probably check out the, no, that doesn't work. Let's go back to, we'll go with this one. There we go. If you're joining us on Facebook or Twitter or wherever else, do recommend the YouTube channel, as it gives you the most control. But you're welcome to come in and go however you need to throughout the day. These times are in Central Standard Time. Most sessions will have at least 5 minutes of Q&A afterwards. So sometimes it runs over, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it starts a little early. Actually, I think we start early. We try to start on time, maybe a little late. That way you can be sure to join this. But wherever you're joining us from, you can put questions in the chat panel, which is usually to the right, which would be this way. No, this way. Yeah, this way. And we will do our best to get those answered for you during the Q&A portion of each session. There will be replays available on YouTube. Actually, all of yesterday's session is up as one big long stream on YouTube, but we will get that broken down into smaller chunks in the next week or two. There's a holiday coming up for a lot of us this weekend, so that may slow things down a little bit, but we will definitely get those posted as soon as we can. And also check out blogs.embarcadero.com. We'll have some downloads and additional resources there, as along with blog posts for each session and stuff. So yeah, that's right, we have a competition. Let's see, there is the ticker for that. So check out blogs.embarcadero.com and you can find the competition for our enterprise software development article competition. This is really cool. I'm really excited about this. One of the things we've had a lot of problems with is we have a lot of problems. I don't know if that's the right word. We have a lot of developers using Delphi C++ Builder interface in enterprise settings and big companies doing big, amazing things. But frequently, they're not able to make an official company case study or share their story because, it takes a lot of hoops to jump through when you're in a big company. And so what we have now is this article competition, where the idea is that it doesn't have to be an official statement, right? So if you're aware of, let's say you've heard that C++ Builder is being used at a company that 3D prints clothing, which is true. I've been there. And that company's like, oh, we can't do official statement. But you could say, okay, what would be the advantages of C++ Builder being used in a company that does 3D printing of clothing? And you can write a article about that. Like, okay, this is why it would be cool to use C++ Builder in this situation. This is the advantages. These are the features that would make sense. And you don't have to make an official statement about that company using it, but instead just talk about it, why it would be advantageous, or maybe what you know or how you know it and such. And because it's more of an editorial opinion thing, even though we're going to want to make sure the facts are as correct as possible, it makes it a lot easier for people to write about it and share it. So definitely check that out. All entries, approved entries, get $100 US dollars. We'll send it to you via PayPal or something similar. If you send an entry and it's not approved, we'll give you some feedback, like, just to clean it up or whatever needs to be done so that you can get it approved and get the $100. And the top entry will get $1,000, $500 second place. So great opportunity. Submit a few articles. This is open to everybody, tech partners, MVPs, all community members. So take advantage of that. Join us, write an article, and share the love. Tell everybody how amazing it is to use your favorite development tools for enterprise application development. And it looks like we got about 5 minutes to go before Miguel's session on the processing XML documents with XML Mapper. This is going to be a great one. Tell your friends. Go on Twitter right now and say, hey, 5 minutes, Miguel, quick. And I'll see you guys in the Q&A session. So I'll give you a couple minutes here to tweet it out and share the news, and we'll see you on the flip side. Don't hear your audio, Miguel.
Okay, I'm good now.
Now we hear you now.
Good morning, everybody. My name is me to present of XML mapper that comes with Delphi since, as James stated, so we're showing to you. How do I talk share, Jim, here?
There is a share button right under the main window there. It's a arrow pointing up. Share screen.
I don't have it. You say under this video feed?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Yep. So okay, good morning. I'm gonna give you to process documents with, and this is a tool that's been meaning for a long time ago, but been a lot of free work and also to resolve some of the glitchy or glitches with internal
Miguel,
performance.
your audio's dropping out again.
Again, hold on 1 second. Let me just remove applications. And I may speak a bit, can be better.
Are you? I wonder if you're not running in a VM or something, are you? Or on Wi-Fi maybe? Or there's some sort of mapping issue or something like that. I'm not sure if there's something you can change.
Yeah, just tell you what, on a different network today I'm using, and this is clean. No one's connected there now. Still around here.
Maybe try turning your video feed off so you're just sending audio and screens. That might reduce your bandwidth, and maybe that might improve it a little bit.
Yes, actually, you can turn off my video. That'll make.
Or if you're running some sort of noise cancellation or auto gain on your microphone or something like that. All right, try that and see if that's better.
In my video feed, right? The presentation. Anyhow, I'll try to speak a bit for the people to follow me. Be a bit faster on the presentation. Everyone, my name is Founders Engineer. I'm an architect, also do developer and systems integrator, Embarcadero MVP for quite some time. Working with Jim, and it's great to work with them. What is XML? Why bother about XML? Standards based mainly on how can Delphi help you to process with XML library and tools, in XML mapper, and showing processing documents in XML, invoicing from Mexico, invoicing from Brazil. And what is XML? It's academic, but I mean, many people understand the difference of XML. So make a brief introduction.
Sorry, Miguel. I hate to interrupt you again. Do you have a headset maybe you could put on? Maybe that would help. I wonder if it's like the room noise cancellation or something like that kicking in or something. Because it's still chopping up pretty bad. Because it's dropping like every fifth word that you say. And if that doesn't work, I guess you could like open a notepad and just type captions for what you're saying. You might turn off the noise suppression in there as well in the audio settings.
Hello.
All right, I hear you.
Yeah. Totally switch headset. Is it sounding better?
It's still dropping audio.
In audio. Just 1 second. You know what? I'll just move around. Is this better? Is it sounding better here? I moved on. Is it better?
Not really.
What can I do? Think of is
So
shut down.
it sounds like it might be a bandwidth issue. So I don't know if you're streaming from inside a VM maybe or something like that could be the issue. If not, what you might try doing is just opening up like a text editor or something and just typing out the things you're trying to say. And I mean, it's better than nothing. You don't have to type everything, but just type like the key points, and you can keep going along saying it as you go. But that will at least give people the ability to see it.
Any chance sounding better right now? I had on the background. Is it any
Sounds like about the same.
better? Just is that about the same? Then it'll be. Other thing is will be do. Is that possible? Just.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
Let me try to. Hold on, bear with me for a second.
Hi everyone. We're trying to sort out some technical problems with Miguel's audio at the moment. Sorry about that for those of you that are waiting. It is worth it. The XML mapper is a very interesting product. It's been worked on by some MVPs amongst others, and I think Miguel's going to talk about that. But unfortunately, the wonders of technology means that these things, bandwidth issues and things like that always get in the way, don't they? Here's Jim as well. The Jim, apparently.
The Jim, yes.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe if Miguel knows sign language, international sign language, we could try that. I was going to suggest I could do sign language and interpret, but I couldn't, since I can't hear him. That wouldn't help. And then plus, I don't know sign language either. So that
he could use narrator and talk to the microphone and get the narrator to dictate what he's saying.
There you go. That would work.
Genius idea, isn't it? I'm on form. I'm actually very tired as well. So I'm drinking lots of coffee.
Ian needs more coffee.
Yes, yeah. I've got a big vat of it. But yeah,
that's an idea. I think it sounds like he might be back ready to go. So let's
like it.
Give it a shot here. Are you ready to go, Miguel?
Yeah, I did a full reboot, and seems somehow even the signal on the Wi-Fi is better. So that I hope that may help. So let me just try to catch up real quick on the presentation. Can you hear me any better now? Jim? Hello, Jim?
Yeah, it's a lot better now, Miguel. You sound
It's a lot better now. Yeah.
Better? Okay, I'll go ahead. All right, so I'll skip.
Although I'm not seeing your screen yet, so.
Sorry about that. Okay.
Still not seeing you. Oh, there it is. All right, we see your screen. Perfect. Woohoo!
Okay, got it.
Technology works.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that, all my friends. Usually these things happen, so maybe the reboot works. I'll try to speak slowly also, so you can catch up with what I'm saying. So I'll go ahead. This is my presentation, who I am. The agenda is what is XML? Then we have JSON, but why bother about XML? And the information standards based mainly on XML. And how can Delphi help you to process XML documents with XML libraries or XML frameworks and tools? And then I'll show you the enhancements being made in XML Mapper, and also how to process some documents in XML Mapper. Give you some examples with e-invoicing in Mexico, CFDI, and also e-invoicing in Brazil, NFE. So what is XML? This may look like an academic thing, but many people still don't quite understand the difference. So bear with me, I'll show you just quickly. XML is a software and hardware independent tool for storing and transporting data. It means extensible markup language. It's the same foundation used in HTML for web developing. But XML was designed to store and transport data, whereas HTML is to show content and graphic information. XML was designed to be self-descriptive and is nowadays a full standard by the W3C recommendation. You have a small sample there of XML on that snippet on the right-hand side. The difference is that XML have different goals, XML and HTML. XML was designed to carry data with focus on what data is. Much about the same way a database structure and a database schema is, like an SQL server. That's the same thing about the XML. HTML, on the other hand, was designed to display data with focus on how the data looks on the screen. Another key difference is that the XML tags are not predefined like HTML are. So on XML, you're basically free to make any tags you want and to follow any structure that you may want. Unlike HTML, which is a very well-defined standard. So the tags that are defined within HTML are must follow the standards so your browser can recognize the HTML page. In the bottom hand, you can see the same information or similar information in XML with changing the tag names. So even though generically is the same information, you're free to add or remove things on your own structure, and it's still XML and still good to go. This is an XML document tree, a sample one. For those of you that are not familiar with how an XML document is being composed of, you always have a root element at the very top. In this case, in the sample that I'm giving you is called bookstore. That's the root and the topmost parent of all the other elements in an XML document. Then under the root, you always have at least an element. And elements, think of them like a big node of data, which can have underneath themselves that they can have other elements, or they can have attributes. Attributes are like children of an element. They belong to a specific element. The other elements are simply underneath on the structure, but elements themselves, those other elements can also have attributes. And finally, within an element, you can have a text element belonging to that element, meaning a text area. This tree that you see graphically here, we have a root element on the top, and then we have one single element below, and then 4 more elements. On those 4 elements, finally, each one of them has a text content. The first element has an attribute, which is a category. One of the other elements of the sibling elements has another attribute, which is lang, stands for language. And this is how it looks like once you follow the tagging mandated by XML. You always have a header, what version of XML you are defining, and the encoding of the XML. That's like a mandatory. Once you have that, then you have the definition of the actual tags. Won't go further. The point being is that graphic tree that shows information is exactly represented by this XML document there. One thing to notice is that elements always go within the tag brackets, and the attributes are always inside the brackets. So for example, in the 3rd line there, you can see that we have a one element with a book tag, and within that one, you have category equals cooking. So attributes are always inside the brackets, but elements are always composed in the full bracket. Now go just 2 lines below, you have author, Guiada de Laurentiis. That's the text content that is inside the element. We won't go much that. It's just a quick reminder for those that are not thoroughly familiar with XML, but this is a key thing to remember. You have elements, you have attributes, and you have text contents. Most of you will ask, well, we have JSON. Why bother about XML? To some of you, may even look like a relic of the past. Well, XML and JSON both are used in many aspects of web development. Both are used to separate data from the presentation. Both do not carry information about how to be displayed. We have HTML for that. With XML and JSON, there's separation between data and the presentation. But here's the fact. JSON rules nowadays in standard REST web development. Almost any project done within the last 10 years that focuses on simple and quick data transmission uses JSON. And when you talk about REST web development, you are almost always talking about JSON as the preferred protocol to transmit the data within your REST development. Now, this is not written in stone. You can actually have a REST web development using XML as the actual protocol that carries your data. But the de facto standard in REST web development, most people will always go with JSON. Why? Because it's much simpler to implement. It's less verbose, to say it one way. So you know the tagging that is enforced in XML makes it a bit hard sometimes to write and comply with the rules of closing the tags completely. JSON is much more user-friendly on those terms. But then, precisely that strictness of XML is what makes XML the king in enterprise level data validation, strong web and data interchange development. Because JSON is too simple, when you do need additional characteristics that are provided by XML, like data validation and more strict and more robust type definition, XML here is where it shines, and the de facto standard for most corporate and enterprise level data transmissions. These are just a sampler of the top of the iceberg of those information standards based mainly in XML. Now, again, this is web standards, so these are also not written in stone. You could implement any of these standards on JSON, but in practice, you almost never see JSON in these standards. So electronic data interchange, which is industry standards used for interchanging data between business to business and sometimes even to business to customers. These are the top three guys. Is ANSI ASC X12 is the predominant electronic data interchange standard in America, North America, Canada, and the US. And then we have the United Nations founded and promoted EDIFACT. This is the global standard and is predominant outside of North America. So any other country in the world uses UN EDIFACT. And then we have another very predominant one, GS1. GS1 EDI is used in almost all the global supply chain industry. That's the standard they have focused on. And that's just to give you a sample. Those three alone give you a lot of the biggest share of the data transmission being handled by big corporations. Usually this is done between ERP packages, and sometimes it's done with third-party components that do all the assembly of the data and composing the EDI mandatory structures, which are pretty complex, but they are standards, and that's the beauty of this. Since they are standard, any high-level package or any corporation that hires a software developer or hires a company with the right software can immediately connect and start transmitting data because everything is so standard here. So that's the key word when you're talking in the enterprise and corporate development is you need to give results quickly. So the best solution is always stick to the standards that are proven and tried and work already immediately. Another area, big area for XML that has grown within the last 10 years is electronic invoicing. It started in some selected countries around 2010, maybe even before that, but the actual implementation in real use enforced by governments around 2010, started in Brazil, started in Mexico, started in some other European countries. And then, since then, slowly but steadily, the adoption has grown by other countries very significantly, to the point that the European e-invoicing implementation approved by the European Union was enforced since 2014 to be fully applied on 2020. And yes, it happened on 2020, at least government to business transactions are fully with electronic invoicing now. The only thing that is still ongoing is to gradually increment the enforcement of the rule until all contributors like a small business, which are usually the last ones to be implemented, are totally in the enforcement of the rule. Countries like Mexico and Brazil nowadays are 100% electronic invoicing. Any business operator, even the smallest ones, they must do everything through electronic invoicing. So eventually, we see that in the future, within maybe 10 years, almost all predominant countries with significant business transactions will be fully with e-invoicing implemented. So this is a big thing happening as we speak. Just a quick chart. The blue countries on this map already implemented electronic invoicing. The ones in little red or purple there, they are recently adopted this last year in 2022, but finally are officially embracing it. And now there's some enforcement to at least government to business transactions must be done with e-invoicing. And the only ones left are those in gray. But you can see that there are not that many. So as I said, in around 5 to 10 years, we see that most of the countries in the world will be fully on their e-invoicing schemes. Now, how can Delphi help you to process XML documents? We have XML libraries. Some of them have been there since the beginning of times, Delphi times, like the TXML document, which internally uses either Microsoft's XML library, that's by default, but you can toggle it with some variables and some switches to use Omni XML, which is a little less powerful than the XML one. But the problem with that implementation is the TXML document implementation, the component in Delphi relies heavily on interfaces, since the MS XML library is COM-based. If you think I'm speaking in Chinese to you, some of those that don't know, COM-based is the Microsoft standard to create an object can be reused in any other language, mainly C++, at that time with the Visual Basic, and now with .NET. But the problem is it's very cumbersome to implement, and Delphi has full support for the COM-based objects. Actually, it was many of the Delphi technologies were using COM at the beginning. But it's difficult to use them. It's hard to debug when you're in Delphi because the bridging of the interfaces is hard to follow. So the trend is for Delphi development is to have components as much as possible written in pure Delphi, or even combined with C++. But if you can, the interfaces defined completely inside the Delphi code. Because if you rely on external DLLs, like the Microsoft one does, it's hard to debug, hard to trace. And yes, you can develop with them, you get very powerful capabilities, but it's a bit tricky and catchy to use. And because of that one reason, many people prefer, if they can, to bypass and not use the TXML document, even though that's the standard document, the standard component provided by Delphi. We have OXML, which is a fork of Omni XML, and this is purely done in Delphi, Object Pascal. There's another pure Object Pascal library called OpenXML. There's a very recent project by one Embarcadero MVP. It's called Nestlib.xml. They even claim that use the least amount of memory and processing resources, and they are very fast. So if you want to try and you are in the need of a pure Delphi XML library, that one seems to be a very neat and nice library to use. On the other hand, you also have frameworks and tools. Delphi itself has provided for at least since Delphi 4 and 3, which is almost 20 years now, has provided 2 tools. One of them is XML data binding, which allows you to, if you have a well-formatted XML document and you want to, instead of you manually creating all the interfaces to all the possible nodes and attributes, like the tree that I just showed to you before, there is this automated tool that will read an XML document and detect which ones are elements, which ones are attributes, and which ones are the text content, and will create a template code for you to handle that document. This helps you a lot if you are reusing the same structure of the document over and over, because then this tool already created the code for you. It won't work if you are handling varying structures of XML documents or totally different XML documents, then it won't help you. So this is only when you're reusing the exact same type of structure over and over. Then the XML data binding will create a Delphi unit with all the code ready for you to read exactly that structure that is already in the template of the unit. You just call the unit, and the names of the elements and everything inside the content is already done for you. Now, this is the tool provided for raw XML documents. I should say that way. But when the document that you are handling, you know that contains data that can be moved over to a database, then you have a much more powerful tool, which is the good old XML mapper. The idea of XML mapper is when you have an XML document where internally somehow those elements that I showed to you and the attributes that are there somehow mimic or behave like a database, meaning they're repeating with the same structure over and over, like a record. And each one of those repeating sections have the same sections of data, like fields with the same type or similar types. Then, and that is happening, there's many information that is really a translation of a data table or some kind of a fixed structured data that was converted into XML. And then those can be processed through XML mapper. And what XML mapper will do for you is similar to the data binding. It will create some template coding, but it will go a bit ahead of that because yes, at the beginning, it needs to create some interfacing of how to read the XML document with the XML library. But then in addition to that, it will create some mapping of those elements that were detected internally as potential data rows, data rows with data fields, and create mappings to your own database. So at the end, what you can do with this tool, with the code provided by XML mapper, is that you can feed this XML document that looks like a database. You run the code created by XML mapper at runtime, and then it will automatically feed and fill your database with those data from the XML document in almost no code typed by you. You just called it all this code that was created automatically by XML mapper. Now, many of you will say, oh, great, that sounds fantastic. How I never heard about this one. And that's the reason we are making this webinar today, this presentation, is because I've seen that many people, even though the XML mapper is available in Delphi, many of them don't even know what it is for or what's the use they can make of it. So I'm trying to make some good cases here to show you why this is a great tool, but also we recognize that there have been some glitches on the original version of XML mapper, which impeded some of the people of really using it to the full because it has some original bugs by design that were never taken care of, and some improvements that needed to be done to handle nowadays modern XML schemas. So let me go ahead and show you that. First of all, the enhancements done in XML mapper. Let me just run this one here too. I'm right now showing you XML mapper. One of the enhancements is it received a facelift. The original version of XML mapper, well, I'll just show you the difference. This is the original version of XML mapper that has been shipping with the product for 20 years now. So it's kind of old look and feel, very old look and feel, like Windows 95 style. And this is the new style with visual styles provided by Delphi for maybe 3-4 versions now. So this is a new look. In addition to the look, those that have a sharp eye will notice that now we have additional parameters that never existed before. Namely, we have these fields here, and also this field over here. And what happens now is we have these 3 parameters that allow you, number one, the maximum number of nested levels that you can have when processing an XML document. We found that some XML documents, when you're processing schemas, I beg your pardon, didn't make the explanation, but a schema is a part of the XML standard. And think about an XML schema like in a database, the schema that shows you the structure of your database. So it's not the data, but it's how the database is made, what's the type of each one of the fields in your tables, what's the name of each one of the fields. So that definition of your database in XML is done through a file called XML schema. And the extension of those files are XSD. The beauty of the schemas is that they not only define the potential structure of an XML file, but at the same time, the schema adds some validation rules. So it can tell the type of the field, the data that a specific component can have in XML. It can add some constraints like greater than 5, less than 7, whatnot. So this is one of the reasons why XML is much more powerful than JSON, because with the XML schemas, you can have a very strong set of rules that will enforce. If you have the right tool that reads the schema correctly, then the tool will validate that anything stored in your XML file follows and complies with those constraints and validation rules. So here in XML Mapper has the capability since the beginning to read XML schemas. And this is the recommended way to go, because the schema defines everything that can potentially come in your XML file. If you read the direct XML file, it will work, but the XML file is already with only the data. The XML files themselves don't have the validation rules. So here the recommendation always is, if you have access to the XML schema of your XML document, please use XML schema as the input to XML Mapper, because then XML Mapper will be able to interpret those constraints and validations that need to be enforced on your XML file. And also we'll read whether some of the elements or some of the attributes on your XML file, whether they are optional or required, mandatory. And also the schema will tell whether there's some repeatedness on those elements. They say, oh, this element can be repeated over and over endlessly, or this element can be selected only once, or this element can be optional, then means can be 0 or 1, or it can be repeated for a limited number of times, like this element can be repeated from 5 to 10 times only. So all those options on repeating and optional, an XML schema will provide you with. I'm gonna load first a very simple schema to show you what I'm talking about. So this is a very, very, very simple one, for schema. Once it's been processed, you have two elements, full and full bar. So full bar is an element under full. This is the visual interpretation of the schema. The schema is here. So again, you will see that it may look a little complicated, but the schemas have elements like this one, which precisely tell, hey, this can occur a minimum times of 1 or a maximum numbers of time of 1 time, the name of the element, blah, blah, blah. So this is a quick example. This is too small. I'm gonna load another. Let me just clear everything here. So when you are loading up some pretty complex schemas, I'll go to a sample schema I have here. Hold on, I'm in the wrong area. Let me go back to schema, load schemas, and then I'll show you authors simple. This is a simple schema where I have author at the top level. This is the root element. Then we have, within author, we have a text content name. Now, at the same level of name, we have two more elements. One element is called posts, and the other element is called books. And then you can see that under posts, we have yet another element called items. And finally, under that one, we have two more elements, which are the final divs, one called title, another one called content. Under books, you have another element called items, and other items, you have title and ISBN. Great, so we have our XML schema that has been parsed. This is the raw schema. You see that it's very verbose. So yes, XML is always very verbose. And if you are handling schemas, they are really, really very verbose. But it's being translated for you. XML Mapper read the schema, and then it's showing you this sample document that comes with that schema. And then this has these nice icons to make it clearer what type of element you are looking at. You can see that we have like a replicating structure. We have items on the two sides, but one item has title and content under post, and the other items has title and ISBN under books. The original XML Mapper would have some hard time trying to distinguish them. If you had some parent element like items here, So when you do the mapping, it will take only the first one. It wouldn't recognize the second one because it was a similar name one, and it wouldn't have that logic. You see that I now made it to select all of those. So here, it's correctly identifying posts to, and then books here. I'll go all the way to create a sample XML mapper. So on the right-hand side, this is a automatically created database schema by XML mapper. And what you see here is we have name, POIT title, POIT content, POIT, BOIT title, and BOIT ISBN. This is the final data, proposed data field names by XML mapper to map from that XML file on the left-hand side. We know that databases have to be flat, and XML files can be multi-level. So you already see here a quick example of how you do a mapping. So this file created here, just by clicking the automated tools by XML mapper, created these automated names, database names. And one feature here is that, as I said in the past, if you had repeating items with the same name, it would not recognize it. And also, it would not make the right naming because it wouldn't have the right logic to detect the repeating elements. Now we have this new parameter. This new parameter, what it does is takes the prefix of the data field name by using the parents, as many parents as you have behind that element. So in case of this one title, the first parent is items, and the next parent, the grandparent, is post. So it takes 2 letters of each one, PO from post, IT from items, then that becomes the prefix of the field name. So POIT underscore title. By the same token, this one that I'm highlighting here, ISBN is taking the first parent, items, and then the grandparent, books, then books is BO, items is IT, then the prefix is the combination BOIT underscore ISBN. By introducing this new logic, then there's no clash possibility on the potential fields. Now, some of you may say, hey, but 2 letters may not be enough to make it unique. You are right. So I'll show again another one. Let me clear here. And I will load another schema. And this one, I intentionally, on the second leaf, we have posts as the original one. But on this second one, we have portals. So intentionally, I'm making the 2 leaves, the 2 letters that they start with are the same, PO. So when I do the full thing of selecting them all, then create an automatic database, you can see now that XML mapper didn't crash. Instead, it detected that these 2 names were similarly named, and then it automatically added a suffix with a sequential number. So in those cases that you have the potential of having duplicated names, it will add this suffix. Now, some of this logic was already in the original XML mapper, adding the suffix number. But the problem was detecting duplicated trees or parent elements. That definitely wouldn't work. But if you do want unique names and you don't want these sequential numbers, then that's where this parameter comes handy. What you can do is, I'll remove this one here, and they'll say, instead of 2, use 3. Then it will use 3 letters of each one of the parent and grandparent, and as much as all the levels above the final data. So when you create an automatic database, you see that now it's using 3 letters, and 3 letters were enough to make them unique. So it doesn't need to add the suffix sequential number anymore. There's other things that have been added that weren't here before. Let me just clear this one up. We have this schema has repeating elements. What's repeating elements? Again, is those keywords that I showed to you in the first one. So this element here, which is the posts, now I have redefined it to be from 1 to 10, can be repeating from 1 to 10 times. That's on the schema. So the schema is saying, look, the final XML document that complies with this schema can have this node repeating from 1 to 10 times and is valid. What that means is it must be there at least one time, but no more than 10 times. If the XML document that you read and parse has 15 instances of this element, then it's not valid. It's not good. If it doesn't have any, if it has 0, it's also not good. But any repeating number between 1 and 10 is valid. This is what the schema is saying here. So now, it says it can be from 1 to 10, but how many do you actually want to be mapped? And that's the parameter that you can see over here, maximum repeating nodes. So within the compliance of the schema, we are telling them, please put me 4 repeating nodes of those that can vary. So the document that you see here, we have posts. I will close this one to make it easier for you. You see that now under posts, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 repeating elements. So the schema is telling you it can be repeated from 1 to 10, and this parameter is saying, okay, then put up to 4. Of course, this is a maximum limit. If the schema said from 1 to 2, then it will be only 2 instead of 4. 4 is like, if you can, this is the number that I want. But finally, the number that it will use is a number that complies with the schema. In this case, 4 complies with the schema, then it will follow your preferred number, which is 4. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. And the other element, books, I said this, put the same setting. So now books can also be 1, 2, 3, 4, repeating times. And now you will say, well, how this thing is going to be mapped? Simple, let's do it and see what's the new logic. I'm selecting them. Number 1, you can see that now those all repeating ones, the first instance keeps the original name, not change. But from the second and the third onwards, XML Mapper is now adding something that is compliant with the XML syntax. It's adding an index. And indexes in XML is with a bracket, square brackets, and the number inside. So this is the way you do indexing in XML. You see that then the very first instance has nothing, but then the second one now has the bracket index 1, and then the third one, bracket index 2, and then the fourth one, bracket index 3. Now we create the automatic database. When you go to the flat database, instead of the brackets, what you see is _1, which is compliant with a normal database field name. And this is the way that they get mapped 1 to 1. So all this that I'm showing you here is enhancements we have done. So to be able to make XML Mapper work with modern XML schemas. There's a lot of pretty complex and heavy XML schemas out there that XML Mapper was not able to parse and process. Our aim and our goal is that anything out there that is used at a industry standard level, like those EDIs and the e-invoicing ones, our final goal is make XML be able to read any of those so that the tool can be freely used by any of you in a corporate environment when you see fit. So that's the final goal. So far, so good, but we're still on this, showing you the preview what we've been working on, but that's the final goal. XML must be able to process any XML schema. Now we'll show you another one. We're talking about another schema. There's also many schemas that have recursiveness. And recursiveness means that within the schema, it calls itself over and over. So here you can see that node type is calling over node. So node calls over node, then that means that at this level, it calls on the parent again. So this is the way to the recursive type in XML schema.
Miguel, we can't actually hear your audio at the moment, just FYI. Not quite sure it was when you swapped context like that. Yeah, the audio stopped working. Yeah, you're still not audible, should we say. If you're actually in a VM, is it possible that it's the Parallels is taking the microphone?
It doesn't look like he's in a VM because the screen sharing from Mac. It looks like, so it's weird because it looks like it is, when he was on the audio tab, it looked like it was getting audio. So I'm not sure why it is not coming through.
Yeah, I can see the audio meter going up, but it was only when he did that Alt and Tab, it just went boink. That was it. He disappeared.
Well, he'll reload. That'll fix it.
Yeah.
As I was saying earlier, is I hate how turning it off and back on again is almost always the answer to technical problems.
Have you tried turning it off and on again? Yes, the IT crowd is they hit the nail on the head with that one.
Yep.
Miguel must have been very bad in a previous life. He's angered the gods of the demos. That's this. Lots of whilst we're waiting for that to happen, lots of positive comments about the demo when they could hear him, with people saying things like, "Yeah,
yes.
There you go." I shall stop filling time.
This very crazy audio. I'm sorry about that. Where did you stop listening to me so I can quickly catch up?
When you did the swap where you did the Alt and Tab and you went to something else, that's when the audio went. So when you went back to the XML mapper source code after you did that, that's when it stopped.
So that means you didn't hear the explanation of this one that I have on the screen right now?
We can't actually see your screen at the moment. So.
Oh, sorry. I'm forgetting that all the time. Yes, okay. So this one, you say you didn't listen to the audio when I was explaining this one?
I still can't see your screen at the moment.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this one didn't do it immediately. Now it's it. There you go.
Hang on, just a quick pause, and there you go. Now we can see it. Yes, we didn't hear.
So this one, you could not listen what I said about this one?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, well, and then I may skip it, or otherwise I will overrun. So what I was trying to say is that schemas have a way to have recursive definitions. And when you have recursive definitions, you had something that looks weird, like the original one that I was showing here, this one. So this is a schema that defines itself. You see the final leaf is pointing to the parent. So this is the way you do recursive definitions in XML schema. And now you can see that you have 5 repeating ones. Why 5 only? Because we also added this new parameter. So recursive count comes handy when you have recursive nodes in your schema, something that the original XML mapper was not able to handle. Actually, it would crash because the recursiveness would create Stack Overflow. So now XML mapper is able to detect these recursive definitions, and you can limit them. You just set them a hard limit, and that's the way to go. Actually, any XML utility out there that has this capability, they will tell you, okay, what's the maximum way I can define this recursive? No one will allow you to be endlessly recursive. But the schema is made that way, like you choose, meaning the end user will decide how deep you want to go with the recursiveness. So another way to see this is a simple schema that I was showing, but there's a real one here that we have from Garmin. So for those of you that said, those things are strange, those will never happen. Well, this is a data exchange schema by Garmin, and it has this recursive thing. So after it finishes processing this schema, hold on with me, you see that, yeah, all this is with that setting. So I put a maximum of the recursiveness. So if you count here folders, you will see that you have 5 levels of recursiveness of folders. All right, so that's what, by showing the enhancements we have done in XML Mapper. So the enhancements have been mainly on making it aware of all these tricky things on schemas that would make it crash, or it would simply wasn't able to detect in the past. That's number one, and that would be on the parameters that you have available on the left-hand side. And also to help with the mapping and making unique field names on the right-hand side, so it wouldn't crash or make a weird definition on the field names. By the combination of all these parameters that you see on screen, we are aiming to have XML Mapper be capable of processing any XML schema out there, for no matter how complex it is. And I'll just show you some quick examples, as I said, for e-invoicing. So bear with me for one more second. The first one I'll quickly show is the Mexico invoicing. First, let me show you how the schema looks like. So the schema this is a real, authentic, professional. This is the official XML schema by Mexico, provided by the government. They call it CFDI, which stands for Compromete Fiscal for Internet Digital in Spanish. In English is okay. So this is the schema. You see, it's pretty complex. It starts defining a lot of schemas inside of it, which is valid. It's okay. And then you have all the body. And this is a schema provided by the government to all those developers that want or need to use it, be it third party or providers or software developers or anyone that needs to process or work with the electronic invoicing. This schema is provided for free by the government. You see, it's pretty big, which is what you expect with a more professional government level schema. So that's how it looks like. This is the transformation done with XML Mapper. So on XML Mapper, you have these SQL-like clauses, select each, which means it goes pivoting on each one of the repeating elements. And then on the second half, it defines the database structure. Now, for those that recognize this is the data structure of the good old T-client dataset, which has been in Delphi since Delphi 3. And the T-client dataset has 2 ways to load the data. Can be binary mode, or can be with this XML data packet. And this XML data packet syntax or standard is the one used by XML Mapper. So all this definition is the way that the T-client dataset expects. So this, you can feed it directly to a T-client dataset and we immediately recognize it. And you have a working database on the fly by feeding this one. So XML Mapper is using this mapping, relying on a T-client dataset as the final client receiving the data. Now, that doesn't mean you cannot use other database engines, but the first one receiving the mapping must be the T-client dataset. That's by design now. We are aiming to, in the future, add that it can directly post to FireDAC or any other data components, but not now. Right now, we're just making XML Mapper work the way it should have done from the beginning. So this is the final definition rules. And here you have a sample XML file that complies with that Mexican schema. So this is an XML file, a real invoice, an electronic invoice. We're going to feed this electronic invoice and see how it's been processed by XML Mapper. So we run the program, the demo program. What we do is load up that invoice sample here. Okay, it's being loaded. So this program internally has those rules that I just showed to you. The rules that were created XML Mapper are now in the runtime component, the XML transformation file. And what you see, this is the T-client dataset that has been created. So based on those transformation rules or mapping rules, it loaded the invoice file, and here you have the database version of it. So actually, the only thing I had to do here is drop the components of the T-client dataset, drop the component of the XML transformation file. Then on the component of the XML transformation file, let me just show you that to you. Well, not now. Let me just finish the program, then I'll show that to you. And you see all the data that was parsed and processed. Here we have the line items of the invoice. You click here. This is a built-in feature of T-client datasets. If you have ever used them up, T-client datasets have the internal feature of automatically recognizing nested datasets. What it means is I can click here, and then I have the internal dataset that represents the line elements. That's one of the main reasons why XML Mapper relies on T-client datasets, because then XML Mapper knows that it can embed nested datasets in the data packet. And then you have this neat and nice feature. And I just clicked on the line items, and then it popped up with this additional data grid showing me the line elements of that invoice. But it doesn't stop there. I can still go to this, which means the taxes, the attached taxes for this line item. Then I click, and it opens yet a third level nested database that has the actual taxes. In this case, it's just one line, but in some cases, especially in the Mexican rules, you can have, well, actually many countries, not only Mexico, you have 2, 3 or more different taxes that apply to that specific line item. Then the capability is there. And this was defined on the schema provided by the government. Then XML Mapper is simply following that schema and creating this database structure following that schema. So every time you read your actual invoice file, it will neatly fit and fill up this database because XML Mapper knew how to create the mapping based on the schema. So this is for the Mexican one. If I save the data set, then you get this version of the XML. This is the version data packet that you can separately feed directly to the T-client dataset. I'm just showing this for academic purpose. Most of you, what you will want is maybe directly from the T-client dataset, feed then another file DAC or whatever that goes to your real final database. And we are, as I said, as a next step later, we want to see how to do that directly without you having to do that mapping yourself. The point is, this is how it looks like in the created data packet that T-client dataset can read directly in XML. And just quickly, before I run out of time, which is, I think I'm out, I'll just show you just quickly how it also works with the Brazilian one, which is similar, but they have a completely different schema. The one by Brazil, somehow the Brazil government decided not to use nested databases, meaning on the schema used by Brazil, there's no nested elements. Everything is flat. So you can see the difference. So I'm feeding a sample invoice here. Sorry, not here. Data. Sample one. Okay, it's being processed. And you will not see nested data sets into the client data set because in the schema is flat. What you have is a very, very long flat database with a lot of fields. It's very extensive. So you can see that because of the flexibility of the XML schemas, each government can decide how to do the actual implementation. My point being is don't take any e-invoicing implementation from one country as the basis for another one. Each country is actually following their own decisions. And I would say that the only exception to the rule is the European Union. Being the European Union, they are sticking to one standard. All the European Union members are sticking to one single standard. And we are in the process of making that also work. So I'm just showing these quick samples. So I think that's about it for the demonstration. Let me go back to here. And yeah, I just showed you all this, and thank you very much. I'm sorry about the problems that I had with the audio, and now I'm open for questions and answers.
Sorry, I disabled my camera from earlier. Thank you, Miguel. Thanks for all the hard work you've been putting in on this and for putting your presentation together. Sorry to everybody for the audio problems. Technology is one of those things. It's like it works 99% of the time, but then 1% of the time it's like I have no idea what's going on. Paul says, "I tell you, Miguel is great. He always prepared for his presentations. Really knows topics to discuss." Yeah, it's unfortunate that we had the issues because Miguel does a really good job on these sort of things. So the question here about how will nested data sets be handled in XML Mapper?
Nested data sets are detected automatically by XML Mapper. What it does is on those repeating, actually, let me show you that. If you bear with me for 1 second, I can show you that. So that Mexican invoice that does have the nested data sets, I can just run it through XML Mapper and you will see what it does. So the key thing, before I even do that, I'll just show you the original schema. The original schema, this is the original schema of the, no, not this one, sorry, is this one. So here, concepto. Yeah, there's one thing here is, actually it's not easy to see here. I'd rather rely on the visual representation given by XML Mapper. It's much neater to look at. So we just run it and I will load that one. Bear with me for a second. So samples, electronic invoicing, Mexico, XML definitions. Not this one. I want XSD. Here. Okay. You'll see it takes a bit more time. This is a more complex schema. So the more complex the schema, the longer it takes to parse it. But our goal is that it seems now is parsing all the schemas we have fed it with, where in the past, any fairly complex schema would not work. Just wait for some seconds and they will be done. This specific one from Mexico, there is one element that adds a validation of all the possible codes that it can have for zip codes. So believe it or not, the XML schema has embedded all the zip codes in Mexico, like more than 25,000 zip codes embedded in the schema. So right now, XML Mapper is reading that portion. Even though it's not used right now, it needs to parse it. But we found out that this very strange thing. All the zip codes are embedded in the schema. So, and that makes this, that's the reason this one takes some time to load up. Others will be because there's a lot of sub-nested definitions of schemas, which is valid, meaning a schema defines another schema in another file, and then it makes it very, it needs to parse a lot of files to finally have the definition of the XML schema.
All right. So while we're waiting for this to come up, actually, let's go and run the question here. If there's
Sure.
Ian, if you could pop up the next question. We're running out of time. We need to start move on to the next session here shortly.
Yeah, got it. Go ahead.
And we'll probably do another webinar with you later in the future. Can it handle child table for repeating nodes in XML? It seemed like that was something it couldn't handle before, but now it can. Is that right?
Repeat that. Child what?
Can it child table for repeating nodes in an XML?
Yes, repeating nodes is something it could not handle. Repeating nodes, finite repeating nodes, meaning that you could tell it this repeats 5 times, 10 times, whatever number. So the original XML mapper could handle one time only, which is the standard, which is you have only one time, or indefinite. Indefinite, and this is what I'm showing here. Yeah, I think this will answer the question. So look,
so it can do that now.
Pardon me?
So that's something it can do now. It's been updated to do that?
Yes, it can. And this will answer the 2 questions. You see here on the screen conceptos, which is line items. Underneath, there is an element with an asterisk. So this is when XML mapper detects something that can repeat it endlessly, it will show these asterisks, and this will be mapped as a nested data set. That's the trick here. When you see this asterisk, it will be mapped to a nested data set, and also the icon provided by XML mapper, the icon here is a small table. So this element maps to a nested data set. So anything here, those will become the new field names of the nested data set. But that is done automatically by XML mapper when it detects an element that has children elements like these ones that are defined to be repeated endlessly. So it's not just one time or two or three, it's simply endlessly, then that means it's a database. It maps it into a database, nested database.
Right, fantastic. So, one last question is this available yet? So this is an update, a preview of an update to XML mapper that will be coming very soon. So, yeah, there'll be an announcement on blogs.embarcadero.com when this update rolls out, but it should be available in the very near future. It's something that Miguel and some others have been working on for quite some time. So very excited to get this out and available to everybody, but should be available very, very soon. All right.
Yes.
Great. Well, thanks again, Miguel, and thank you everybody else. And thanks for your patience. We have, let's see, up next is Rich's session on the old and new of enterprise application development with Rich Dudley. And we'll transition over to that really quick here.
All right. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, I apparently cannot read a schedule. Sorry, it's not Rich Dudley next. I apologize. It is Jans with achieving linear scaling of multi-threaded algorithms. I think I need to use some of Jans' code to optimize the performance of my brain today. Oh, I actually got enough sleep last night too. All right, so yeah, you have Jans' session next, and we might be making up time here for a little bit. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started with that one.
Hello everybody, welcome again today to the second session of achieving linear scaling of multi-threaded algorithms with core count. Today we are going to be looking at critical sections and atomic operations. First, to say something about critical sections. These are the thread synchronization objects which include mutex, semaphores, critical sections, everything which is trying to let one thread execute and let the other thread wait. So as soon as we want to have pure computational linear scaling, we don't want to have any of this. So they are, well, forbidden. Critical sections guarantee that only one thread at one time can execute a specific piece of code. So we have like critical section dot enter, then we have some code, and at the end we have leave or exit. And what is between this enter and leave, this will be executed only by one thread at one time. These synchronization objects have a relatively fixed and constant time of processing defined by the operating system kernel. Why analyze them if we may not use them? These constructs are used when starting and stopping compute jobs and by the threading libraries, but are not to be used by the compute code itself that we expect to scale with the thread count. So we need to understand what the problems are, how the problems manifest in case we get to have one, and what is the best what we can do if we have to use them. In general, there are two separate designs. One design is targeted at synchronization threads. Synchronization threads can be thousands. These threads sleep most of the time and only do some minor work from time to time. Typical example is everything related to input and output, like files, network, GPU, and similar. And then we have critical sections designed for computation threads. Thread count of computation threads can be CPU core count maximum, and these threads do some useful computational work most of their active time. Typical example is matrix multiply. It will become obvious later on why we make this separation. It is so that with the synchronization threads we have certain constraints which are not applicable to computation threads, and with computation threads we have some other constraints which are not applicable to synchronization threads. Now, critical section pitfalls for computational thread running on synchronization critical section. Here we have something which is a very typical pattern in Delphi code. So what is wrong with that? It's called thread fairness. When the sleep is called, the thread will sleep for a random amount of time close to 1 millisecond. If 32 threads enter this loop, the dice is being thrown all the time. This is not a FIFO, first in, first out queue. Some threads may enter only after others already finish their job, like get mapped several times. So if you imagine we have 16 threads, they all get into this loop, and some of them will enter this loop several times while others are still waiting in it. And the reason is that this sleep is not deterministic when it will wake up. If thread fairness is absent, if we have a threading library that will launch several threads, giving them equal amount of work as they arrive, first come, first serve, greedy approach, the timing of the finished threaded job could look like this. So this is one chunk of job assigned to one thread. This was the second chunk, and we have numbers on each chunk which have numbers of these chunks that need to be processed. The columns show the core on which these chunks were processed, or the thread on which they were processed. So even though we launched 16 threads, assuming and wishing that this will be executing on 16 cores, only 12 cores in this case actually were executing in parallel, and the computation time was 3 times longer than what it could have been. So we could have had everything in one line, 16 cores running all the time in parallel, and this would then give minimum possible time. But so why does this happen? There are several issues here at play. One is of course the fairness of the thread. Then we also know that the CPU may have preferred cores on which there may be higher frequency than on others, and then the CPU is shifting the threads around from one core to the other to keep the thermal envelope in check. But the primary reason, of course, is thread fairness, that the critical section is not passing through all the cores in the first come first serve system. So how would a fair critical section look like? It means it has a queue. first in first out. Such a critical section has one drawback: the try enter does not exist. So if we want to check if it is empty, this we can't do in a performance efficient manner. Of course, in theory we can, but not in a fast way. Why? Because we have to check two things. First, is the FIFO empty? If the FIFO is empty, then add the thread to the FIFO. But these two operations cannot be done with one atomic operation. So we have two atomic operations that need to be in sequence. Then one thread can come in between, and you are no longer computing what you think you are doing. So thread fairness summary is provided or not by the critical sections. For high thread, high core count jobs, guaranteed thread fairness is mandatory. So we will have a look at one example now. And the critical sections with guaranteed fairness lack try enter possibility. Here we have one threading example which is trying to vectorize and multithread a single if-then clause. This is by far the worst case about what you want to multithread, because this is basically just one line of code in Delphi also, and it's very difficult to achieve any kind of serious performance improvements. So now if we run this, we are looking at vector length of 80 megabytes, and here we see the timings of different implementations. Here above we have another report being displayed about how much time is spent within each individual thread, and which pool of is being captured by each individual thread. So if we run this multiple times, we can see that the threads which are being launched get different pools every time they get to be executed. These pools are the critical section free pools, so that when the thread is calling them, the memory pool can return an object or a piece of memory without entering a critical section. What I would like to demonstrate is, if we reduce the length of the vector and press run, we see that the time has reduced to 0.3, and we have an average of 0.33 or 0.3, something like this. But the time of the start and the stop, that means the time measured before we start multithreading and after we stopped it, is only 100, about about 100 microseconds more than what is the time within the thread. This means that we can detect the start and the stop of threading within 100 microseconds. This can be very useful when there is a need to accelerate very short jobs, or when we want to accelerate a series of short jobs which can not all be threaded in the same multi-threaded job, but we have to do it piece by piece. And another thing which is here interesting to observe is that we see that all threads get to be executed by approximately the same amount of time, and the total amount of time is never double the time of one thread, which means we are not getting the prolongation of the execution, because the critical section would not be fair. In this specific example, we are in fact using fair critical sections which are guaranteed to be fair. So let us have a look at some of the code, what we are actually executing. This is the loop which is being evaluated. If the value in the vector is bigger than some threshold, then we apply some computation. And this is done in such a way that in about 50% of the cases the computation will in fact be executed. If we look at the vectorized version, here we have the blocked variant. We are gathering values which are bigger than this, applying computation only to those values, and then scattering the computed values back into the vector. This obviously can't be very efficient, but if we would have here in between more math to be computed, and if this math would take longer time, then the fact that we can do this part in a vectorized manner completely justifies the extra cost of gathering and then scattering. Now, not many times, but sometimes one or some of our customers come back and say, yes, but you know, we wrote our software, everything was done with these vectors, and everything is vectorized, but it's not computing as fast as we would have hoped to. And the reason usually is that the library namely also has some functions which are used to handle sparse data, like gathering and scattering this data. And of course, if you want to have efficient execution, somehow you need to find a way how to write your code without working on the sparse vectors and with the sparse data. So if most of the execution is if then, and most of it is done by gather and by scatter, this is not going to yield the expected results. Here we have another language construct. For example, this AG, this is a vector, and we call subrange, set subrange on this. And we have one source, which is also a vector, and we specify the starting index and the ending index. And the AG then gets to have a view of the source vector without actually copying data. So that's the whole point of set subrange. And this set subrange can also be nested, so you can have multiple levels as you get into the depth of the ever smaller pieces of the same array. We now return to one example which we covered already in the first part, and this one had to do with the CPU cache, but at the same time this is affecting the critical sections. So here we have a situation where we are comparing memory manager, which is standard and uses critical sections, against superconductive memory manager. I really wouldn't know a better name how to specify how to say it in with a shorter expression, that every thread will never be blocked when trying to allocate its own memory. So this is the result, this is the effect of not having critical sections when allocating memory. So the blue line here on the first chart is with critical sections, and the orange one below is without critical sections, and we can see a ratio or a factor that we have a marked improvement of how much the code can be faster if we are able to not use the forbidden critical sections. Now we will also have a look at what we are actually computing here. So this is the expression. This is actually a Laplace cumulative distribution function from statistics. And one interesting part here is that we allocate objects. We allocate 3 objects, temporary variables. Here we explicitly allocate them, and then we explicitly free them. If we would use the vector, here definition of the vector, we can leave out this part and this part, because the created is called internally when the vector is accessed. So this is actually a much cleaner way of writing this, even though in this case we get to have temporary variables in the expressions, but here we have to we see all the temporary variables explicitly and can control how many objects are allocated. But the main point here is that we allocate memory during this computation, and we control if the memory is allocated in a superconductive way or not with one variable here that we control, which is a global variable. And for the conclusion, you can see that clearly the absence of critical sections can have a huge impact. Now we continue. The critical sections also have one challenge, which has to do with cache coherency problems. Local level 1 and level 2 CPU core cache can get to have value of one variable, which is different from what was written into main memory by another core. This causes communication problems about the state of the critical section between threads and cores. How you get the change from one core to be seen by the other thread which is running on the other core. Now, from experience, this situation is less likely if the thread on the other core will enter sleep 1 rather than sleep 0. And when we assign value, for example CS lock, to exit critical section, which is used a lot also in many different software, also the one provided by Embarcadero, it helps if we use atomic exchange instead. Sleep 0 is the shortest amount of time for which we can put a thread to sleep. Typically that is around 80 microseconds. Sleep 1 is already 1 millisecond. The operating system kernel is going to treat both of these sleep calls 0 and 1 differently. So it will allow more things to happen while the sleep is 1, depending on what is doing when sleep is 0. So when using sleep of 0, we are asking for trouble when used for synchronization purposes. Sleep 0 can in general case cause a lockup with an infinite loop. There are wide discussions on internet about the use of sleep of 0, and from the experience we can use sleep 0 only if executing thread count does not exceed hyper-threaded core count. So yes, to conclude, if we would be using atomic exchange instead of simply assigning a variable, it is more likely that the changed value will reach the other cores faster than otherwise. Faster means that even if we would call sleep and without the need to call sleep 1, sometimes sleep 1 is already sufficient, so that even if we don't use atomic exchange, the change value will appear in the cache and will be visible also to other CPU cores. This in turn, however, gives a rise to another problem. Namely, the more frequently we manage to switch between threads and the higher the efficiency of thread switching, we are also reducing the maximum possible through output, because we are mostly dealing just with the switching between threads rather than doing some useful math. Now, in this situation, there is one construct in Delphi which has received an unusual and, in my opinion, sometimes unfair criticism on the internet. And this is the system.monitor class, which is there as a kind of a critical section. tmonitor implements one variant of a critical section suitable for synchronization threads. It acts as a buffer for thread switch requests. Once the code reaches exit, it will not really exit, it will give the same thread opportunity to re-enter within a given time frame. Now, is this really so? If this expression is completely exact, there is quite some complex code between this enter and exit, but the practical effect is exactly as described. So the thread switch frequency will drop together with atomic operation frequency being executed, and because of that, the true output of the code will increase in compared to Windows standard critical section, nearly reaching single thread consecutive execution performance. So you see, we are not trying to achieve execution faster than a single core or a single thread. We are trying to recover from abysmal performance due to excessive thread switching, which is causing terminal performance loss. And how can this happen? Because somewhere in our algorithm we are calling these critical sections too frequently, and because we are in some way abusive to the memory controller, and we are pushing it too hard, then our true output will drop below the computational level of a single thread, and we stand a chance to recover at least to that level as if though we are using only one thread. Of course, such code we will not write when we are doing something to compute some mathematical computation. Usually this has to do with some input-output devices. The criticism which was applied to tmonitor had to do mostly with the fact that this is a relatively fat function. So just to call this and then to call that is going to be comparatively much more instructions and much more work for the CPU, but at the same time that work is spent on reducing the speed at which the threads are going to switch their work with each other. Atomic operations on the computer are typically used to increment or decrement or copy a single variable, which may have 4 bytes or 64 bytes or 8 bytes, and we want to increment and decrement or copy this variable in a way which is safe when this is done possibly at the same time by another thread as well. For the computer to perform this increment and decrement, it uses a special lock instruction in front of another instruction which is used for adding or subtracting or copying. These synchronization instructions are microcritical sections managed by the memory controller and applied to modify a single variable rather than an entire code section. Their frequency has a system-wide harsh ceiling, which can be used up by one application. This is one of the cases where the preemptive OS has limited options to intervene. So if we have one application which reaches a system-wide hard ceiling, this will inevitably affect the performance of all the other applications as well. So what happens if we put atomic operation to a type loop? Windows OS is preemptive, but we are clearly pressing the main memory controller. If running on one core, nothing happens. But with if running on one core, nothing happens. But with threads running on all cores, audio and video application will begin to stutter. Screen refresh of Windows OS will drop, and problem can be caused by this one app. If all Windows apps and video and audio are slowed down, then definitely our own app is also not running at light speed. The more threads we launch in this case, the higher will be the frequency of atomic operations. Now, the costs of atomic operation, if we take a tight loop, so it's 6.5 milliseconds for atomic and 2 milliseconds for normal increment measures, but only 3 times slower. This is on one core, and it's still very misleading. We would like to see what happens when we try to do this on multiple threads. Now we will have a look at atomic operation project, which is designed to demonstrate some of the performance constraints when the use of atomic operations is really frequent. We are comparing two loops. One is without atomic operation and the second one is with atomic operation. Here the two loops are not threaded. Then we are comparing both loops threaded. We know that in this case the result will not be correct, but still, in the case of atomic operations, the result will be correct. We have added one additional loop, namely so that when we apply the same amount of iterations, that what gets to be distributed among threads is then recovered back up. Why? Because we want to show how much is the multi-threaded code able to be in line with what is being done on one thread. Now if we run this code, we can see that the atomic is 3 times faster than slower than the normal code. And if we also check what happens with the multi-threaded code, this plain threaded code is 16 times slower from what the plain or the single-threaded code takes time to execute. And the reason is that the threads are fighting on the memory controller to access the same memory location, and despite this the result is still wrong. If we use the atomic operation, we can see that there is nearly 50 times, takes 50 times more time than a single threaded code. Ideally, if this would be really threaded as it should be, it would take the same 90 milliseconds. If it would really scale linearly, but it doesn't. And if we would divide this by 16, it would still be 3 times slower than what it is on one thread. So within each thread which is running in parallel, the atomic operations are slowed down by a further 3 times. So in compared to plain increments, we have a 3 times slowdown and then another 3 times slowdown due to the fact that they are running in parallel. Now we will have a look at how this code looks, what the compiler actually generates, because we want to show how something which actually looks very short and simple can then take so different times to actually run. So for the 2 increments we have these simple expressions, so we just loop, and this is the loop which is running, and then if we go to the next loop, it is 1 instruction more, but here we have this lock. So this lock is what makes all the difference. So there is nothing obvious in the number of instructions or anything, but this in fact is minimum 3 times and when multi-threaded 10 times slower, and it does not scale. So if this goes into parallel threads, the parallel threads will just wait for each other until this line is executed. There is one final thing I hope I will be able to demonstrate, namely if you run the maximum number of threads which equals the number of hyper-threaded cores in your computer, then audio can begin to stutter, video can begin to stutter, and you are influencing other applications just by the fact that you are using the atomic operation so much. Sometimes I have observed that when starting Chrome browser, that audio will stutter, for example, in the system. When running the internet, not the Internet Explorer, but the Windows Explorer, the File Explorer, when starting the File Explorer, that the audio will stutter. And sometimes when recording audio using Windows audio drivers, you can hear something similar to a sprinkle of rain, slight sprinkle of rain in the background. So it is my perception that these are the atomic operations of other applications which are causing this. So we will now try to see if we can influence the Windows repaint on the task manager. So this is the normal speed of the repaint, and now we'll press this button multiple times, and we will be observing what the repainting is doing. I hope you can see that there is a heavy stutter. So the task manager is clearly affected by this compute load, and if you so now it's normal again. So now this only comes to be if you launch the same number of threads as you have hyper-threaded threads in the system. In this case we have an 8-core CPU, we are launching 16 threads, and we are heavy on the atomic operations inside. That would be about this project. The number of threads which we launch from our application, what is the effect and what can we hope for when we launch multiple threads? Is it really so that we can launch any number and it will have the same effect as only few what is the effect of the hyper-threaded core count, what is thread count, what is the effect of the if the threads equal the core count. So for Windows OS process, the maximum number of threads executing concurrently through the OS kernel preemptive mechanism equals number of cores. This means hyper-threaded cores. To run more threads concurrently, we need some system of cooperative, which user-induced thread switching, or we need to launch more processes. Now, sometimes you may have seen that the Firefox or the Chrome browsers or even Windows, they launch multiple processes for the same application. Why would you do that? Because you get one reason would be to get more preemptive thread switching, which possibly simplifies or lowers the cost of software development when you are trying to reach very high amount of parallelism within your application. What happens if we launch more threads? Well, they are simply queued up and waiting for one of the executing threads to finish or to enter sleep. Now in Delphi, the sleep may happen every single time we try to allocate memory. So every time we try to allocate anything, the memory manager might cause the calling thread to enter sleep, and thus giving this cooperative user-induced thread switching impression. Now, during cooperative multithreading, due to high thread count, the performance of critical section is vastly different. Cooperative multithreading will typically yield lower performance. High thread count is not helping. When thread count per CPU core is more than 1, it is no longer possible for all threads to test critical section condition concurrently. With 4 threads on the same core, they would at least sleep 0 apart during the check, one after another, which is horribly slow. Now, sleep of 0 is the minimum amount of sleep a thread needs. A thread can sleep on a Windows computer. It is giving up their own section of the time slice, executing time slice. So if we are not allowed to use critical sections, atomic operations, and high thread count, then how to split the work among the threads so that the software would be able to run faster? Well, the data or the job needs to be partitioned, split, so that there is exactly zero collision between running threads for the entire duration of the job. No atomic operations, no critical sections, and not more threads than there are hyper-threaded threads in the system, unless we want to go into the multi-process area, but this is really just more complicating just things more. And additionally, this partitioning may not result in sparse memory access, which can be up to 100 times slower due to cache misses, and the same thread needs to reuse the same memory address on every iteration. Otherwise, we get a cache miss. This is just as simple as that. And even if we don't get a cache miss, because we are following this second point here, we don't see a performance benefit unless we use instructions which are able to take advantage of this much higher memory bandwidth which is now available, because we are not slowing the memory buses, we are not saturating the memory buses. And now finally, where is Delphi in all these requirements? What can be done in Delphi so that we can get higher performance? If we do any of these three lines, we'll call the memory manager, enter critical section, increase reference counter using atomic increment, violate CPU cache rules, and all our vars will be sparsely stored in the main memory. So what can be done? Don't allocate memory. This is, this is just so simple instruction. You avoid all the memory manager hurdles. Don't need some special memory managers, don't need anything special, just you don't allocate memory. Everybody knows how easy it is to write applications which never allocate memory. But then there are different, let's say, solutions how you can approach this idea. One is to get a faster memory manager, so that possibly there it can squeeze out a few percentages more. Or we can try to make a parallel, or I would call it a superconductive memory manager, where each thread gets its own memory pool, and because it has its own memory pool, it can guarantee that it will go in parallel. But still, this alone, that it goes in parallel, is still not enough, because we need to fit the memory which is being used by the thread into one of the three levels of the cache, ideally into the at least level 2. Otherwise we don't get the bandwidth. So we get the memory, which is from the memory manager, this is a constant amount of time, but when we read this memory, it is slow because it's not in the cache. And because it's not in the cache, then we are sharing the main memory bandwidth or sharing the bandwidth of the L3 cache, and again we are not getting the performance we would like to have. So we are faced with algorithm rewrite, and to avoid the atomic operations, we could use reference counted variables, which in Delphi always rely on atomic operations, but in a way which does not trigger a reference counting. And how is this done? First, try not to copy or reduce the number of copies for the reference counted variables. This is especially nice perspective if you're doing a lot of string operations, because every single time you do any single operation, it will be reference counted. But there are some simple rules how you can do this, and one of them is to use the const specifier on the parameters of the procedure or a function, which will void the increment of the reference counter, and then also the decrement when the function finishes. Yes, so the strings in Delphi are actually a big challenge, because they will allocate memory, which means they will go into the critical section, and they will also use the reference counting, and they will not reuse the memory so that you could benefit from the cache. And finally, the very simple solution is that when you use Delphi's threading library is to limit the maximum thread count. So this will help nearly immediately. This is a very simple thing what you can do. You set the minimum and the maximum number of worker threads to the same number, and with this you ensure that that you get the number of hyper-threaded threads in the system, and that all these threads will be executed preemptively on their own core. So, dear everybody, thank you so much for the attention, and if you have some questions, you can of course send, and if you want to see our demo projects, you can go to GitHub, and if you want to see the trials of our software, you can download from our website, and I hope to see you and to meet you in the future. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. I was reading and missed my cue. Let's see. Thanks again for this great session. Jens, let's go ahead and bring you on here for Q&A real quick. We just have a few minutes before starting our next session with Richard. Let's see here. Okay, so you're only on audio. That's fine. I don't see any questions here. I will put a link in here for your website. Do research. Go out and find more information about your product there. And so you have quite a few of them available. This was the, let's see, which one was this? Is the MTX vectors? Is that the right one? No. If people want to go download the app for what you were showing today, what would that be? I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing.
I can't hear him either, Jim. I think that, I don't know whether he's dropped off or, in fact, he is just literally dropped off.
He may have reloaded.
Yeah, he's back again. He's just reloaded.
I know there's a lot of products out there on Do Labs or Do Research. And actually, I was quoting you earlier in another session about how people, if in order to find the way to improve the performance of things, you need to first find out where the problem is, what's the bottleneck, what's slowing you down, and then once you find where the speed issue is coming from, then you can figure out ways to improve it and improve it quite a bit. All right. So yeah, it looks like audio is not working. So I put a link into your website. Do research. People can go out there and check it out. And can you just type in here which one? If someone wants not sure which product they need or where to start on your website, where should they start? MTX Vec. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, in there for that. Oh, and I noticed on your page it says you support through Rio. Is that just the website needs to be updated? Oh no, it says Alexandria. Okay, so you do support through Alexandria as well. Fantastic. Okay, well, thank you so much again for that session. Lots of good information in there, and clearly this is something you've been working on for a long time and put a lot of effort into your libraries and to your session today. So thanks a lot for that. And we look forward to seeing you online in the future. We bring the schedule up again real quick. We are running a little bit behind, but now is Rich's session. And see, I'm in a different time zone. I'm not in Central Time, so I'm looking at these Central time zones, and it's throwing me off. That's my excuse. So yeah, we're coming up on Richard's sessions here next. Rich Dudley, sorry, and the old and new of enterprise application development. And if I remember correctly, this session's a little short, so it's okay that we're running a little bit late on starting his session, but afterwards we will be completely caught up. So we should have time for Q&A after his session on the old and new of enterprise application development, and then we'll be back on schedule again. And I see Rich is already online, ready to go, so fantastic. We'll see you all on the flip side.
Hi everyone, my name is Rich Dudley. I'm the Chief Evangelist for N Software, and today I'd like to talk to you about the old and new of enterprise application development. First, a little bit about myself. I'm currently the Chief Evangelist for N Software, which I joined earlier this year. Prior to now, I was an enterprise developer for over 20 years. Most of that time was just at 2 companies which valued innovation and technology. Over the years, my interests and opportunities grew my career from a developer to a principal enterprise architect to my current position. I am also currently a Microsoft ASP Insider and an AWS Community Builder. I've worked with major ERP systems, EDI integrations across hundreds of suppliers and distribution points, to cloud-based services-oriented architectures automating the mortgage process. The best part about being at the same companies for so long is you get a chance to see things come and go and to be a part of a lot of changes. That's what I want to talk to you all about today. I'm not speaking to you with the voice of my current role, but from someone who's been part of and led changes in enterprise applications, especially looking back at the last few years. Working in software development, changes are inevitable, whether it's changes in what our applications and services need to do, or changes in how we architect, build, and host our applications and services. Some of the factors driving changes I'm going to discuss today include regulations and penalties. We've all had to deal with GDPR, CCPA, SOX, HIPAA, or something similar, and there's little doubt more regulations will bring more change in the future. Information security, especially protecting critical information through authorization and encryption. Analytics and data-driven approaches to running a business are growing in popularity. This isn't just product development, but measuring productivity and the success of product lines and corporate divisions. The ability to consume and analyze massive amounts of data in near real time is also a driving change. Big data may not even be very big, but it could just be cumbersome to work with using the tools and applications currently in our environment. Automation, doing more with less, and automating a lot of the day-to-day toil. This is both for the business users of our applications, as well as how we build and deploy what we create. And the march of technology, especially cloud, containers, operating systems, and language improvements. The list here is not an all-inclusive list of factors which drive change. One factor not on this list is the COVID pandemic. The pandemic had a massive effect on society, but on its own, it didn't directly affect application development that much. Rather, the pandemic did remove the luxury of time to adapt to some changes which were already in motion. An important thing to keep in mind is that change is a good thing. I like to use the analogy that the bicycle didn't fly, the biplane didn't get us to the moon, and what got us to the moon won't get us to Mars. Change is how we take ourselves from where we are to where we want to or need to be. One thing about this talk, there are a lot of slides with text. I really wanted this to be useful on Monday without you having to take a lot of notes or screenshots. If you want the slides, reach out to me, but don't worry about writing everything down. Let's start with a change that affects us developers. Automated build processes aren't meant just to reduce toil. They're also meant to improve the security and stability of our services catalog as well as our software supply chain. Automated processes aren't necessarily continuous. They may start with a manual trigger, but are automated all the way through to a dev or test environment. There's a lot of hand-waving about continuous, but the juice may not be worth the squeeze. An automated process with a manual trigger is usually good enough, and on distributed teams, it helps keep developers from tripping over each other. In many companies, developers also define their own infrastructure, which also gets deployed as part of these processes. This imparts the need for additional security guidelines developers will need to keep track of. If you're not far in the adoption of automated builds, some of the changes you'll see are improved source control, distributed build and deployment tooling, infrastructure as code, and code signing. For years, there has been a move toward right-sizing companies. This doesn't necessarily mean laying off staff. It's more about finding ways to increase production without just throwing more people at a problem. This means automating a lot of manual tasks, especially tasks which can be done in parallel with other activities, whether manual or also automated. More transformational companies ask, before we hire a lot of people, how much of what we need to do can we automate? People in these processes are then specialized to handle the proverbial 20%, or edge cases which are very difficult to program for. The previously used forms to data, data to forms, usually revolved around monolithic systems like SAP or PeopleSoft. People take orders using a screen in the ERP. Purchasing results are run by clicking a button on the ERP screen. Summaries and reports are reviewed by looking at an ERP screen. Resource-intensive activities had to be run in overnight batches, or they would slow down the entire system. There's now a move from forms to data, data to services. This still leaves room for the monolith, but some of the more resource-intensive processes are farmed out to external services, as are activities which can be performed in parallel with the human workflow, or activities that are difficult to add to the ERP system. One advantage of using distributed services instead of bolt-ons to the ERP is that they are much easier to modify, test, deploy, and swap out. This also means that you can move compute to other places. And now, the previously mentioned batch activities can be done in smaller batches in near real time, so someone doesn't have to wait until tomorrow or Monday for their results. These services can also open up new channels, since ERPs and other internal line of business applications are usually not meant for the public internet. By adding a web-based front end, you can reuse these services to take sales orders online, schedule delivery, validate inventory and addresses, and so on in real time. At a previous employer, we did this to great success. While taking a mortgage application over the phone, after we received the subject property address, the processes to verify the address and estimate the home valuation were automatically initiated. We at first thought this would reduce the length of time on the phone, but what we found was the overall length of the mortgage process was shorter by 3 to 4 days because clients had better information earlier in the process and made better decisions. We then had these services at the ready when we decided to build a completely web-based origination process. That saved us years of development. We had already done some of the work. How does this affect what we all write? We'll probably move to having more orchestrated services in our environment, move towards automating manual processes, and easing resource allocations. As our applications shift into a forms to data, data to services paradigm, our architectures are also going to change. They're going to look something like this small example. On the left is a traditional ERP application hosted on a server farm. It covers every task and activity needed by the users. In the new architecture on the right, the main application may still be something like an ERP application, but with a number of additional services to add capabilities, reduce resource utilization, or parallelize activities. In a choreographed service catalog, these new services will talk between themselves. In an orchestration pattern, there will also be a conductor service as well. This drives yet more changes to what we'll write. Every service in our inventory will have to have its own security and communication layers. This is a good time to see if your favorite component vendor has some toolkits to make this significantly easier. It's very likely all of these new services will be run in containers rather than on physical servers or virtual machines. I come across people who have a deep knowledge of containers and a lot of others for which this is new. Hopefully my oversimplification here will help those of you new to containers without patronizing those of you who are very container experienced. Virtual machines were entire operating systems in a single virtual environment, plus the required libraries, plus the application. As a result, the application was usually only a tiny fraction of the overall size of the virtual machine. The OS on the virtual machine acted just like it was installed on a physical server and handled all the processing and communication with the physical environment. As far as the application knew, it was running on a physical, standalone machine. Containers take a very different tack. The only stuff in the container is the application itself, plus whatever dedicated libraries or special tooling not found on the host operating system. Rather than a hypervisor, an orchestration system like Docker or Kubernetes manages the containers. Containers are still isolated from one another, and they're essentially their own little subnet of a physical machine. The upside to this is containers are very compact, very easy to spin up and terminate, and you can run a lot of them on lower powered machines. This makes it really easy to test services on a local development machine in a nearly identical or identical environment to production before deploying to a test environment. The definition of a container is defined in a text file rather than having to be installed completely from an operating system ISO. And build processes with containers can install all the essential libraries, meaning the runtime environment in a container can now be placed into source control and revisions are easily tracked. With virtual machines, you could mix and match host and virtualized operating systems. So on a Windows host, you could run Linux or a Mac OS or Windows, even older versions or newer versions. With containers, you can't. The host and container have to match. This is a lot of what's driving the move to Linux. Microsoft put a lot of effort into containerizing Windows, but as a GUI-first operating system, it just didn't work well. However, thanks to the Windows subsystem for Linux, you can host Linux containers natively on a Windows machine, the same as if you were using a Linux desktop or a Mac OS system. Containerization is often contrasted with serverless, and the compare and contrast is an entire session of its own. There really isn't a right or wrong, just what's best for us. Since I just mentioned it though, another architecture pattern replacing physical servers and virtual machines is serverless. Serverless is heavily promoted by AWS, but Azure, Google, and other cloud providers also have serverless offerings. The author of the image and the linked article calls this a typical serverless architecture. Now, in my experience, there really isn't a typical serverless because the uses are so varied, but this is a good and thorough example, and the article is worth reading. In serverless architecture, we don't have to manage the execution environment like we do in our own data center. We're only responsible for creating the infrastructure and whatever code is necessary for our business logic. All of the communication channels, the security, etc. are managed by the cloud provider. Now, the cloud provider usually has lots and lots of small, specialized services which we piece together into a single application. These services can be API gateways, databases, caches, functions, ESBs, and so on. As I mentioned a moment ago, standalone services all need their own authentication and communication code, in addition to the service wrapper. In some cases, the code to run the services can be more than the code for the business logic. And that's one of the factors which makes serverless a compelling option. Instead of writing code for multiple standalone services, We use infrastructure as code, usually something like Terraform or Pulumi, to define which managed services we want to use and how they're going to communicate. And then we're just responsible for coding the business logic, whether it's in a Lambda function or a step function or in one of the databases or whatever we're using. One of the criticisms of serverless is vendor lock-in. The code for an AWS Lambda function won't run in an Azure function. There is sometimes difficulty in adapting to something so different, and managed services are a bit of a black box with lots and lots of little settings to get just right. Looking at a diagram like this, serverless seems to have an increased complexity because code paths and classes are replaced by managed services and connections, so the dirty laundry is more visible. However, I bet if you diagram the classes and code paths in some of your applications, they would probably look pretty hairy too. A confusion or complaint to dispel about serverless is yes, somewhere in the stack there are a bunch of physical machines. However, the hardware and the Cloud Fabric OS are designed in such a way that the physical machines are abstracted and they operate as one large machine. And the operating system can spread resources out across this abstracted machine, provide redundancy and scalability invisibly to us and the services that we write. It was not that long ago my development team reassured ourselves we would not see a time where Windows wasn't the only operating system we needed to develop for. Well, that turned out to be very optimistic. Today's desktop applications have to work on both Windows and Mac, and we may need a mobile app as well, which is a whole new UI ballgame, being touch-based rather than mouse and keyboard-based. Linux probably won't be a major factor in desktops over the next few years, but I've been wrong before. Servers, however, are increasingly moving towards Linux, especially with cloud and containerization. I'm not sure whether Linux or Windows is more prevalent today, but I'd guess in the next 5 years Linux takes a large lead in server deployments. It's difficult to measure this accurately with elastic scaling and containers, so this may in fact be true today. How does this change the applications we'll build? Well, we'll see increased browser-based or cross-platform desktop applications. Now, you can't totally future-proof your technology choices, but you can reduce the risk of OS changes by aligning with companies which emphasize cross-platform capabilities. It's very likely those companies will continue to do so in the future. As a follow-up to the previous slide, authentication and authorization are also changing. Username and password are no longer just enough to authenticate a user. An all-Windows network with Active Directory sure was easy street when it came to securing applications. Just add someone to a group and everything just worked. That environment is quickly going away. Part of what's driving this is Windows, Mac, Linux, and mobile all have different capabilities in authentication and authorization. So the increasing heterogeneity in operating system is driving technologies like OAuth and single sign-on, SSO. Additionally, authentication and authorization often have to be federated with external partners like Salesforce, which have their own authentication and authorization systems built into their own applications. Additionally, the bad guys have better computing power, so if they intercept network packets, they can usually crack passwords and keys fairly quickly. The time-based components of OAuth make this a quantum-level calculation, and by that time, the keys have rotated. OAuth and OpenID Connect, OIDC, are used to allow an app or a website to connect to another one on your behalf. If you've connected the Mail app on your phone to a Gmail account, you've seen OAuth in action. If you've used your Google account to log into eBay, that was OIDC. The Mail app or partner website no longer stores your credentials like they used to. Now, you log in to Google directly, and the Mail app or the partner website caches a long-lived token. Microsoft has deprecated the old username and password for many of its services. Those are now mostly OAuth-based. OAuth doesn't just apply to user authentication. Rewinding a couple of slides, OAuth is also used for the service-to-service authentication. As companies use more and more SaaS platforms, there's a greater adoption of OIDC and other SSO technologies. This way, a user's login to a corporate security portal can be used to log in to one or many SaaS platforms. Users only need to log into the portal once, and security can be centrally managed by the security team. It's win-win, so this is becoming very popular. OAuth and OIDC are still largely username and password based, but we now have less and less trust that a logged in user is actually the user it's supposed to be. To increase our trust, we often add an additional factor to the login process. Multi-factor authentication, especially one-time passwords, OTPs, is becoming more and more prevalent on both the public internet and inside corporate environments. One-time passwords are those 6-digit codes which are accessed in an authenticator app or texted or emailed to you as you provide as an additional factor when you log in. Changes we'll see include supporting some or all of this, depending on what you're building. Zero trust is essentially assuming we can't trust anything. We can't trust the credentials aren't being used by the correct user. We can't trust that the communication channels aren't secure, etc., etc. And so we have to add additional factors to increase our trust in what's happening. There's a migration away from LDAP and Kerberos to OAuth. Authentication will no longer be inherent or invisible. It will be federated with partners, and there'll be a growing implementation of multi-factor authentications. I've just thrown a lot of acronyms at you, so let me try and unconfuse you with some of these. First of all, OAuth. OAuth is an open standard designed to allow an application, such as your mail app, access to your information, such as the stuff in Gmail. The login used is that of the information holder. In this case, you use your Google login to sign into your Gmail account. OAuth is maintained by the IETF. OIDC, or OpenID Connect, is built on top of OAuth and uses JWTs. It allows one website to use a login from a different website. For example, if you've ever logged into eBay using your Google account, you've used OIDC. OIDC is maintained by the OpenID Foundation. The original idea of OpenID was to be a single sign-on system where public websites wouldn't have to roll their own login systems. They would just trust a few of the big players, referred to as identity providers. Today, there are many OpenID identity providers, including Facebook, Twitter, Google, and Amazon. Since OpenID is an open standard, you only need to implement OpenID once in your website to support all of these identity providers. SAML is an XML-based language for security assertions. This is the format of the messages and tokens that OAuth uses, and that's maintained by Oasis. JWTs are JSON-based standards for holding claims tokens and supporting encryption and signing. That's maintained by the IETF. It's been a proposed status since 2010, but it's pretty well baked right now. And OTP, finally, is a one-time password. That's the 6-digit number from an auth app or via SMS and email that you use in addition to password or having an authentication cookie when it's needed. If you've never seen what the OAuth workflow looks like for a web application accessing a backend service or an API, this is it. This comes directly from Auth0's documentation, and you can see where the tokens are requested and used. The user column includes the UI app, such as a browser, a mobile, or a desktop app. The regular web app is just any backend service that the website your app uses. This diagram also applies to the service-to-service scenario with a couple of changes. Obviously, there's no user, and the regular web app is just any type of service. This diagram has been a good reference for me over the past few years when discussions of how we secure services would arise. For a variety of reasons, fewer and fewer people are working in the office. This is one of the most significant changes the pandemic forced, but was also a growing trend before the pandemic. I've been a work from home remote for over 10 years. My previous employer had about 25% of the tech staff and about 10% of the business staff as remotes. We had a good head start when the pandemic forced 100% work from home, and we already had a good idea of what it took to make applications more usable regardless of location. Internal applications and resources now have to be more accessible from anywhere, whether that's home, coffee shop, a plane, wherever. In the past, you'd use a VPN and essentially be on the network business as usual, but VPNs are being phased out, largely because they're expensive, can be slow, and require a lot of care and feeding. VPNs also prevented users from accessing local resources, especially printers, and a distributed workforce often needs local device access. Now, with web-based applications such as Microsoft 365, Google Apps, and Salesforce, users have the expectation that they can just open a browser or a mobile app, log in, and start working. This changes the entire security paradigm of the apps we write and reinforces the need for a good service inventory since browsers are insecure and resource limited. You can no longer count on local processing power. This isn't to say every app can or should be browser-based, but you'll likely be asked to add a web experience where you can. Whether a desktop app or web app, we can no longer act as if the connection is protected by our corporate network boundary and internal security controls. The security of data in flight becomes a principal concern, as does the user and application authentication and authorization. Speaking of data security, it wasn't that long ago that almost anyone could dump a company's data into Excel and do some analysis. As more and more data was accumulated, and especially more and more private data, that turned out to be a very bad practice. People had the ability to access data they really shouldn't have had access to, and they weren't securing it well. The inevitable data releases happened and continue to happen. This has rightfully led to a greater effort to secure data, including where data is stored, how you can access it, what is available, who can access it, and what is encrypted. Complicating this is work from anywhere, where data may now travel over the public internet instead of just inside of a corporate network. Regulations such as GDPR, CCPA, and HIPAA, among others, are focused on categorizing what is private data and how private data should be handled. Regulators have lost patience and penalties are very severe these days. A big takeaway for encryption is to not create your own encryption. This is one of those cases where you absolutely want to buy something and use it. Changes we're going to see in our applications include the need to encrypt and decrypt data in the application. User authentication or service authentication and authorization are also going to be more and more important. Some of the changes we've talked about so far, especially work from anywhere, distributed services, and developers responsible for their own infrastructure, make information security teams more nervous because it's far more difficult to know what is going on. As a result, observability and monitoring are growing trends in application development. Observability can be defined as who, did what, where, and when, and all that information from all users and applications is streamed in near real time to an analysis platform. These observability platforms quickly analyze data and look for operational and security issues. In the past, we often relied on logging and notifications. However, with logging and notifications, we developers have to write the code to produce messages when certain applications are taken or when something goes wrong. This means developers at code time are making decisions about what's normal and what's not normal activities. Alerts are usually sent to a small group, and logs periodically need to be cleaned up. Logs are also only usually looked at when something goes wrong, after the fact. Logging and alerting can miss application issues until they reach a threshold of errors. Monitoring and observability changes where and when the decisions about normal or not occur. An application just sends everything to a different system. Analysis rules are applied there, patterns of activity are watched by specialized analysts, and anomalous activities can be caught before they become a problem. This platform sends alerts and provides a basis for auditing in case of regulator questions. A pro tip here is to keep an eye on OpenTelemetry. This is an industry standards organization backed by the major players in observability and monitoring. Seeing what that group is up to is a good way to watch the industry, and you'll likely need to interface with one of their participants in the future. There was a short-lived trend as part of the startup culture big enterprises wanted to nurture, where teams were free to make their own technology choices. This sometimes went poorly and ended up with a hodgepodge of resume-driven development and incompatible systems, not to mention data issues. At previous companies I've worked, before we implemented some level of data governance, we wasted way too much time tracing the ontology of data elements. Implementing data standards is a way to spend more time developing and less time troubleshooting. Data governance, in part, means data has the same meaning throughout a company. Do we have clients or customers? And everybody uses that term everywhere. Data has the same metadata throughout the company. This includes the type, the length, and the precision. This is an especially difficult conversation where GUIDs and UUIDs are involved. Also, data has the same security implementation throughout the company. For example, employee tax numbers are always encrypted, and only an HR manager can see them, and only for very specific reasons. Another one, all technology uses the same schemas for APIs and streaming services. No longer do different teams make up their own API schema. This greatly reduces implementation time. Piggybacking on that, there is a growing use of industry standards, such as Findex or Swift. If you remember EDI, there was one standard for the 850 purchase order, but every vendor typically had their own implementation. The same for all the other documents. EDI tried to cover all industries, and being all things to everyone was part of this problem. The emerging industry standards don't allow for that. They are industry specific, designed by participants in that industry, and everyone uses the same implementation. They are also designed from the start to be much more friendly to APIs and other modern technologies than EDI has turned out to be. More and more companies are also establishing technology standards teams. Some of what these teams standardize on are the architectures. Are we serverless or are we using containers? The languages and platforms we use. To what extent do we or can we embrace open source versus purchased components? Ensuring the software supply chain security. And how do we review products we think we need to buy, and how do we make those purchases? The guidelines which come from standards teams are inevitably going to bring some changes to an enterprise. In my experience, some developers respond poorly to standards, with the mindset of, you can't tell me what to do, especially if their preferred language or platform is not in the standard. I say this as someone who has authored industry and corporate standards. We're not trying at all to diminish you and your skills as a developer. We're just trying to prevent colossal mishaps. We need you and your skills to be awesome, and you can be a very positive force for change. Positivity brings results and rewards. One final non-tech, non-business driver of change is who is in the workforce and their expectations. I'm Gen X and recall that most of my last 20 years was spent at just 2 companies. If I had wanted to, it could have been just one company this entire time. Younger generations have a much more employment at will, to the highest bidder attitude, with fewer qualms about bouncing from place to place over a short period of time. Older generations are now becoming more used to not being in the office as much, which, when combined with a tech-savvy younger generation, the tolerance for what users will endure is much less than what it used to be. Clunky or slow applications with a poor user experience will frustrate users and drive them away. Internal line of business applications have some wiggle room, but SaaS applications and commerce sites and apps do not. UI and UX will become more of a feature than it already is. This is a progression from slash menus to swipe right. Additionally, with such a diversity of coworkers and teammates, not merely in age, but literally everything else, be empathetic and treat people well. In summary, there will always be reasons for changes to our applications, including the automation of business and development processes, increased regulation, security concerns, flexible work locations, generational changes, and increased corporate industry standards. The major changes to our applications at this time include cross-platform and lighter UIs, reusable back-end services to add capabilities, shift resource utilization, potentially open new markets. We'll also see increased inter-application communication. We're going to operate in a reduced trust environment with increased user, application, and data security. Finally, observability and monitoring. That's it for today. I want to thank everybody for coming. I hope you found this
Sorry about that. I got pulled into another meeting. Rich Dudley, are you still on there for Q&A? It looks like you are. We'll bring you up here. Hello,
Jim.
Rich. I'm not hearing you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Let me try.
So I always, it's a, nope, nothing. You might try reloading the page and see if that comes back. Or All right, so we'll wait for Rich to come back real quick. Do want to point out that we have some articles. There's an article on the bottom of the page about Amazon Web Services in your application. Also, we have our enterprise application article challenge going on. So you can write our enterprise articles, pay $100 for all approved articles, and the winner can get $1,000. And yeah, if this goes well, we'd love to do more of these. All right, Rich, I see you're back. Still don't hear you.
You hear me now?
All right. Well, I don't know. Do you know sign language at all? I don't, but if you do, maybe there might be some people in the audience. Then, if there's any questions for Rich, go ahead and type in the chat window, and he can type in responses or pantomime. I'm stuck in a box.
He needs to hold up signs like
There you go. He's
love.
got a marker bird.
Yeah, there you go.
Rich, actually, can you maybe type in the chat if people want to go download any code or samples or slides from you? Where would be the best ways to get that? And then we can get those and put them up on blogs.embarcadero.com later.
I'm telling you, this is the Love Actually way of doing things, Jim. It's the future.
There's a comment here. I think this is related to your session or just in general about using a web-based app here. It says, my experience is the opposite of newer being better, designed and faster. Typically, most web apps are designed by younger people or poorly designed, pay no respect to user and are slow. Now, I don't know that I completely agree with that. I know I've talked to a lot of like CTOs and managers and directors and stuff that are oftentimes excited about using web apps or desktop-based, web-based desktop applications because of the lure of being able to get there quickly and use more readily available junior developers. And I would say that not having enough experienced, seasoned architects involved does lead to trouble, because even if you are doing web apps, you still need to have somebody that, has been in the trenches and seen some things because they're going to be able to help make. So Rich, can you type in if you can type in the chat window, might be easily there. Oh, he did. GitHub. I'll put that link in here. There is Rich's GitHub as well, where you can go out and download some of his samples. And he has the AWS Community Builders diagrams. Directly for that there as well. Oh, that's older. Oh, repositories. Here we go. Yeah, so he has some repositories out there. UI is difficult, and I like to mention generational changes are driving a lot of that. I'll have the slides up shortly. Okay, so he will put the slides up there. And actually, that is a really good point. There is certainly some. It's good to have your UI, especially evolving, but you need to be aware of the forces out there. What are your users using, right? And as your users are using new platforms and new experiences, you may not like TikTok, but if you're not aware of TikTok, then you're not going to be able to understand your users as well. And so you need to understand what your users are using, what platforms they're using, and what applications you're using, and do evolve your UI and your experience around that. All right, it's too bad your microphone's not, or audio's not working, Rich, because I commented earlier, you have a great speaking voice, your NPR voice. But yeah, we'll get together and work on some more stuff later. InSoftware does a lot of really cool stuff. I'm a big fan of everything you guys do. So thanks for putting the session together, and thanks for all you're doing there. And definitely let's stay in touch and work on some more stuff in the future.
I'll get the heads working.
Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll move on at this point, I guess. But Rich, if people go to your GitHub page, it does have your email address and your website, so people can follow up with you on there. And if they have questions, connect to you there. And I will certainly be connecting with you too, because you have some cool projects in your GitHub repository, and in software does so many cool things. So we will talk some more. Mm-hmm. So this is a not related question, but saying that dev C++ is not supporting graphics.h and no output is coming. File an issue on dev C++, please, on that with more details, and we will see what we can do to update that. Oh, and then Richard's put his Twitter in here as well. You can contact him on Twitter or email or GitHub. All right. Thanks a lot, Richard. Sorry for the audio issues. I don't know. Sometimes it works, sometimes things don't, but that's life. All right. So coming up next, we have Alistair Christie, Despaghettification, the ancient art of refactoring Delphi code. This is really important. A lot of people, I don't think, this is refactoring, and Alistair's going to talk about this more, I'm sure. But refactoring is the process of paying down or paying off your technical debt, right? And so technical debt is just as you write your program, right? It may be perfect, but then over time, as you maintain your program and make changes to it and fix bugs and issues and stuff, you're going to get more and more. I can't do a side by side. All right, let's do that over. More and more places where the code is not as maintainable. The code gets harder and harder to maintain. So either just through the fact of fixing bugs, getting them doing things quickly, or where you're like, I don't have time to do this right, I will do it quickly, which is important. Shipping is a feature. Over time, your code gets harder and harder to maintain. And so without proper refactoring, your code gets harder and harder to maintain. I like to say that you will accumulate technical debt that if you don't pay it off, it will not only collect interest as you continue to maintain your application, it will continue to get harder and harder to maintain, but it will eventually foreclose on your application. And so good refactoring, planning refactoring in, understanding how to refactor and how to despaghettify your applications is really important. And so good thing to have, because it helps make your code more maintainable. It helps you have a huge investment in your code base, and without good refactoring, you are devaluing that and letting it go to waste. So refactor your code, keep it easy to maintain, and that's why Alistair is here. All right, I see Alistair's online for Q&A, so I'm going to go ahead and give a couple minutes here while before we get started with the next session. So if you need to freshen up your coffee or your drink or whatever, go ahead and do that, and we'll be starting in 10 minutes. Thanks.
G'day, I'm Alistair Christie from LearnDelphi.tv and welcome to this presentation on refactoring in Delphi, the art of code despaghettification. A term I have borrowed from astrophysics. Spaghettification is where you fall into a black hole and get stretched out by the tidal forces. So I've kind of borrowed it, and it's probably a very unpleasant experience. Likewise with dealing with spaghetti code. So we're going to look at how you might convert some spaghetti code into straight pasta. A little bit about me. I'm an Embarcadero MVP, have been for quite some time now, and I maintain the LearnDelphi.tv website. I think I have about 207, 208 videos on there presently, all on programming in Delphi. And I started that in about 2006 or so. And I've been programming in Delphi since version 3, although I was programming, dabbling in Pascal before that. I'm also an author. This is my first book, Code Faster in Delphi, which is available now. You can get it from my website, learndelphi.tv. There'll be a link on there. And hopefully by the time you watch this, my second book will be available, Code Better in Delphi, but no guarantees. My contact details are probably the best way to contact me is through LinkedIn, and I'm Alistair Christie on LinkedIn. So what is refactoring? Well, it's, as this bullet point says, improving code without changing its behavior. And it's not just, it's the process of changing rather than the change itself. So it's a systematic process. So you follow a recipe, and these recipes are called refactorings. And there are about 60 or 70 refactorings listed, and you can get there's a catalog here. This is not a complete reference, but it is the list from the refactoring book. So if we look at extract method, it's now called extract function. This is now all in JavaScript. It used to be in Java, all the examples, but that's still not too bad to be able to convert those examples into Delphi. And there's often a reverse. So extract function or extract method, the reverse is inline function. So many refactorings have an inverse. A lot of the refactorings can be automated. So there's tools in the compiler and in third-party products that allow you to do refactorings on your code in an automated way, which can greatly reduce the errors and what have you. It greatly helps if you have automated testing. This has not been the case for me in most of my career. I've been working with large legacy applications, and generally legacy applications don't have automated testing. And one of the things is that try and introduce a little bit of it, but it's generally just kind of only a small amount of the code gets automated testing. And legacy code is really does not lend itself to writing tests for. And you might do refactorings, not just in terms of improving code, but it might make making other changes a lot easier. So how did it all start? And where did this refactoring come from? So really, it's always been around. It was the term refactoring was first used in 1990 in an article, but it's been done formally. There's I think extract method has been documented in like Fortran and other languages. So it's been around for a very long time. But the book Refactoring, Improving the Design of Existing Code by Martin Fowler, this is kind of what brought refactoring out to the masses. Now, I've read this first edition twice. I have the second edition sitting on my shelf, and I've referred to the first edition a lot. It's on my to-do list to read the second edition just to see if there's also any slightly more modern techniques on how to do the process. There's been almost 20 years since between editions. And it is a really good book. And I do, in my code Better in Delphi, which hopefully will be available soon, I do go into some refactorings in that as well, but not quite in the same level of detail as we're going to explore in this video. Now, I'm not directly going to talk about code smells in this talk, but I thought I'd mention it because you'll come across it in the literature if you're reading up on refactoring. And it's basically patterns in code which lend themselves to certain refactorings. Now, different smells suggest different types of refactorings. It might be you have a large method, and so you might use extract method to break that method down into smaller, more manageable chunks. and reduce the size of the method overall, which is something we're going to be doing in this talk. And it's always a good idea to keep an eye open for them when modifying code, because that's a good opportunity to clean things up a bit. And I've got this little sort of bad code has code smells, and that leads to lends themselves to refactorings, and you end up with better code. What can refactoring do? Well, obviously, it improves your code by its definition earlier, but we can improve readability and maintainability. These are quite important, and also testability. So lots of abilities there. And over time, you can improve architecture. It also allows you to reduce the complexity of your code, and you can begin to remove technical debt, although often this takes a very long time to make any real progress on a large legacy application. So there are a lot of different refactorings. As I mentioned earlier, there's sort of 60 or 70 odd. We're going to start by covering introduce explaining variable, and rename you just generally do all the time because coming up with names is hard, and often you need to change them as the code changes. Having good names for things can make code a lot easier to read. Extract method, it's another one we're going to look at. Allows you to break down larger methods into smaller chunks. And extract method object, not covering this one, but I've mentioned it here because it's very powerful if you're dealing with legacy code. If you have a very large method or procedure, you can actually convert that procedure or method on an object into an object of its own. And then as you extract methods from it, they become additional methods on that class. And yeah, it just allows you to do a bit more manipulation and hold all those refactorings together in one place, in one object. And of course, there are lots more. The first refactoring we're going to look at is replace conditional with guard clause. And let's take a look at that now. This first piece of code is a very simple routine, which takes a couple of file names, a JPEG and a bitmap, and just converts JPEG to bitmap. So nothing exciting. And if I look at blame, we can see that it was last changed in 2007. So this code has not been modified in quite some time. It's probably being used somewhere. Now we can start by removing these redundant brackets, like so. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to reverse the condition on this if statement. So if we have a look at the structure, we've got an if statement and then a begin end for that if statement that covers that basically all of the code. So I'm going to reverse that and say exit false, and we can then get rid of that begin end and drop that indentation down a little bit. And we don't need that anymore either. So that was a very simple change. But what we've done is we've reduced the indentation a little bit. And generally, I find the more you can reduce the indentation, the easier the code is to read. So that's only an indentation of 1, but you can imagine a situation where you have a much larger function or procedure that has a bunch of these if then begin, if then begin, if then begin, and you end up with this being indented, say 3 times, and you then convert that to three guard clauses, and you've eliminated a whole bunch of indentation, which is irrelevant and just noise. And they can make reading the code a lot easier. Occasionally you'll have a else bit at the end of the if statement, and that's easy enough. So this is your else code goes in here, which in some respects is not ideal because you really want your good case, the normal path of code, to be the easiest to follow through. But the guard clauses do allow you to skip down to the more interesting bits. So that was our first example, replace a conditional with guard clause. And we've somewhat simplified the logic and reduced the indentation, both of which make the code easier to read and maintain. Now, the logic isn't actually simpler, but the layout of the code is easier to read. particularly if you are familiar with guard clauses and can spot them pretty readily. Our next example is introduce explaining variable, and we do this to make the code more readable. So let's take a look. Again, this code was modified, written 15 years ago, so don't judge me by this code. So back in 2007. So this time we are going to come down to here, and we see we've got this lovely comment. If we want to scale down only, and the image is smaller than the bounding box, don't scale it at all. And then we have this if statement. So what I'm going to do is we are introducing explaining variables. Take that expression. And also that bit of code. Your semicolon, and you don't need these extra brackets anymore. So let's eliminate those. Okay, and then we take a look at this comment, and we see that all of this bit of comment is redundant because it's now been explained by using these two local variables. So let's grab that, and this is probably now better suited being about there. So that was fairly straightforward and simple, and I quite think inline variables are, a brilliant use case for doing explaining variables. It makes it very easy. But let's see if we can. Let's add those using Control-Shift-V to add them as regular variables at the top here. Now I'm doing this because the refactorings in Delphi, automated refactorings, do not like inline variables. And we'll see that shortly. But in the meantime, we'll come down and we see we've got this very simple expression. This is not a refactoring I would normally do, but a way of doing an example. Come up to the refactoring menu, and we can do introduce variable. And Delphi will think for a moment as it analyzes the code, and hopefully won't crash. I do not trust the refactorings in Delphi anymore, unfortunately. Hopefully they'll be fixed in a future release. And so I'm just going to give it a name, and I'm going to say replace both occurrences and go OK. So we've created a new width not 0 and assigned it, and it's being used there and here. Now, if I go bar there, for instance, and eliminate that one, and we do the same with new height, I go up to the refactor menu, and we see declare variable is no longer available because it does not like this inline variable. And likewise, the right-click and refactor, same problem. But you may have noticed we have Model Maker Code Explorer installed, and I can come down to add and add explaining variable, which is Shift-Alt-L. In fact, what I should do is do the shortcut. And you can say, no, it's not an integer. Let's say Boolean, and we want to replace both occurrences. New height is not 0. In fact, let's make it new height not 0. I've obviously done this before because it's automatically come up from one of my rehearsals. So it's done exactly the same thing, except without the big weight. And we might want to just eliminate these now redundant brackets. So that one's not a refactoring I would normally do, because it's the expression itself is fairly self-explanatory. But it's served as an example. That was my example of introduce explaining variable, and basically take an expression, very commonly in if statements, but sometimes it could be part of a mathematical calculation or something like that, and you can break it down into some component parts, and you might do one or more explaining variables. Quite often it's more, because simple expressions often don't need them. In Delphi, we've got the refactor menu and then introduce explaining variable, and in Model Maker Code Explorer, it's from the MMX menu, add explaining variable, and the shortcut Shift-Alt-L or Alt-Shift-L if you prefer. And it's quite nice in that it can replace multiple occurrences. So quite often, if it's just in one place, it's probably just as easy to do it manually, or otherwise, if you've got multiple occurrences of the expression, then use the automated tool. And of course, it has a reverse, and it's called inline variable or inline temp. So in Delphi, there are quite a few automated refactorings. Let's have this menu here, and I typically use rename, gets used all the time, extract method quite frequently, declare variable, and in fact, mostly I use the keyboard shortcuts, and I've been using a lot of Delphi XE8 lately on a project, and I've been using a lot of these shortcuts. But since inline variables have become a thing, it's broken many of these refactorings, which is why I have mentioned Model Maker Code Explorer, which you can download from this location. And it has lots of refactorings and generally quite a lot of tools for manipulating code. And there's a lot more than I'm going into in this video, but extract method, extract property, extract interface is what we're going to be using. The rename is not quite as good as the one in Delphi because it'll only do it within the current unit, whereas the rename, the Delphi rename refactoring will do an entire project. And it will do, if you do say a component on a form or something like that, it will handle the updates to the DFM files as well. Class templates, edit entity, that's very, very helpful. We'll be looking at that. And yeah, lots and lots of other things. It's a very powerful tool and very much worth learning. So our next example is a very trivial extract method, but we'll be looking at the various ways we can do that. Here we have some very simple example code. And in fact, this bit of code here comes from refactoring.com. I've just translated it to Delphi and added a bunch of extra code just to make it compile. And what we're going to do is we're going to extract these two lines of code into their own procedure in a process called extract method. And we're going to use this hint, this comment, to indicate what we should call the method. And it's quite common that you'll come across code, there'll be a comment, and for a block of code, and that comment will sort of tell you that it's a very good candidate for extracting into its own method, or in this case, procedure. So, but if we have a look, we also see there's name, which is a global variable, and outstanding, which is a local variable, which means we're going to have to add this as a parameter, and that's easy enough to do, like so. And we can then, instead of having this comment, we can call our new method with its parameter, and then I could shift those two lines of code, and everything quite happily compiles. Now that was not too onerous, fairly quick to do, but you might, for a much larger block of code that's been in amongst lots of indentation and confusion, this process might be a lot more difficult. So I'm just going to hold down undo, and instead we're going to use an automated refactoring, and we're going to start by using the refactoring in Delphi if it works. So from the refactor menu there is extract method, or Control-Shift-M, and I'll try that. No, not going to work. So we'll do it from the menu, and we give it the new name of print details, and it's found the variable name for us. And there we go. So that was that refactoring done. But as you saw, the refactoring is what doesn't always work. So particularly if, say, I made this an inline variable, and now when we go up to the refactor menu, it's completely grayed out, so not available at all. So instead, we can use Model Maker Code Explorer again, and it has extract method, and you can see it's in the main menu, which will give you an indication as to how frequently you should probably be using it, although it doesn't have a shortcut key associated with it. But when we give it its name, print details, and we also see that it's not picked up on the type, so we can add a new type. And I've done this refactoring before, so it's remembered our parameter, and somewhere in here it should say what we want to do with the previous code. And there's lots of options that you can customize, and I'll just go OK. And we no longer need that comment, and it's left in the extracted code, which we can remove. So that was also handy. It's also added some bookmarks. That is extract method. We undo that again, and yeah, look out for comments for blocks of code. They will indicate good candidates for doing extract method on, and will often indicate what you should call that method. And quite often, if you're working with particularly nasty code, you might not even be able to work out what that code does initially, and it might just be you have to do a lot of refactoring on it to clean it up to work out what the code does, and then you can probably still undo all that refactoring, and you have a better understanding as to the best code changes to make that method much easier to modify. So in the previous example, we replaced a comment with a method and extracted some code out, and we used the comment as a hint for what we should call that method. And this is extremely common. I've done this many times. Now we can take advantage of the automated refactorings in both MMX and the Delphi IDE. Now, doing a lot of refactorings manually can involve lots of typing. It's obviously slower and often more prone to error. But it gives you the most flexibility if you want to extract things as functions and stuff like that, and sort of customize the parameter list and what have you. But using the IDE, or the automated tools in general, it's a lot faster. You're less likely to introduce errors, although sometimes the refactoring will cause problems in themselves. But the IDE refactorings, when they work really well. So, well, most of the time, I've had problems with older versions of the IDE. Maybe I couldn't tell you which one, probably Delphi XE6 or something like that. Would miss off parameters and local variables and things like that, but nothing too disastrous. The refactorings in the IDE also often project-wide, so they can have far-reaching effects and can save a huge amount of search and replace, and will update DFM files as well. Now, the refactorings in Model Maker Code Explorer, it says here less constrained by the IDE, so it will allow you to do extract method, perhaps in some places not very appropriate for that. There's a lot more options in it, but you are more likely to have to fix things up, but will work in more circumstances. And unlike the IDE, they're generally not project-wide, so you're limited to the current unit. So let's now look at a more advanced version of extract method. For this next example, we're going to be looking at some production code again. And we have this download from realestate.co.nz. And now realestate.co.nz is obviously a website in New Zealand that has properties for sale on it. And this routine here, for a particular property on that website, it will download all the details, including the photos. So it's fairly straightforward. There's a bunch of it's kind of, there's three parts to it. There's a sort of a setup, it's a, do you really want to do this, and overwrite, that kind of thing. And then there's the actual updating of data, just kind of down to there also. And then we have the downloading of photos, and then cleaning up after that. So it's slightly longer than our other example, and we can immediately see we have some commented out code, and this is a very common anti-pattern. I should mention this code, I think goes back about to 2012, so about 10 years old. So it's been modified a few times since, but never really cleaned up. So really commented out code. It's in source control. If I really wanted to get it back, I could get it from there. Obviously, I was not overwriting stuff. If the address is already present, then we didn't want to overwrite it with a new address. So we can just bring that indent back. So already we've cleaned up the code slightly and made it more readable. The compiler, of course, does not care, but we do. So it's ideally, this would probably be shifted into a whole other unit, and we'll be looking at that later. But in the meantime, usually it's just a good idea to remove your code out of events. So I'm just going to copy that and go begin end, and we'll eliminate there, and go Control-Shift-C, and that's declared a private function for us, and it will obviously do exactly as before, except now we have everything in its own procedure, which is not quite as tied to the user interface, so it makes it a little bit easier to shift. So I'm just going to initially convert this to a class procedure and see what doesn't work. So we have save listings data is not that's a we can't get to it for now, but it's another method on the unit. Obviously not a class procedure or class method. We've got this ref, and that's 1, 2, and there's another one further down, 3, and refresh dbpix, whatever that does. So making it just temporarily making it a class procedure gives you an indication as to how closely the code is tied to the class. And in this case, it's not particularly so. And in fact, all of the code, all of the data manipulation code is completely divorced from the class. So that's a good indication that it does not actually belong here. So I'm going to undo that, but this time I'm going to press Control-Shift-E, which is another Model Maker Code Explorer. No, it's not. Let's extract method. Yeah, okay, so it is edit entity, Control-E. But Control-E, and I can say it's no longer a class method. So that's a bit easier than manually editing the code. So the first thing we might want to do is let's take out all of this code into its own method. So we can go, in fact, if you look at the refactor menu, extract method is not available because I've probably got inline variables all throughout this code. Not this particular bit of code because it's quite old, but in other areas of this form. And we go extract method. And we'll give it a name. I'm going to be kind of lazy. Update data. So I'm just prefixing the new method with the old method's name, just to make it a bit easier to manage going forward. I'm going to make a class method. We already know that there's nothing in there that requires anything on the class. And rather than leave the old code as a comment, I am going to just remove it. And I think that's probably all I need to do. Private is good. And go OK. So now we've got our new method. Now, unfortunately, we see we've got a bunch of errors. Now, that is related to the fact that this is declared in a, in fact, if I go Control 7, Control 9, no, let's go to the top. That this class is declared in a unit, if I can find it, I'll just go search. There we go, that one. So I'm just going to shift that back up here. And I'll throw it in, it doesn't matter too much where it goes. Now, Model Maker Code Explorer also added a bunch of bookmarks, 7, 8, 9. So if I go to 7, this is kind of 7 and 8 are kind of where the original code was extracted from, and 9 is our new method. So fairly straightforward. We're going to repeat this with the downloading of the photos, which occurs in here. I'm not going to, I could extract that whole chunk there, but instead I'm just going to extract the contents of the if statement. And again, we'll get photos. Do I make it a class method now? Yeah, I might as well make it a class method. I think I can. There's going to be some errors, but I think we can fix them. And we want to remove the old code. Now, we've got a couple of errors. The first is this ref. We'll come back to that. This refresh dbpix. This kind of happens at the end. So I'll cut that. And let's go back to 7-ish. And just paste that after. So that's the first one sorted. The other issue is this ref, which didn't get picked up. I suppose it's because it's a class method. So what so this is if I control click on that. It's not working. Okay, so let's go back to 8. I'm not going to control click on one of these ones that actually do. There we go. So we see that it's just referring to a field on a data module. So there's the listings table and the ref field, and DM is just a shortcut for this longer data module. It saves on a lot of typing and a lot of confusion in the code. So what I could do, so there's two options. The Control 9. The first would be to add a parameter. So if I go back Control E for edit entity, I can go insert a parameter, call it ref, and it's remembered from last time I did this that I wanted it to be a constant and a string. And I can go OK, and then we'll get a missing parameter which we can put in. Or alternatively, I can just take this, copy that, do a bunch of undos. Yep, okay, so that was enough of them, and replace that with that's effectively a, I forget the refactoring name, but it's unwinding a procedure. So inline procedure, maybe, inline function, something like that. So that should probably now compile. I haven't compiled this on this machine for a while. No, but it's not related. Yeah, okay, so we won't worry about that. The issue with the T-chart and quick reports relationship, but I will fix that later. So we have done extract method a couple of times. Our procedure is now a lot smaller, and if we look up, we'll see that there is a bunch of, I was hoping we'd see them a bit more obviously than that. I need to do some cleaning up some of those warnings. But if I come back here, we could probably remove a bunch of these. I'd say Floria land area and so on. But we're not getting the warnings because of the error in the code. I don't normally develop this application on this machine, and I've obviously made a few changes that I might need to just double check the version control. But in that particular error is about scope of units. So moving on, that's our new method is now almost fits in a single screen. It might well do if we get rid of some more of these variables that are no longer needed. So search price region listing ref. Oh no, we need listing ref. Search price and region can go. And prefix, no, the state. Success, and that's still used. So very, very close to being on a single screen. In fact, normally this would be a single screen because I've increased the font and I'm running it 1080p rather than 4K. So in that last section, we extracted two methods. The first was the data manipulation code, and the second was the downloading of photos. So we started with a large method, and we found how that was sort of divided up. We sort of found three sections, and we extracted two of those sections out into their own methods. And as stated here, the sum of the parts is often simpler than the whole. So a method that is twice as large is often more than twice as complicated. So if you can divide that into two methods, often the complexity goes down, or at least the ability to understand the code is improved. So next up, we're going to be moving a method between classes. So if we now take a look at the download from realestate.co update data, we see really it's a class method, so it doesn't really need to be in the listing inquiry, and pretty much every single line of code accesses the data module. So that's probably a reasonable place to shift it to. And if we go into the data module, we see that this is just a function, which is a shortcut for this data module we get, which unsurprisingly contains a lot of data sets. Now, what we want to do is shift our get update data procedure. And what we can do is I just go back up to the top and copy this signature without the class bit. Control V and Control Shift C. And we're missing our T realestate.co advert getter unit. Getter. And so that's now fine. And basically we just want to copy and paste or cut and paste the contents of the procedure. Like so. And we see we have lots of errors, but they're all basically the same error. So I'm just going to highlight that, go Control R, and replace the M dot with nothing. And magically all our errors go away. Now, if we go back to listing inquiry, we need to call that in here. So we call dm dot like so, and probably compile and test at this point. And I fixed my errors. Let's terminate that, and I might go back to the more code layout. And so effectively we've finished this, but what I'm going to do is take that, I'll cut it and replace that one. Can I go back? No. And delete that line and delete that definition. So that's pretty much tidied up. And let's double check that it doesn't decompile. I did in fact fix my error from earlier, which was related to a unit scoping issue related to tchart. Okay, so that was our first shift method, and we'll take a look at the next one. So we wanted to shift a method between classes from the form to the data module, because basically the contents were more related to the data module than the form. And so we did this in a number of steps. We created the new method on the data module, and then we shifted the contents. And we pointed the old method at the new method, at which point we could do a lot of testing. And then we could call the new method everywhere it's used. In this case, there's only one location, so that was fairly straightforward, and delete the old method. We're going to repeat this exercise, but there's going to be a slight complication. And we're going to have to use extract interface and inject dependency. So we're going to use method injection. Next up, we want to shift our download from realestate.co with the get photos. So we're going to shift that to the data module as well. So if we have a close look at that, we see we've got this T multi-threaded downloader. If I control click on that, we can see it's a VCL form with the list of files queued up, those that are downloading and those that have been completed. So I do not want to have a form referenced from a data module. In practice you can do it, but my feeling is that this would make this data module now non-portable. At the moment I could shift it to an Android application or iOS or whatever. But as soon as I start referencing VCL forms, that's going to stop that portability in its tracks. So what we need to do is somehow abstract out this form. Now we could do it with like passing in an anonymous method or all sorts of, there's lots of ways of doing it. But what we're going to do is we're going to extract an interface. So if we come down to across to the multi-threaded downloader, we see we've got two methods, web get files and web get file. I'm not sure if this is particularly useful. Is it downloading a single file is in a multi-threaded fashion is not necessarily any faster, but that one we definitely do want to shift or make use of, because that's the method that's being used, the web get files. So we're creating the form and then we're downloading images, and it's automatically freed in the on close. On close, we see that our action is CA free. And again, this code is probably pretty old. I haven't actually checked how old this one's, probably around 10 years old. So what we want to do is we'll go to our multi-threaded downloader and we want to extract an interface. Now, I want to make a code explorer. I'll just shift this off to the side, but not dock it. We have down the bottom two methods, and from those I want to extract an interface. If I can remember how to do it, here we go, extract interface. And we will call it my ancestor interface. That'll do for now. And we should really need an interface, an ancestor for it. And I'm going to take that, just shove it up here for now. And it's helpfully added system.classes, which is already present. that reference. And I can make this form implement that interface. And again, shift that to the side. So we now have an interface, and this form is implementing that interface. So what we need to do is create a new unit. And I can call it multi-threaded downloader interface. Copy that. Add that to the uses. So we have at the top. Now I can take this out. Throw it in here, and of course we need them dot classes because we've got string lists. I wonder if that and see if it actually there's actually errors. Nope. Okay. It's probably that I haven't saved the unit that it's complaining. So next up, we want to change our method signature so that it creates a it uses probably throw that unit. Let's just put a mark there, and it'll need to go up the top somewhere. There will do. In fact, why don't I just save that? There will do. Ignore the automated testing. They're a bit, rather lacking in this project. Okay, so that error's gone away. And we want to come back to this, add another parameter, multi-threaded downloader. I'm multi-threaded downloader. Control-Shift-P to add that in there. And at this point, I want to change this to mtd dot with get files. Shift that. Okay. So we want to go back to where that is being called from. And no, that didn't work. Let's go up. Download from Rico. And we want to pass in. We can create. How lazy do I want to be? I think that'll work. So, because the form automatically frees itself when it closes, that should be fine. The forms don't implement add ref and release in terms of reference counting. So, because we're passing it in as part of interface, you might expect that it might automatically get freed as part of the reference counting, but that's not the case in this instance. So, I think this is okay. We'll find out. And so we can just, I might give that a quick compile and make sure I've done things correctly. Normally you'd be testing at every step to make sure that everything is okay, and that compiles just fine. So now our download photos from realestate.co no longer reference a form. So that's now platform independent. We can now shift this quite happily to our data module and not corrupt the multi-platformness of the application. Not this particular thing is multi-platform, but this unit could be. And I think just referencing forms from data modules is bad anyway. It tends to lend itself very quickly to becoming quite convoluted code with lots of dependency cycles. which can be very hard on the compiler, very memory intensive. Now, so let's come back to listing inquiry, and let's copy that signature, and it's still going to be a class. We can still make it a class method. Oh, we can copy it from the top though. Come to our data module. So normally I wouldn't shift this, but I just need the example, so we can implement that class and also add multi-threaded downloaded form, and some reason our interface is not being listed there. So let's copy that. Okay, that should get rid of all the errors, and we should be now copy the code quite happily from listing inquiry, that one. So I'll do my same trick. Begin end and VM dot. Like so, and all of this can now come across to the data module and paste it in. Okay, we can get rid of the DM. We still have this check for pick. Oh, okay. We don't want to make it a class method, so I'll just go Control E and remove that. Okay, so we're now missing a unit, and remember which one it is, but let's go up. I know that it's one of two. Processing might be cross-platform. Yep. Okay. So that's our code shifted. That was a little bit convoluted, but hopefully it's illustrated a number of refactoring techniques, such as the extract interface. Interfaces are very important for dependency inversion. You can do it in other ways. I've used anonymous methods in the past as well to eliminate dependencies, in particular dependency cycles, and it can make the code a lot cleaner. It does make it a little bit harder to follow and debug, but increases the portability of the code quite considerably and the testability. So that's pretty much the example here. So let's move on. And just lastly, we can have a look at the code running. And if we go to the Internet tab and go download from realestate.co, and you see we want to overwrite, we can see it's downloading the photos and has updated the listing. Although I've done this several times now, so it's not actually changed anything. And have a look at the photos. Okay, so oops. Okay, there's a little bit of debugging I need to have a look there. That might be the background thread for looking for an update. Okay, so that's all I want to cover. Let's move on to the end of the presentation. So that last example was a little bit convoluted, but effectively we wanted to shift the photo download method to the data module, but it had a form in it, and well, a VCL form, and we don't want to reference forms from data modules. Generally speaking, I generally always want the reference to be in the reverse, always from a form to a data module, never a data module to a form. And so we extracted an interface from that form, and we passed that interface into the new method. That's dependency injection, method injection, and or even the extracting interface is effectively it's a dependency inversion. And now both the form and data module depend on the interface, but not on each other. So that code is far more portable and easier to shift around. And of course, test if we wanted to go down that route, because we could pass in a mock or a fake or something like that, or in the testing code. So where can you learn more about refactoring? Well, obviously, the refactoring book by Martin Fowler. I can't recommend that book enough. It is brilliant. The examples are either in Java or JavaScript, depending on what edition you buy. The newer edition is in JavaScript. And there's a lot on refactoring.com, which gives you a little bit of an overview, but the actual methodology, you have to buy the book for that. But there's a huge amount. If you just Google refactoring, there's a lot of information on how to do it. I'd also recommend working effectively with Legacy Code by Michael Feathers. Another excellent book I've read a couple of times. It has a lot on how to refactor your code to enable testing, which is effectively what that book is about. I'd also recommend Delphi Legacy Projects. There's not a lot on refactoring in that book, but there's a lot with working out strategies for dealing with legacy code in Delphi. These two books, of course, are not related to Delphi at all, but obviously Delphi Legacy Projects and my new book, which may or may not be out by the time you watch this, Code Better in Delphi. And this is just a working cover page. It might change from that. So thanks for watching. You can always get my current book, Code Faster in Delphi, if you're looking to be more productive. And also I have lots of training videos on my website, learndelphi.tv. If you get the mega pack, it's over 30 something hours of content. It's a ridiculous amount of video to watch, but it's got a lot of detail on the VCL and client datasets and generic collections and various other bits and pieces. So thanks for watching. I'm Alistair from learndelphi.tv.
All right, great. Thank you, Alistair, for that session. There's always a lot of great information in there. Looks like you're still on. You want to come on if we can do some Q&A here?
Hello.
Hello. I'm glad you're talking about refactoring. It's an important topic.
Yeah, especially in sort of enterprise stuff. The large enterprise projects tend to be, decades long type endeavors, and end up having lots and lots of code in them that is when you get lots of people working on a project over many years, it becomes quite convoluted. So it helps a lot to be able to manipulate that code in efficient ways.
Yes. Okay, so questions here. Sorry, I got distracted. Something popped up on my screen. Alf said,
multitasking there.
I always thought that if I worked at Embarcadero, it'd be great because I could just enjoy all the content. But it's like, if anything, it's like I'm expected to work when there's webinars going on. It's probably important to only comment out the original code in order to get back in the original bad code in case used any place in different programs if you're working in parallel.
Okay, that might be that if you've got like a project group with lots of projects in it, then you can have lots of shared code. And so, if you're doing refactoring in one project, it might break another. So it's something you need to be aware of. And of course, version control is the the solution to get back anything that's broken. So definitely you should be using at least Subversion, if not Git.
Yeah, generally commenting out code, and if you disagree with me, that's fine. But generally, I would say that you comment out code only temporarily, or if you like sometimes if you had occasionally I uncomment this code to use. Actually, then I probably use a compiler directive to do that. I think commented out code is a code smell.
It is.
That's something you should not have in your code.
I occasionally have little bits of code for debugging. Might have a copy to the clipboard or something like that, which I might leave in just for convenience. But usually if it's actual you've got a block of code there that's commented out, you should probably just delete it and rely on version control to get it back if you need it.
And if you're not using version
99 times out of
control,
100.
like Alistair's,
Yeah.
What's that?
So 99 times out of 100, you'll never need to use that code again. That's
Yes. Yagna. Yeah, but yeah, if you're not using version control, at least use Subversion. Although Git and GitHub is really easy. You can get free private repositories on GitHub now. Or
and
GitLab
Bitbucket as well.
Bitbucket.
Yeah, if you're anti-Microsoft or something like that.
Yeah. And the advantage of using cloud-based source control is offsite backup as well.
Yeah, that's actually really huge. And like in like here in New Zealand, we had a big earthquake in Christchurch back in 2011. There was a couple of them, 2010 and 2011. But it was interesting that a lot of businesses shifted their data to the cloud after that, because they had situations where they'd have servers and things like that sitting in a building. The building was still intact, but they weren't allowed to go in and retrieve those computers because that wasn't safe, and the buildings got demolished with all that hardware still in them. So yeah, having stuff offsite and even in a different city is very sensible.
Yeah, and yeah. I worked with someone that did not want to use cloud, but they kept having all these hardware failures, and they finally switched to cloud. And they're like, I should have done this years ago. Why was I resistant? But anyway, that's another topic for another day. So I know we're getting really close on your new book. You mentioned you hoped it would be out by now.
Yeah, still not quite finished. Very, very close to finished. My wife's doing an edit through proofread. It's been proofread by lots of people so far, and so the content is it's very, very, very little redundancy in it. So it's very information dense.
Good. And I know actually I was writing the forward and I saw there was a feedback on that, and I haven't gone back through that yet, but I will go back through the changes on my forward.
Yeah. That's I did a very cursory edit on it, and then my wife went through and she's very, very particular about grammar and what have you. So
good. I actually had a couple other changes I want to make on it too. So
okay,
I'll do a merge. Ian pointed out zip files are not version control. This is so true. So if you're using zip files or copying, and I've done this, right? I've used the zip files. I've used making a copy of my directory. I've used emailing the source control or the source code between different developers. All of those are not source control. There's really not any excuses not to be using source control. If you're really paranoid about using cloud-based source control, you can have a local server, but make sure you do have offsite backups. But
I do.
Version control is way better.
Yeah, in the book I do a local Subversion repository, an example with that. That's probably the easiest to set up. If you want to, particularly if you want to have version control between two different machines. So that'd be the kind of a minimum level of redundancy you should have. And of course, version control is just not just backing up. It's all that flexibility of branching and just as the ease with which you can revert changes and what have you improves your workflow considerably.
Well, and then when you have version control attached to a ticketing system, your changes, right? Then you can say, when something's not working, and you pointed out blame, right? So they can say, wait, when did this last work? Oh, it last worked here. Oh, I was fixing this bug, and that bug also affected these files here. Okay, now I can see where things went. And Kirk just said, GXperts has a project. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, GXperts does have a project backup.
But that's still not version control.
Indeed. I'm not sure if I think it only does stuff you reference in your project. I'm not sure if it does any extra units that are in to the library paths and things like that. So
version control is huge, and even if you're a developer team of 0 or 1, then you still should be using version control. A lot of people are like, oh, I don't have a big team.
Even
Just use version
non-developers like DBAs and people like that can have their
Yes.
bits of SQL and all that kind of stuff, and all your if you're doing DevOps, all your infrastructure scripts and things like that. can all
Writing
reside there.
documentation, whatever it is. Yep.
Yeah.
Ian says,
Yeah.
when you live in Tornado Alley, you get really passionate about offsite backups. You know, the generally is that there are people that back up, or people that let's see. There's people that make backups and people that will regret not making backups. Is the two classes.
Yeah, and one backup is generally not enough as well. It's good to have a backup history, and also an offsite backup of some kind, because big disasters happen, earthquakes, tsunamis, fires, tornadoes. They can wipe out, possibly not just your machine, but any other machines in your building. Where I worked,
an absolute minimum, you need to have source control and offsite backup. But then depending on your threat model, you might want to have multiple offsite backups in different locations or whatever. But we do need to switch over now.
Okay, all right.
Real quick. Okay.
Yep. Good.
All right. Thank you so much, Alistair. Really appreciate it. And looking forward to your new book. You put out great work. So check it out, learndelphi.tv. If you don't have Alistair's first book, get that one, and then get his new book when it comes out very shortly here. Here is the schedule. Coming up next, we have Ian Barker again, Enterprise iOS apps, no app store required. So Ian will be on for that, and then we'll have Q&A. So we'll see you all shortly.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world and what time you're watching this and whether it's a replay. This is Enterprise CodeRage 2022. My name is Ian Barker, and I'm an Embarcadero Delphi MVP. You can get me on ian.barker@gmail.com, or you can follow me on Twitter at punctuation whilst it's still around. There's all sorts of drama going on around that. And you can reach me on my website at about.me/Ian Barker. This session is Enterprise iOS apps, no app store required. Okay, so the Apple App Store. Love it or hate it. The Apple App Store is the walled garden of curated apps which have passed Apple's final approval. The approval process itself is a little bit arduous. They seem to be very, very fussy, and I understand why. It's a lot to do with trying to keep the credibility and the viability of the App Store intact. That's ostensibly what it's all about. Making sure that there aren't apps in there that do suspicious or horrible things, no viruses and no other traumatic incidences. That's what it's about. Because of that, it can be extremely difficult to get your app into the App Store and pass the approval process. It's common for most new developers to be rejected multiple times. That's just the way it goes. Unlike Windows and Android, there is no other way to get apps onto iOS devices. Or is there? Well, yes, there is. And that other way is known as Apple Enterprise apps. There is an Apple Developer Enterprise program, and this doesn't use normal Apple App Store. You don't go through it at all. It is a very specific program designed for companies, and the companies are verified by Apple, and it costs you money to join. You have to pay that yearly, and the approval process, it does actually make sure that you are a genuine company and you're not just a sole trader or something like that who's going, you know what, I'll avoid the whole approval process and launch my app and make millions. That is not what this program is for. It's designed for companies very specifically. It is a scheme which allows companies to develop in-house iOS apps for use by their own staff in the company, and also contractors and people like that. One of my customers, for example, is the visiting nurses, as you'll see later on, and the apps that they use are for their own staff or employees, but they also have several contract healthcare staff who are working on behalf of the company, and this is allowed in the Apple iOS Enterprise program for them to actually use the apps as well. The apps that they use are specific to the tasks that they're carrying out on behalf of the visiting nurses. It's not free. It costs money to join, and that money costs you more than the regular Apple iOS developer program. If you're a regular developer and you want to create iOS apps, then it costs you, I think it's $100 and something US every year, and for companies it's actually $299 US, or whatever your equivalent is in your local currency. And yes, you pay yearly. The companies are verified by Apple, and the way that they're verified is using a DUNS number, which we'll talk about in a moment. And they also make sure that any public records, like in the UK Companies House, for example, that you exist. Once you get through that process, then it's actually pretty generous in the sense that the apps can be distributed directly to company curated devices. You can do that using a tool called MDM. They've got a few other ways of doing it. Or you can even download the apps directly from a special web page that's got some embedded metadata in it, which we'll talk about later as well. The developers themselves are either in-house developers that work for the company. So let's say you're a company called widgets.com and you make widgets, and you've got your own iOS developers that produce apps that are used internally to manage the process of making widgets. Then you could be part of that program for the in-house developers. But of course, iOS developers, luckily, programmers in general, software developers, are quite expensive, and so it's very common for people to use external contractors. And many of you that are listening may well fall into that category. If you're an external contractor, then what happens is you join the enterprise's team, which is the terminology that Apple use. And once you've joined that team, you can then create apps and sign apps with the Apple Enterprise iOS code signing certificates, and create IDs for the apps and all the other things that you need to do. If you're a developer, it allows you to create apps for corporate customers. Now, this can be very lucrative, and the reason is that you can do much more than just go through the App Store. And I'll show you some figures in a minute, which will turn your hair white, if indeed you've got hair, unlike me. But it can be much more lucrative than the App Store. You can sell your development labor, your time, and you can sell people consultancy as well, and advising them on the best way to go about apps and the best things to put in apps, because if they're enterprise customers, it might not be their main focus of business is developing apps. Unlike a software house, it could be that they just make widgets and that's what they understand. They know broadly what they want their app to do, but they might not necessarily understand the best ways to achieve that, like how to scan barcodes and get them into stock and how to use REST servers or something like that. So there is some consultancy behind there that you can sell your time for, as well as the actual labor of writing the program, hourly rate or something like that. You can also sell technical support and training, and if you do a good job, then you should get some repeat business. Perhaps one of the best things is you don't pay any royalties to Apple. If your customer takes their enterprise apps and gives them out to 15,000 people, I think there is actually a limit, but let's say 1,500, 1,500 people, they don't pay Apple a penny. It doesn't matter how many internal corporate enterprise iOS apps that they produce, they don't pay Apple anything more than their yearly fees. It's designed for being used in-house. There is no approval process. You don't even need to tell Apple anything about the app, whether you're doing anything shady. I'm sure you wouldn't, but let's say you're gathering information, personal data, something horrible, you'll still need to get your app to actually accept those permissions so that the people who are using the apps know that's going on. But there's no approval process to go through with Apple. So if you wanted to create a flashlight app for the business, then you could do that. Whereas with the normal iOS App Store process, creating a flashlight app is actually specifically forbidden. It's one of the things they tell you can't do. Weird but true. There are no guidelines either, so you can ignore certain things like navigational design paradigms and stuff like that. My personal advice would be stick to the guidelines as if it was going to go in the App Store, so that people, when they use the apps, they're familiar with what they're seeing and it doesn't seem weird and bizarre and clunky. But you don't have to. If you want to make it look like an Android app on an iOS device, fine, go ahead. If you want to completely ignore all of the norms for designing the iOS apps, then go ahead. The enterprise program doesn't care at all. Now, is selling via the App Store profitable? Is it likely that you would make more money writing an app and then selling it to your corporate customer, giving them some kind of discount, which you can do via the App Store, or just saying to them, hey, it's on the App Store, download it and just pay the fees? Let's look at some figures and work that out. The standard App Store commission is 30%. However, unless you're very, very lucky and you're earning more than $1 million a year, if you're below that $1 million threshold, then it's actually only 15%. And that was something that Apple introduced a while ago, a couple of years back, under pressure, because people were saying, hey, this is disgraceful. You're taking 30% of our money and we're poor, broke software developers. So they caved into some pressure from the EU and a few other places and introduced this small business program. Their argument was they just wanted to help developers out, but I could be skeptical. I think these large blue chip behemoths perhaps not quite as generous as they sound, but that's what it's there for. So 15% if you earn less than $1 million a year. If you compare that to enterprise membership, which is a flat fee, a one-off fee per year of $299, and you can create as many apps as you like, and they can go to as many employees of the company or contractors of the company as you like, then you're obviously you're costing the enterprise less money if they're in return for your fees and your salary. If you want to look at whether selling via the App Store is profitable, let's compare this to the US minimum wage, which currently on average is $7.25. Now, if you were to factor in the Apple fees and the tax, and this calculation on the left is a bit iffy, so don't bother mailing me or messaging me and saying, hey, that's not how you work out the tax. I just did a rough calculation to say let's add some fees on top. But if you're trying to make a comparable profit from the App Store of the US minimum wage, assuming you work 40 hours a week, 8 hours a day, 52 weeks of the year, then you would have to sell 3,445 copies of your app to make the same as minimum wage. And that app would need to sell for $4.99 each. Now, that's unusual. That price is probably not something that's very common in the App Store. The common price is anything between 99 cents for something that's not known to maybe as much as $15, but the typical median price seems to be around about $4.99. So if we take that figure, then you've got to sell 3,445 before you can make a profit, or at least make the same profit as you would on the minimum wage working in a burger joint or something like that. If you increase the value of your sales and someone's paying, say, $24.99 per app, which would put you really in the higher bracket of costs for apps, then you need to sell 688 apps every single year just to break even on the minimum wage in the United States. So is the App Store profitable? If you've got a good idea and you guarantee every year to sell many thousands, then yes, you can make money at it. If you take the subscription model on, where your customers are paying you a subscription, software as a service kind of subscription, don't forget that Apple will take a cut on that subscription as well. You can't just put an app up which has got links to signing up somewhere else where you can duck their commission. No, they will take commission on that as well, and they will do it in a slightly awkward way. So it's not really, in my opinion, the best way to make money. out of writing iOS apps. I personally, if it was me, I would be selling my skills and consultancy. If you've got a great idea, well, you're going to make a lot of money. How are iOS apps distributed? Well, they are different to the regular iOS apps. They can be distributed simply via email. You can literally email the package around and people can install it that way. You can install it over the air, over Wi-Fi, and we'll talk about that in a moment. You can use iTunes, although this is a method that's not really very common for enterprise apps. Or you can use some enterprise provisioning tools, and specifically it was a product called MDM. There are some others out there as well. Some of them are horrendously expensive to use. Every month there's a fee. Or you can use a specially crafted web page, which is the way I do it. If you set this web page up, you put some metadata in there. The website also needs to include some distribution certificates and things like that on the website. And then your customers, employees just go to that special web page, probably on a something like a intraweb or something like that, so it's secure, and they click on it and download it and off they go. That's how my customers do it. Updates are super easy compared to the iOS App Store. No waiting for the approval process. No, oh dear, Apple have got some kind of closed off system because there's a new conference coming up and they're freezing the App Store temporarily. No, you don't have to do any of that. You can write your update, code sign it in the regular way, just as you do with any other Delphi or C++ builder app, and then distribute it using one of the methods that we talked about there. What's the difference between an enterprise app and a normal iOS app? An enterprise app is an application that has been signed using an Apple Enterprise Certificate. It's a very specific thing. It's not your regular developer certificates. It's almost always ad hoc. If you're familiar with Delphi and you go to the product type on the project page, the build type, then you can choose store or ad hoc, and I forget what the other one is. You always choose ad hoc. It's not tied to any specific devices because in theory with iOS you can use an ad hoc method of distribution. You can then put that onto as many devices as you like up to a limit, but you need to know the device IDs. They are then frozen on the Apple's page for that Apple app for 12 months. So I think the limit is probably at least 100. It might be 1,000 now. With the ad hoc way of doing it in the regular iOS apps, you have to notify which devices you're going to use and distribute them that way. With the Apple Enterprise apps, you don't need to do that. It doesn't care about which devices it's going to. They install the Apple Enterprise distribution certificate for your organization, and as long as they've got that on there, they can use the app. We actually don't even know which devices are using the app most of the time. Personally, we put telemetry in to find out, but you don't have to. It's not tied to anything specific. And yes, we definitely can create them in Delphi, C++, via Rad Studio, so not a problem. What do you need to get the enterprise developer program registered? Well, the company needs to be registered on that page that you see there, https developer.apple.com/programs/iOS, and look for Apple Enterprise Developer Program. It costs, at the time that we're recording this, $299 a year. US, it's correspondingly similar amounts in different markets around the world. The company must provide Apple with proof that they actually are a legitimate company and not one you've made up just so you can get onto this program and avoid going through the App Store, of course. And to do that, you need to provide a Dun & Bradstreet number. If you go to dnb.com/get-a-duns-number.html, spelled out the way that you see there, you can get a Dun & Bradstreet number. That works in most countries. If you can't do that, the Apple Enterprise Developer Program tells you about other ways to prove who you are. They do validate who you are. You can't just randomly pretend to be a company and get away with it. And by the way, if you do and they catch you out, say goodbye to working with the Apple products ever again, because they will ban you and permanently, and your developers as well. So it's a risk to them. Someone with legal authority for the organization must validate the paperwork. So if, for example, you are a LLC or a limited company or a PLC in the UK or a publicly listed company, it must be someone who's got the legal ability to make agreements for the company. That might be some legal lawyer type person or company secretary or someone who's actually recognized as being someone who can enter into contracts, because you're entering into a binding contract with Apple saying that you're not going to do this, you're not going to do that, and basically just not going to mess them about in terms of misusing this program. Once you've gone through the hoops and you've been approved, you can sign on to the developer portal, and depending on which role you've got in the team, you will then be offered a new drop down, shall we say, on the developer portal, asking you which team you are. You're either yourself as a regular developer or you're part of the enterprise team. In this case, I'm using the example of the Visiting Nurses Association of the Midlands in the United States, who are one of my customers. And this is actually how it looks, or looked certainly, when you go to log in. It'll say, which one do you want to be? Do you want to be the Visiting Nurses, or do you want to be yourself, or do you want to be something else? Because I have multiple teams. I pick that team, and then off I go. I'm then doing things to do with that team. The person who is the enterprise customer's administrator is called the agent. And the agent is the person which can then add developers on. Now, in my case, I have a very good working relationship with this customer, and they gave me admin rights. So I am an administrator, which means I can add other people and create and delete certificates and stuff like that. Some organizations might not want to grant you that kind of permission, and in that case then you will you'll just be a normal developer. I forget what the entire set of roles are, but they vary. But in this case, the agent needs to add you. They add you as a developer, and they also will then create an iOS distribution certificate for the enterprise. They will also have your development certificate for the developer and provisioning profiles for the apps, just the same as you would do if you were a regular developer. You will need to note these down, and at some point you will need to download them onto your Mac. Don't forget, if you are creating iOS Apple apps or macOS Apple apps, you don't need a Mac to actually write the program in the first place. Using Rad Studio, you can actually go off and create the app and design all the forms and write all the code. But the point at which you want to actually create that app for the bundle that's going to be issued out to devices or test it on a device, you will need a Mac. This does work for Intel-based machines and also ARM-based machines. I personally use an ARM-based machine now, but I used an Intel machine for a long time. There are a lot of certificates you need to produce, and someone at the enterprise needs to manage them because they do expire. Every year they need to renew the program, and when they do, some of those certificates expire, and that can stop the apps themselves actually working. Install PA Server just like you do regularly on Rad Studio. If you don't know how to do that, we've got lots of help and advice telling you how to make that happen. And you'll also need Xcode and the correct SDK. If you've got a Mac, or going to be familiar to you to how to do this. If you don't have a Mac and you're thinking about buying one, a Mac Mini M1, for example, is relatively low cost. It's cheaper than most laptops, and it's perfectly adequate for doing the job. That's what I use, and it's absolutely brilliant. But you can use Mac in Cloud and some of the other cloud services to do this. The only thing that you need to obviously put on that Mac is all your certificates and stuff like that, and have a copy of Xcode that's got that installed, because when you go to create the app, you're still doing exactly the same thing. The only difference is at the end, once you sign it with the enterprise certificate. You make the connection just as you do with any other iOS app. So you connect up to your device, and you can test it just as you normally do. And if everything's correctly set up, and you say 64-bit ad hoc, and connect to your Mac, as long as you've already installed the provisioning profile and distribution certificates, and I think you'll need to read the Apple advice for that very carefully to do that, because it's a bit of a rat's nest of complicated click this, click that, download that, open this keychain. and it changes every time they seem to change macOS. But if you've got it all set up right, then you should see your provisioning profiles for your enterprise customer in there. And the developer program name should be the name of your enterprise customer, not yourself. The developer certificate is going to be theirs as well, and the bundle number is still exactly the same as it was before you put your own bundle number in. Sounds complicated, but once you've got it all sewn up and working, it works fine. Where can you find the IPA package? Well, as I said before, you don't go through the iOS App Store. You can actually explicitly install this onto devices, and you can find that .ipa package in your output directory. So /platform config, so iOS device /64-bit. And in there you will find the name of your project .ipa. That's controlled on the project's compiler option pages. So you go down to there, and this is actually from my own machine. So there is my app called the VNA phone list, and there's the IPA package. This is the thing that you need to send out to your customers, employees and users, and need to put on your website or wherever you're going to do it. You can use TestFlight, which used to be an independent program, but Apple pulled it up. Go to testflightapp.com. It explains how it works and what it does. It basically allows you to have people that will trial the app on their devices, but also you can distribute the apps this way as well. They also have a tool at Apple called MDM, which is a multi-device manager that allows your enterprise customers to do things like lock down the iPhone, prevent them from going to certain web pages, certain apps, saying no, you can't install Spotify or something like that on your company phone. But it also allows you to put your apps on there. The app that needs to go on there is your .ipa package with the distribution certificate for the enterprise. Or you can do a special web page link, which is the way I do it. There is a blog post that will give you this information, and also there's a GitHub set of files that you can download. But basically your web page needs to be at an absolute maximum this. Okay, which is the ITMS-services href, special href content, and download manifest and do this and your website and your app.name plist. You'll need to have the .mobile provision file, which you'll find when you go to create your certificates. You'll create a provisioning profile, and that will have a .mobile provision extension on it. You will also need a 57 by 57 PNG file for the icon, and .plist file, which you'll need to amend as well to make sure that it's got the right details in. But again, it'll be obvious. It's not as difficult as it sounds, and I don't really want to go into the details in a webinar because it's just too complicated. The web server must support HTTPS. You have to support that, otherwise the device will not download the mobile provision profile, and also it will not download the .ipa and install it. If you've got everything done correctly, then you can end up with an app web page that looks like this. And this is a live page. This is one of my customers. This is how they get their people to install it, because they have nurses and clinicians and pharmacists that use these things. They have a secure camera which takes photographs which do not go into the gallery, so that people can't share photographs of patients out to the Facebook or social media. And they also have a specialized phone directory that allows them to look up things like a pharmacist on call and call that pharmacist on call without having to have a great big set of contacts on their phone. It does it all for you. And that's just the thing they do. Like I said before, no App Store required. You can just do it from this web page, and no, Apple doesn't need to approve what you're doing or say, oh, sorry, that breaks any rules. No, they have no involvement in it whatsoever once you've actually been genuinely validated as someone that's qualifies for the enterprise program. Enterprise users, once they do download your app, they will not be able to run it immediately. They will actually have to accept the certificate And what will happen is if they go into their settings on their phone and choose VPN and device management, in there they will see your certificate. I forget what the exact wording is, but it does say something like needs approval or needs to be blocked. It's just an extra security step to stop people downloading viruses using this enterprise system. Once you approve it, then it will light up like that and show the certificate as valid. When you click on that little drop down that you see on the left of the screen, you'll then see the apps that are signed with that particular provisioning profile and distribution certificate. And in this case, I've got two. One is the VNA directory and one is VNA secure camera. And they're both verified. That means that they were signed properly, and the chain of handling from me back down to the person that's installed it on the phone has been validated, and that the enterprise program has been validated. And it's just to make sure that something rogue hasn't been downloaded from the internet or something like that. Top tips that I would give you: number one, put some analytics on your web page. If for some reason your web host or internal web post person makes a mistake, it's possible that they could get to this app, and you want to make sure that you know who's going to this app and who's downloading things. So at the very least, put some kind of analytics on there, because if you see a sudden spike, instead of having 50 people install it, you have 50,000 people install it. Something's very wrong. Secure the web page. It must be secure. You can put a password on it and things like that. I would advise that you get some help from a web designer if it's not your thing. If it's an intraweb, it's a lot easier, because obviously with an intraweb, then it's usually not available outside a corporate walled garden network. Have a not available page suitable for mobile, so that if you need to take the IPA down or something else is wrong with the certificate or something like that, make sure that you've got it's under maintenance kind of thing, so that when people go to that web page, they realise that it's not working. It must work for mobile, because you're really aiming for mobile devices. Make the web page as simple as possible. Again, you're aiming for a handheld device that's portable. Don't want to have it lots of bells and whistles, graphics and things like that. It's just a mechanism for them getting the app if they're doing it as a web page. Include some sort of update mechanism in your app, or push notifications. I personally use, I think it's TMS's web update. Could be wrong, I forget how I do it, but you can then say, there's a new version available. Because if they've downloaded it already from your web page, you can actually push an update down, and it will install it in place. No weird messages or anything like that, no further approval. It will just update and off you go. And we do that. We also update certain parts of the files. Some of them have got some cached information, and we download those as well. And because again, it's an enterprise app and you're not having to go through the app store, you don't have to worry about all sorts of weird approvals, shall we say. The only caveat really is that once the enterprise app goes out, anyone with that IPA and the certificate can install it. They do need both parts, so you probably want to make sure that you're securing things properly. But if they've got that mobile provision profile and they've got the IPA, then they can install that app. So if you are making it to work for a specific company and they need to be on a company corporate network to use it, then that's one way that you can secure it, to say, hang on, I can't see X or Y main server, therefore I'm not going to run. And so you could put a message up saying, hey, this is not running on our enterprise network, you can't use this app. If you believe this is wrong, then go to your administrator or something like that. But I will take some steps, because anybody can use that app. Useful links. There is a blog post that accompanies this, which I'll show you in the slide that comes up in a moment, but a bunch of useful links for downloading some of the example web pages. Also some articles on how to distribute your iOS apps over the air. I wrote these links in 2016 when I first talked about this subject, so I can't guarantee they're still alive because I forgot to check whether they're still valid, but they should be. You'll get the general idea. If not, go to the web archive and look that up. Ad hoc deployments of iOS apps with Delphi Part 2, that's Radsoft. Dun & Bradstreet, about getting the Dun & Bradstreet number to authenticate your company with Apple so that they don't think you're a bunch of hackers. And then various program information from Apple as well. Easy stuff. Personally, I think if you're going to do this, then, with a little bit of thought, it can be very lucrative, as I said before. You can charge for your development services, and you then can go to the customer and say, hey, I'll write this app for you for a fixed price or for an hourly rate, and then after that you don't have to pay me any royalties for using the app, and you don't have to use the App Store. That really I've found to be a selling point that a lot of customers like. I actually use these for charities as well, so the charities I actually write for free, because I don't think, particularly in the case of the nurses, the visiting nurses are providing hospice services, and they are literally holding the hands of people who are dying. And I believe that they should get all the help they can get. And if I can use my brain power as a programmer to help them, well, then why not? It costs me absolutely nothing but a little bit of time. But I do also do some other things than they pay for, but it's just that kind of thing where it's costing me nothing and costing them nothing. So that's another kind of plus as well. If you were doing this for some kind of large charity, say Susan J. Komen or something like that, you would be able to give out apps where it would cost Susan J. Komen more than $300. That would be the flat fee that they would pay for the enterprise program, no matter what size they are. So it's quite useful. I think it's another string to your bow. Well, thanks for watching. This has been Enterprise iOS Apps, no App Store required. I wasn't joking. I hope I've demonstrated that is absolutely the case. As I said before, my name is Ian Barker, and I'm an Embarcadero Delphi MVP. You can email me, please do. I will answer you. I'm very, very busy. I'm a working programmer. I get up every day and I start coding from 7 a.m. I'm an early bird. But I write code every day, so I can't always guarantee I'll come back to you immediately, but I will try and reply to everyone's emails. But email me at ian.barker@gmail.com. Follow me on Twitter at punctuation, or go to about.me/Ian Barker, where you can see various links and things like that to my web pages. Anyway.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ian, for your session and for all your help during the conference or anything else you do. If you want to come on, we can answer questions here. We got about 15 minutes to do that.
It's the second video, and I'm glad to be done with it. You feel like you're just recording lots of stuff over and over again forever. So I answered a few questions, but most of the questions were actually unrelated to the session.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Yeah, they were just, saying things like, oh, the language should evolve. And I'm like, hey, have you not been paying attention? There's been quite a few things added to the language, and, come up with a great suggestion. And if it's the kind of suggestion that can't be ignored, then people won't ignore it. It's as simple as that. It's a good idea is a good idea. But it's about the practicalities of implementing these kind of things as well. So
actually, if you're making suggestions, we get a lot of these suggestions on here. You need to go to quality.embarcadero.com and file a feature request. That's what product management sees. So product management is not on here. And even if they were, they would still tell you to go to quality.embarcadero.com. And honestly, what's that?
They're far too busy to be watching webinars.
I mean, they do sometimes. We'll try and watch them. They
running around like this. Everything's falling to pieces.
But get it on there. That's the way they track these things. Even if Marco and David, product manager, was on here, that's what they would ask you to do: is go to quality.embarcadero.com, file it as a bug report or feature request, and that's the tracking mechanism for that. I would say make sure you have good reasoning for it, not just, hey, this would be cool, but say this is why this would be a benefit. And other people can vote up your suggestions as well. So that's also an option to help improve visibility and follow up with it, right? If there's questions asked on it, why about your feature request or bug report, you need to follow up with that as well.
The developer debates we did to do with things like with and I forget what the other ones were, but the with statement, for example, was a classic example of people say, oh, we should really deprecate a particular keyword or structure. And actually, there were plenty of people that were arguing for and against as well. So actually, sometimes a good idea does need a lot of debate before it can see the light of day. And it's not always obvious why people would turn it down. Lots of diverse people use Delphi for lots of different purposes. And, you know, it's a bigger picture, shall we say, making a change to the language. Yeah.
So there is a comment here about from CBK about buying third-party components when he upgrades. So this is something I've been involved in a lot. And I'm sure Ian is as well. There's two sides to this, right? If you bought your components with source code, 90% of the time, it will be easily recompiled in the new version. Sometimes there will be some flag that's like, if Delphi version this, all you gotta do is go there and change it so that it includes the current version in that list, right? Some of them will say this version or newer and automatically work. If not, you can do that. When you are buying the new version, though, you are getting new features, another year of support, and supporting the developer of those third-party libraries. So I'm by no means saying stop upgrading. That's not what I'm saying. But you can, 99% of the time, the code will recompile in the new version. It's very rare to have a breaking change. It's one of the things I love about Delphi is its commitment to backwards compatibility.
Backwards compatibility, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's usually pretty easy to do that. So you don't have to buy a new version, although I would encourage you to. Honestly, the incredibly robust third-party component ecosystem is part of what makes Delphi great, and that ecosystem exists because people buy these useful components everybody's making. So, yeah.
Anyway, good question, good point made, but yeah, there are other things to talk about.
You're ready for the components. I'm not so unless you have specific examples, I'm not really sure what you're talking about because I do this all the time. Even if like I'm on a beta, if I'm on a beta and I have some existing components, I can make them work usually pretty quickly by just changing a couple things, get them to work. So it is possible. The DCU, so if you don't have source code, it's not going to be compatible when a breaking change happens. And so a breaking change, I'm using that in quotes, is when the signature of the units has changed, right? And that's only happens in major releases of Delphi and C++ Builder, not minor releases. So when it's a major release, so for example, going from 10.4 to 11.0 was a major release, but going from 11.0 to 11.1 is a minor release. Minor releases, you don't need to recompile your packages and BPLs, the DCUs. Sometimes you do, but you shouldn't need to. But they, when you go from major releases, you do. And the reason is because in major releases, we add new functionality to the interfaces of units. So that's why it's not compatible. Yeah. With effort, it could be made to be backwards compatible, but honestly, I don't think it's worth the effort that required on the R&D side for something as simple as recompiling on our major release. Yeah. That's my 2 cents.
Holger says, in case you have the source code, it mostly works right away. This is Delphi and not name removed. Yeah, he's being very subtle there, but yeah, it's true. I mean, Delphi is you can take Delphi 1 programs and compile them in the latest version of Delphi, and 9 times out of 10 they will work absolutely fine. They'll look different and they'll behave different. You can't really take that program then and put it backwards onto Delphi 1 if you make any changes. But it's the massive strength of Delphi is the robustness and the longevity of programs. I keep saying this repeatedly. If you want an application to run and keep running and be reliable, even though the operating system changes around it, then Delphi is the thing that really does it absolutely beats everything else, and I mean everything else. .NET and all the rest of it are very great ideas, but the fragility of that system is inherent in the way that they work. They have a what's the word I'm looking for? A kind of a compromise in the sense that they make it easy to have it work on lots and lots of different types of windows. But unfortunately, in doing that kind of compile once, run everywhere kind of mentality doesn't really make it very robust as soon as somebody changes a bunch of components in Windows. And that happens a lot. As soon as you upgrade to Windows 11, a lot of your programs written in .NET will just stop working. They'll crash, and they'll crash in inexplicable ways. Not true of Delphi. The Delphi programs usually carry on and don't really make any changes. You know, they just work. So
I've had a lot of projects over the years that I've ran into somebody I developed it for years ago or years later, and they're like, I'm like, oh, hey, are you still using it? They're like, yeah, it's still working. It's like occasionally I go check it. It's like, oh, it's still working. I don't need to do anything. So it's true. They do the program. I mean, obviously you have to write a good program, but
we get terrifying customers who call us up on technical support, and we look them up. We haven't heard of these people. We look them up, and they're like 12 years since they bought the product. Are you still using this? They've never upgraded, and it's still working. And they've done something crazy, like they've upgraded their network and broken everything. But that's not our fault. That's nothing to do with the program. It's they've broken their infrastructure. But yeah, it's a great thing. And taking that program and being able to put it on a Windows server, and it will run as a Windows service on a Windows server, putting it on a Windows 10 commercial. Desktop PC that someone's bought from Walmart or somewhere random like that, and it working is a bigger deal. And Delphi's so good at doing it so silently, people don't realize this is not normal. This is not how it works for majority of other systems. Even things like Python, which is a scripting language, you have to download the version of Python, you have to install all the dependencies and all the rest of it, and there's quite a lot to do. Delphi, quite often you can take a thumb drive, plug it in, and run the program, depending on what it is, of course, but run the program directly from that thumb drive, and it'll keep going. And it's a big plus that people don't realize that it makes my life a lot easier. And our support guys love it. It's good for them.
I will. So Alf just asked, is it possible to issue a warning if code contains a string with width? It's not built into Rad Studio, but there are Fix Insight and other static code analysis tools that I believe can have functionality to do that. I know you can add that, for example, to, I don't think it's in Sonar Delphi yet, but that could be added to Sonar Delphi, as well as some other tools. So there are options out there to do that.
I like the fact Alf considers it an error to use the with statement.
That could be considered a code smell, which Alistair didn't really talk about that. But code smells are things where you're like, that could be a problem that, and the idea is you want to remove code smells. And so, some use cases of widths could be a code smell. There are conceivably valid uses of it.
I mean, and it can also be that if you're working in a big organization with a group of programmers, there may be a policy where they say we don't use that. It's like, code formatting. Oh, we do the then here and we put the begin here, and it's the same thing with they may say as a company there's nothing wrong with, but as a company policy we don't use it because we prefer not to. And so it's not necessarily there's something wrong with it. It may just be that they choose to avoid that for the benefit of their company rules and regulations, or whatever you want to call them for a better word. So yeah. So we avoided all the questions about iOS, so that's quite nice then. So I don't have to think any answers up, because it gets a little bit.
That was really good information, actually. I don't have a lot of. I've done a lot in the iOS space. I've done a little bit. I probably really should do more, but this is something comes up a lot though, is how to distribute them enterprise apps. So
yeah, making iOS apps is just so easy as well. I mean, you create the project. You create an iOS version, and you can pretty much just click add and then add an Android version, and that's it. You've all of a sudden got iOS and an Android app and the same functionality in both apps within reason. I mean, you need to use some common sense about visual paradigms and things like that, whether the navigation is at the top or the bottom and all the rest of it. But it's very easy to do, and isn't that just the strength of FireMonkey, really? And once you add in our favorite skier for Delphi, well, you're cooking on gas. So there you go.
Yep. All right, I've something is sending me messages and making a noise, and I hear. And I'm like, where is this coming from?
It's Michaelis. I apologize if I'm saying name wrong. His video just came on, and so it makes a bloop noise. That's probably what the noise is.
Oh, is that where it is? Okay.
Yeah, because I can see it in the corner of my eye. So because he just came back on. So hello,
Okay.
I'll wave at
All right.
we can see him, but he's invisible to the world at the moment. So yeah,
Great.
It's been good. Not a lot of questions, but that's a good thing.
Do you want to put the link into your blog post and download in the chat here so everybody can have that, and then we'll give everybody a couple minutes before we start with the next session?
Okay, I'll find that. That means I've got to remember where I put it. But
oh, sorry to put you on the spot there.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure I've got it. Hang on. Let me find it. You know what? It's easier if they just go to the blogs.embarcadero and choose Ian Barker. They'll find all the posts by me, and it's the most recent one. So let me just. Right. Yeah, I'll find. Okay. Here we go. I'll put it in the chat window. So if they go to here and go to the official blog, if they click on that, they'll see all the articles by me, and then it's the most recent two with the two sessions I just did. There's also those blogs also have got the GitHub stuff in there as well. There's a few other articles like Delphi dark mode for detecting dark mode and swapping over automatically, and all the fun things I get up to when I'm drinking a lot of coffee.
Fantastic. Well, that's great. All right. Thank you very much. We'll just give a couple minutes here before we start our next session with Michaelis.
Okay, I believe. Right?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
you're live. I can hear you fine.
okay, okay, thank you. Sorry for the confusion on my side. So, hello everybody, and welcome to a presentation about Castle Game Engine and kind of our new features that we have just recently developed related to how you can use the engine in your Delphi applications. So, let me start with a short overview of what is Castle Game Engine, how you can use it, and we will then see how it all connects with the Delphi and what cool things you can do here. And my point here is also to explain to you how you can use it to make games, but also we kind of have another use case that I want to propose to you, is that you can kind of just use the engine as part of an existing Delphi FireMonkey or VCL form, and you can use the engine to just provide a visualization of some amazing 3D model that you have in your application. Okay, so that's like a spoiler essentially. Okay, so let's go ahead. So Castle Game Engine, it starts with its own editor. So we have our own Castle Game Engine application that is, you can go ahead and download it from castleengine.io. And the basic tool of our engine is our Castle Game Engine editor. Now we have here kind of our own application project management. So you can go ahead and you can open an existing project or open one of the numerous examples in the engine. I will just go ahead and I will start by opening a quick empty project, just so you can see how it works from the scratch. Okay. So when you create an Castle Game Engine project, well, what it really is just a set of Pascal units and that are using Castle Game Engine units, and then some data. And this data is, of course, something you can edit, and by default, it will be displayed in your game. So here we have started with an empty project, and let me customize it to actually show something interesting, okay? So the first, I guess, thing you usually want to do in three-dimensional games is you want to create a three-dimensional viewport. You can move around with it. It's kind of, it's deliberately similar to many other game engines that you may have known. And you can put stuff there, okay? So let me actually put something interesting here. So the viewport is something that kind of displays your three-dimensional and two-dimensional scene inside. Let me just go ahead and put something we have here some interesting box. Let's put some light. Let's give some shadows, okay? Oh, the shadows not at this, not on this GPU. It will not work. Anyhow, so let's go ahead and then create some boxes, and we can activate physics. So I can go ahead. I can create a collider for this box, and I can create another collider for this box. All right. And can now run the physics simulation. Okay, so by default they just fall down into infinity. But if I bring them back, and now I can go to my plane, and I can say that, okay, I want my plane to also act as a collider, okay? And now they will kind of bump on they will stop on the plane, okay? So that's kind of your very first feature, I guess, of Castle Game Engine, that you can have three-dimensional stuff, and those three-dimensional things that you see, well, they can be affected by physics. And as you can see, we have a number of primitives here. We have as well a number of you can also load some three-dimensional models from formats like GLTF and XVD and so on and so on. Let's try dropping those things too, okay? And you can also shoot some things. For example, let me just add a sphere. Let me make the sphere into a bullet, okay? So I will go collider, sphere collider, and there we go. Now I have some sphere. Now I'm going to add some initial velocity for the sphere to allow it to move, okay? Yep, sorry. So I think that this will be good. I'm usually overshooting things, okay? But this is actually good. This is what I wanted to show, right? So the sphere collides with the boxes, and you have a basic physics simulation happening here. All right. So that's your your basic, I guess, entry point into the Castle Game Engine. So as you can now, a bit of overviews after this short demo. Yeah. So on the left side, we have a component hierarchy. And as you expect in a Pascal game engine, those are things that are components. Those they are actually classes descending from the T component class, and you can design them, well, however you want. On the right side, you have something that is, well, it's an object inspector, right? So it's kind of our own object inspector that will maybe with time kind of be a little more different, I guess, from this traditional Delphi IDE. But yeah, it's just an object inspector, so I don't really have to explain too much to you, okay? And at the bottom, you have, well, what I've already shown you, you have the project data, right? So the files that are part of your project. In the empty project, well, there isn't really that much stuff, but let's go ahead and let's create a new project from something more interesting. So let's create a project from the three-dimensional template, okay? Oh, sorry, I have this one already. All right, so this project starts with a little bit more stuff inside, okay? And it looks like this. So we have kind of a level, but when I right-click with my mouse, I can kind of move around here. And then I can design stuff again. So I can, for example, duplicate this, Control D, and I have another soldier. Now those soldiers are loaded from the GLTF model, which is one of the standard model formats that we support. We support many others, Collada, X3D, VRML, STL, and so on and so on. So you can load your models from a number of three-dimensional formats. You can design those models, for example, in Blender or 3ds Max or Maya, well, basically anything you would like to. And then, yeah, you can kind of use them and just show them. I mean, you can display them and you can arrange them on your level in any way you would like to. As you can see, we have also like our own light management here. I mean, you can kind of design the lighting in the Blender, but you can also use our own components for designing the lighting. For example, here we have a directional light, which is kind of a bit boring, let's say. So let me change it to a spotlight, okay? And this is how the spotlight works. I mean, it's a bit more dramatic, I guess, in this case, okay? So I can go ahead like this, and yeah, I can drag it around on the level, and I can show some interesting things. Okay, so three-dimensional stuff, physics, GLTF models, and inside of this, you have also camera management, okay? Because here I'm kind of moving around on the level like as a designer, yes? So I can view whatever I want. I don't really have any collision detection. I mean, I could activate it, but I don't want to. And I can move with any speed I want, as slow or as fast as I would like to. But of course, as a normal player, well, you will not probably want to give normal player so much flexibility. So inside your level, there is something called the camera, and you can like look at the preview from the camera. How does it look like? The camera is actually visible at this place of the level, okay? And you can move the camera. You can, for example, move it like this. And as you can see, like in this preview keeps showing you what is actually visible from the user perspective from this camera, okay? So whatever I'm doing in my world, this preview keeps showing me what is happening on the camera. And if I would run the game, which I will do in a second, then we will actually see, like, you know, the user will actually see first of all, the view that this camera is showing. Another thing we have kind of a ready navigation methods. So the idea is that the terminology is that the camera determines what you see. Now the navigation determines how you can change what you see. And we have a number of navigation methods defined for you. You can also, of course, like invent your own navigation methods. Those are listed here. Basically, I guess the most commonly used navigation method in games is the walk navigation. And the idea of the walk navigation is very simple. So you use the traditional AWSD keys to navigate in your world. You can have some collision detection, and yeah, and that's it. And you can also have a gravity, okay? So let's go ahead and try to actually run it. There are actually two ways that you can do to run it. One is to execute the game engine, execute compilation, and then execute your actual application from here, play stop application, or just run compile. And underneath it will use the Pascal compiler that you have configured, which in this case is, of course, Delphi. And then another way to run your application, which I'm actually going to use now, is just to open your project inside Delphi, okay? So I have already done it, but it's not this project, okay? So I'm just opening in Delphi the project called Oh, it's a conundrum. Which one is it? I guess it's the one with the longer name. Okay, so I'm just opening in Delphi the project, and it's as you can see, like it's a regular Pascal code, and you can pretty much do well when you know your way around Pascal. You can do here anything you want. The important units are inside the code subdirectory, but that's just a convention in our engine. And another kind of convention in our engine is that the game is usually split into something like states. States are kind of similar to Delphi forms, however, they can be placed on top of each other. So, for example, you can have a state play, and it can be covered by the state options. So, like you can have a stack of states, and then you can push and pop things on that stack. Or you can just change the stack to something completely different, okay? But the main point here is, I guess, that when you want to modify something, when you want to modify something in the traditional Delphi application, your first, I guess, your first way to go around it is I want to edit the code of the form. So analogy to this in Castle Game Engine, when I want to modify something in Castle Game Engine, my first approach here would be to modify the state. The state defines some useful method. For example, what happens when the state starts, stops, what happens. The update method is what happens like continuously. It is continuously all the time, more or less 60 times per second called on your level, on your game, and you can do in the update, well, you can update, you can animate anything you would like to. And the press method, as you can guess, is responsible for handling key and mouse wheel presses too. Okay, so if I would like to do something here, for example, right now this says that if I press the button left, then play a sound, and if I click on the enemy, then this enemy will disappear. Okay, should we do something different? Well, we can try actually. Okay, so let's say that first let's actually run the game as it is supposed to be. Okay, so as I said, this is just a Delphi project. Okay, it's just using Delphi units, Castle Game Engine units, and I can run it in the debugger. I can compile it in Delphi, and I can run it in the Delphi debugger just as any other Delphi application. Which is also another pointer, I guess, for you. If you want to integrate, for example, your Castle Game Engine game with, with anything, for example, with database component, with networking component, then you can just go ahead and use whatever you use currently. You can just, use MySQL connection to your existing database. You can use your existing code base. You can, because it's just Pascal. I mean, it's just Pascal. It's just getting compiled with the Delphi, and then the whole Castle Game Engine is really two things. So it's an editor to design stuff, and it's a set of units, just regular Pascal units that you can combine with your code base however you want. Okay, so the way the game works, the demo, the way it works by default is I'm kind of moving around using this walk navigation and the gravity that I kind of advertised to you a second ago. I can go ahead and I can do some jumping, and I can click on those guys and I can kill them. Okay, so let's try to do some modifications just to see that it's, well, kind of trivial, okay? So instead of hurting the enemy, when I'm pressing the the left mouse button, instead of hurting them, well, let's see what we can do. So the enemy is kind of a behavior. The enemy is actually attached to a transformation that is guiding this enemy throughout the world. So what I can do, well, I can say, okay, when I click on someone, transform this person, this enemy in this case, for example, higher, okay? So I'm accessing the translation vector of the enemy, and let me just bump it, okay? So let's go ahead like this. Let's put it 1 meter higher. So 1 unit in the y-axis higher. Y-axis is responsible for the up vector in our engine by convention. That's similar to most other game engines, okay? And let's see whether what I made has actually, made some effect, okay? So let's go ahead. Don't worry about this. I didn't place the necessary DLLs. Go ahead. Okay, and then let's see what happens. Yeah, it works. So that's, I guess, the silly demo, but what I shown you, I mean, I really invented this. Like, I'm always trying to invent something silly when doing this. So this time I invented this, and as you can see, it really did the necessary modification in our game. We can use Control M to have a mouse. We can actually look at all those guys walking in thin air. Of course, that's because they don't have the physical components defined for them. We could give them some gravity, of course, but I won't go into this because I don't want to keep to take too much of your time. But of course, we could make them affected by gravity, and then what I would do is I could also apply a physical force to actually like physically in a realistic way kind of bump them up. Okay, so I could like do it in a more fancy way than what I've shown you right now. But I hope this is like a good demonstration that, well, it's all just Castle Game Engine. It's all just Pascal classes that you can modify. They just have simple properties like translation, and I can just modify them at any point I want, and it just works. Okay. So what more do we have? So let's open some other demos. I'm just one. I will not want to talk too much. So this is a two-dimensional game demo. And actually, the most important point I want to make here is that it works very, very much similar to the three-dimensional demo. I mean, it is actually using the same components, the same cameras. However, the camera here is by default in the orthographic projection. So it doesn't have perspective. So the object, it doesn't matter how far away is the object from the camera. You can see it the same, whatever. And then for the animations, where it uses Castle Scene, which was created in Spine. It's a 2D animation package, so we support it also. And it's also using the sprite sheets for animation. So the sprite sheet is basically a set of images, like one image after another, after another, after another. The kind of advantage of using sprite sheet for 2D games is that they are simple to create, and they allow for some cool tricks. And in our engine, we support sprite sheets. We also actually have our own format for spreadsheet, and you can actually design animations there of the spreadsheet, and you can kind of create the spreadsheet from the source images yourself and control it however you want. And once you have created the spreadsheet, you can load it into something called Castle Scene. I didn't mention it before, but basically our Castle Scene is a way to render pretty much any external format. So it handles spreadsheet now. You don't know that it handles spreadsheets, spine animations, GLTF animations, XVD, VRM, Collada, STL, and so on and so on. So you can actually place a lot of stuff in Castle Scene, a lot of two-dimensional and a lot of three-dimensional stuff, and it will render it. No? What more? So the viewport is not really everything that we have in Castle Game Engine. Well, first of all, the viewport is actually a user interface. So I can do something like this. Okay. So what just happened? Well, what happened is that now my viewport that I have treated like a game, like a user interface, well, now I have viewport that doesn't take all the screen. And I can even duplicate it, okay? So I can have multiple viewports displaying any world I want in my game. They can display one shared world, like, for example, imagine a security camera in a game that kind of gives you a sneak peek into some part of the level. And I can also place completely independent worlds in my viewports. And the viewports are kind of powerful because you can even place them inside buttons and other things. And yeah, about the buttons. So I started that, well, we actually have a full, it's not full, but it is fully capable, a hierarchy of user interface controls in Castle Game Engine. I have to be explicit here. Their point here is not actually to compete with the existing Delphi or FireMonkey, VCL, whatever components. There's not even so much of them, yeah, just these ones. But actually, even just 4 or 5 of them are pretty much commonly used. The thing is that they are, however, they are much more flexible in how you can combine them. For example, anything can be a child of anything else, and anything can have its style adjusted, which allows you to create in your particular games, well, the user interface that you want. that is kind of integrated with the graphic style of your game. And in turn, this kind of increases the immersion of players inside your game, okay? And I started by saying that you can even place the viewport inside the button. Yeah, so let's go ahead. So this is my giant button, and this is my weird viewport, and I'm just going to place it inside like this, okay? And now when I drag this thing along, it's actually showing me the viewport of my, the viewport containing my dragon, okay? And this is actually kind of cool. I mean, this demo is kind of silly, but I can quickly actually turn it into something that is less silly, because imagine that you don't really have here anything except this dragon, okay? So it looks like this. And now the next thing I will do, oops, sorry. And now the next thing I want to do is I want to place this dragon in the middle, and I want to make this viewport transparent, okay? So if you ever wanted to have like a button with a dragon, and now you can have it, okay? And you can have multiple viewports here, okay? So, sorry. So you can have multiple viewports, you can have multiple dragons essentially on your screen going around this, okay? So the point that I'm really trying to make here is that you can have multiple viewports, and the viewports are kind of lightweight. You can have one viewport in your entire game displaying some big three-dimensional world, but you can have 100 of the viewports. You can place them in buttons, whatever, and it all kind of works. And this is what I mean, kind of our reason to have our own user interface possibility inside Castle Game Engine, is that this makes like all those connections possible. So like every component can be, well, more or less every component can be a child of any other component. Okay, so I think this was a very much quick introduction of to the Castle Game Engine. That's more or less what I wanted. Oh, there's one more thing, but I will not show it to you because it's about sound. Okay, so one additional feature is that we have a three-dimensional, I mean, it can be three-dimensional sound, so you can attach sound effects to your existing things that walk around the world, and you can play sounds. We have integration with OpenAL and Fmod commercial sound middleware, and yeah, it rocks, kind of. Okay, I guess another point about Castle Game Engine and this whole editor is that it is cross-platform. So you can develop your games for Windows, Linux, macOS, or mobile, Android and iOS, or Nintendo Switch. We have support for Nintendo Switch console. And this editor, it actually also is cross-platform application. You can use the engine you can use it on Windows, but you can also use it on Linux, macOS, even the Raspberry Pi. So you can kind of use the engine in many environments, in various operating systems. And yeah, I'm kind of proud of it. Okay, okay. So let's go ahead, I guess, with the last but kind of a big thing that I wanted to show during this presentation. So the thing and this is kind of special because this is like an announcement of this feature. Actually, I haven't yet announced it before. I was actually working on it intensively right before this presentation. So since the demo of this presentation, this CodeRage is kind of a Delphi for enterprise. So I realized that what I'm showing here you is kind of how to make games, but you may think like, okay, but we don't want to make games, or we just have an existing big application. And what we really want to is just to show some pretty three-dimensional or two-dimensional model inside our existing Delphi application. And this application may already have some forms designed using a VCL or FireMonkey. So I kind of developed a feature to actually make this possible. This feature is called T-Castle Control Component. So the way it works, so you have a set of let's say obviously changes. So the way it works is you have a set of Castle Game Engine packages, of course, and you can install them inside your Delphi. And in particular, there's a package responsible for providing the FireMonkey component, and there's a package responsible for providing the VCL component. They work pretty much exactly the same, except one thing that we have to iron out, but the goal is to really have them behave and be equally useful. And this is how it looks like in your form, okay? So this is no longer Castle Game Engine editor. This is just Delphi, okay? And inside this Delphi, I have this Castle Control component, and this is the component that have been installed by installing this Castle base and Castle VCL package, okay? And I can do on this component, well, I mean, it's a regular Delphi component, so I can, for example, resize it, okay? So I don't really have to depend on. Okay, so I can go ahead like this, and I can create like multiple instances of this castle control too. Okay, so I can place it as a regular control on my VCL forms alongside where normal VCL controls, normal VCL label, memo, and so on and so on. And then another thing is that if I would like to design something in our Castle Game Engine editor, but then kind of load it into this castle control, then we have a ready property. It's called the design URL. So if I navigate to the container, design URL, there it is. It's showing me test to the castle user interface. And if you go ahead and actually open this project inside Castle Game Engine Editor, then we will be able to actually see this design. Okay, so this is the data. This is the test. I think it's test 2D. Okay, so this is the thing that I have designed using Castle Game Engine Editor. I have saved it as test 2D Castle user interface. And then in Delphi, I have loaded it by pointing the Castle control to the test 2D Castle user interface. And there you have it, it works. And then you can, of course, modify it. So the sample code that we have here is actually changing this design URL between a few things. I will show a demo of it in a second. And of course, you can access all the Castle Game Engine API from here. So you have a container that is basically a container for Castle Game Engine specific components, and it can contain user interface, it can contain three-dimensional transformations, viewports, and everything that you saw 5 minutes ago. So you can place everything you want here. You can design it in the editor, you can design it from code if you wish to, you can create all those components from code too, and you can modify them from code. You can also kind of go ahead and even do your own rendering. So if you have your own approach, actually, like how to render stuff, well, you can construct them in our engine using specific X3D nodes, but you can also go ahead and just write your own rendering code. And this example actually contains, well, extremely simple example of how it would look like, just to render a simple rectangle and then how to render a simple text. But then if you have an existing application that is also already using some OpenGL commands, for example, just doing direct OpenGL manipulation, then you can also utilize it, because here you can just place OpenGL comments and, well, it will work. You have to follow some guidelines, of course, how to be properly integrated with the engine, but basically OpenGL commands can be used directly here too. So you can integrate your existing rendering pipeline with the Castle Game Engine. And yeah, I guess let's go ahead and let's run it. And then I will just briefly show that we have a very similar equivalent thing for FireMonkey. Okay, so this is the two-dimensional demo, and here we have some UI. Nothing happens, just buttons. Okay, and here we have some three-dimensional demo that is showing some animations from GLTF. Okay, and I can use the examine navigation to kind of zoom in, zoom out, rotate around this model, and yeah, it doesn't really have anything happening here. Yeah, but at one point you can imagine that you can turn it as much as you want into a game, or not. You can just keep it like, you know, a visualization or of whatever enterprise thing you may have. For example, a graph of something, or how it looks like in, for example, if you make something that is controlling some factory, well, you can display this factory in a three-dimensional view here. What is each machine doing? What is the state of each machine? And so on and so on. So you can use it for games or non-games to display kind of whatever you want. Okay, so this is a short demonstration of how it works in the VCL, in this case form. This was the VCL form on Windows. And then we have, well, this one won't be too much surprising because we have, well, exactly kind of the same thing. It can also work in the FireMonkey. Okay, so this is a regular FireMonkey form. It also has a Castle control component. It can do the same things. It can render directly, or it can load some predefined designs. Let me just go ahead and let me run it. It will actually work the same, but I have prepared a bit different 3D models there. So I'm going to show them. So this is a two-dimensional kind of a UI thing inside the game. You have some labels and you have some image. You can go to the 2D, and this actually shows that our physics also works in two-dimensional games or visualizations, and then we have a 3D thing. And in this case, it shows you that you can actually use physics, like those silly spheres that have sphere colliders. You can combine them with some existing GLTF models. Oh, and we have the examine navigation here again. So like whatever you do, whatever you visualize, you kind of out of the box, I mean, it's just one click, almost literally one click to add an examine navigation into your design. So you can visualize and you can allow the user to kind of inspect your three-dimensional model however you would like to. And that's actually more or less everything I wanted to tell you. If this sounds nice, then go ahead and visit our website, castleengine.io, or just put Castle Game Engine in your internet search box. And then, yeah, it's an open source game engine, so you don't have to pay for anything, although we very much would appreciate your support on Patreon. You can use it to create an open source or not open source application. You can use it freely to create a proprietary applications. It's licensed on the LGPL terms. Lesser GPL terms, which pretty much means that you don't have to share the modification. You don't, of course, you don't have to share your own code of your application. You can just use the engine. And that's actually it. Open source game engine, and I hope you like it. And yeah, if you like it, go ahead and download it. And I think that's actually it. I promised to be half an hour, almost made it. And then, thank you. I guess now I'm waiting for questions. Yes, thank you then very much. What should I do now here? First thing, I guess, stop screen sharing. And then where can I find some chat with the questions? Sorry, I'm a bit new here. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, the questions on the chat. Sorry. Where's the chat? Oh, sorry, I was muted. Sorry, it's like, my first time working with the internet, actually with the software. So yeah, sorry for the confusion. Okay, so addressing some questions. So first of all, thank you all for the nice words. Does it work with Skia components? I do not know, admittedly, I haven't tried it yet. It does kind of just, cooperate with any FireMonkey component that you can put on your form. Sorry. The engine rendering, though, is using the FireMonkey native rendering method, which means that the Castle Game Engine component will be always on top of the other FireMonkey component. But other than that, just put on your form whatever FireMonkey component you want, and it will cooperate with the Castle Game Engine control. Okay, addressing the next question from Frank, is there a multiplayer mode? Not built into the engine, but there is. I mean, we can use external. You can use external libraries to achieve multiplayer mode. Let me actually show you some things that we are planning to. I shouldn't have stopped my sharing. Okay. Okay. So we actually have done an integration with one open source multiplayer framework that is using the RNL network library from Benjamin Rousseau. Sorry, and you have kind of made a game called Not Quake, and this game is something that you can actually download and play right now. And I'm sorry, it has kind of a programmer graphics, but it works. I mean, you can shoot other avatars and you can chat with each other, and it's really a multiplayer game happening over the internet. And it's being rendered, like processed by Castle Game Engine, and then it's using the RNL real-time network library from Benjamin Rousseau, and yeah, it kind of just works. We have other like plans related to it. In particular, there's something called Nakama, which is a scalable server for social and real-time games and apps. Long story short, if you know something like Photon from Unity, this is kind of an open source version of it, okay? So we are going to be integrated with it, and this will provide you kind of a multiplayer game that is also very easy to create, because you can even throw some components and just say, make it multiplayer, which essentially, okay, synchronize my game state with the server, and it will just do it. So we have like an existing examples how to integrate Castle Game Engine with RNL, and we plan to have more. The long-term goal is probably that this Nakama of components to support Nakama will become our official multiplayer support. But whatever happens, you will always have the option to essentially use any networking library you want with connection to Castle Game Engine. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me go count the question, the running speed. Oh, that's not for me. Thank you, you did this. I hope that the physics can actually make anything fun, because the physics makes anything kind of unpredictable. So I very much encourage you to play with physics, even if you're not making game. I mean, whatever three-dimensional model you have, or two-dimensional, as you saw, you just throw physics there and interesting things will happen. So yeah, with physics we use right now the Craft physics engine. I mean, it's not the question, but I'm following. So if you're curious about what physics engine do we use right now, we use Craft, which is a physics game engine also done in Pascal by also Benjamin Rousseau. And then we plan actually to have some more alternatives. I think we will have next year an alternative to use either Bullet or physics together with the Castle game engine. So yeah, the physics is kind of a big thing, which is why I'm usually showing it was one of the demos in Castle game engines, because it's cool. Thank you. And thank you all for the nice words. Okay. I think I chaotically answered all the questions.
Yeah, I think you did. Sorry, I had stepped away to get a drink and you got finished early.
Yeah, the plan was just...
I didn't catch on the question about working with Skia. Did you answer that one, or what was the answer on that one?
Not really. I avoided that one. The answer is that I haven't tried it yet. It should work basically with any FireMonkey component. I mean, you can just place those two on the form, and I'm sure there won't be any problems. But for any deeper integration, it's something to be explored. Yeah.
The game engine renders in its own space on the form. Is that the idea?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it should totally work. Just I would expect it should work fine. Yeah. So there's a question. Conrad's asking, how big is the game engine? How much, if you just make a hello world in a game, how much bigger is that than a hello world in regular Delphi?
I haven't measured it recently, but the increase in size, well, okay, assuming, of course, that we're talking about the release builds with the debug symbol strip and so on, well, you will get a few, I don't want to lie to you, but I would expect between 10 and 20 megabytes actually be added to your exercise. So that's because actually when you actually even try just to add a hello world, like a simple cube, you are more or less pulling by dependencies most of the engine. So when you put some simple scene, I guess you will see an exercise increase. And I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to say how much, but I can honestly say that yes, the exercise will increase. But the good news is that it will not it will not keep growing. You are essentially pulling, I guess, a lot of the basic dependencies of the engine, like the viewport and the three-dimensional renderer when you just start using it, and then you have it. So yeah, if the exercise is precious to you, well, there's, I guess, then we can talk about it. Yeah, but long story short, we do have a lot of components, a lot of classes, and a lot of components, and they do increase the exercise. And if this is a critical thing for you, then we can just tackle it. I mean, we can talk about it in details. What about the C++?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I expect that if you start adding graphic assets and models and stuff like that, that's probably going to have a bigger impact on your distributable size than the engine itself.
Exactly. I mean, that's why we actually haven't prioritized caring about exercise, I guess, too much. Because when you make a practical game, your first asset will probably be 100 gigabytes, and then the games on PC, Switch, even on mobile. Okay, on mobile not so much, but a game that weighs 1 gigabyte isn't really anything special. So in this, the exercise is not your practical bottleneck. In case of typical games, yeah, I get that there are some special use cases. Yeah?
Yep,
So that's why we haven't focused on it specifically. Right?
Yeah, and I would say even most applications, exe side, it used to be it was a really big deal, but anymore, it's not going to be. And I would say that if you were comparing a Delphi application made with Castle Game Engine compared to like a Chrome, or not a Chromium, what's it called when you Electron based application? You're and that Electron's kind of the standard everybody uses right now for desktop applications, and you got a lot of space before you're going to be anywhere near the size of those. But
yes.
Anyway, how about
before your users? Yeah. So that's something I'm actually looking for. I mean, so not yet, but I'm kind of excited about it. We have not yet adjusted all our components to have those constructors and some other details to be compatible with C++ Builder. So the answer is no, but this is something I'm really looking into it, because this is actually something that Delphi opens up for us, and it's extremely cool that you just have those Pascal classes, and they are just also C++ classes with extremely little effort. However, I did not yet do this minimal effort, but I am looking into it, because this is an exciting feature of Delphi, essentially, to kind of be able to also be good for the C++ people. So not yet. That's the answer.
Okay. Could it be loaded with models like IGES or steps?
I don't know those models actually, but what I can tell you is that you can actually define your own model format. I mean, you can define your own loader for any model format. You have I think 12 model formats supported in the engine. Not all of them on the same level. We kind of focus on GLTF and so on. But basically, if you go to the Castle Game Engine source code, you can find a lot of examples how to define your own loader for the 3D or 2D dimensional models. And it's kind of easy, because we have something like let's call it an intermediate format, because the way we do it is that we load the models from whatever format they came in into X3D nodes. X3D is an international standard for 3-dimensional and 2-dimensional graphics, and we kind of pull anything you throw at us into X3D nodes, which is kind of cool, because it makes writing those importers for various formats really easy. And you can also combine things. For example, you can load something that contains animation data, and you can combine it with another model that contains, where's my camera? You can combine it with another model that contains, for example, skin or whatever. So you can combine data from various sources. And go ahead and look at the Castle Game Engine examples how to do it. And and I will explore those models, those formats actually later, if this is interesting to you, because I don't know those particular two formats, but I'm sure the answer is yes. Okay.
I put a link in the chat for the supported model formats from your documentation.
Thank you. Exactly.
There's a question here. Conrad's asking if digital assets are mostly bundled into resource files in the exe or separate outside, like separate files.
Yeah. So you basically, of course, I mean, with Castle Game Engine, you have the option to kind of go both ways. In particular, what we do for you, we kind of provide an URL management. It's kind of a built into Castle Game Engine. So we kind of never use file names. We just use URLs. And in particular, we have a very, very special URL scheme. It's called the data, Castle data. Let me actually pull up the data directory. There it is. Okay, and how can I write into chat? I'm so new here. Can you repaste it, please? I'm so confused.
Yeah. I don't think you have access to the chat window, so.
Okay, so that's great. Okay, so yeah, so we have this our own URL scheme, as an URL protocol, so just URL protocol for accessing files that are data of your game, and you can use it like by default. What it's doing on desktop is it's actually just looking at regular files in your data subdirectory, because I guess in regular games it doesn't have too much benefit to actually bundle everything inside the exe. But you can go ahead and tweak it. In particular, you can define your own URL protocols. You can register them with Castle Game Engine, and then you can say that this data, it actually points to something else than we figure out by default. So for example, this data can actually point to the resources inside your exe file, and then you just write a very simple loader that pulls up the resources from your exe file and kind of exposes them as URLs. So you can kind of have a almost a virtual file system through which you can access any data you want. And this also this is an incredibly important thing on mobile also, because for example on Android, when you have an Android application, well, those files that are bundled with your application, well, they are not regular files. I mean, they are not placed on a regular file system that you just will see as a regular user. And yeah, our Castle Data Protocol just kind of abstracts it away from you. So if you just use Castle Data Protocol throughout your application will just work in a cross-platform way, well, everywhere. And then, so it works everywhere, and you can adjust it, I guess, however you want. By default, though, they are just simple files because that's simple for development. Yeah.
Makes sense. So Frank also asks, is OpenGL based, the Castle Game Engine? If yes, is there a way to tweak OpenGL parameters?
Yes and yes. It's OpenGL based. You can also use OpenGL ES on mobile. Of course, you have to use OpenGL ES. On desktop, you can switch between OpenGL and OpenGL ES. And yes, you can tweak OpenGL parameters. You can like those parameters, how to create a context, and kind of, if you know what you're doing, then you can also even issue your own OpenGL commands as long as they stay within that, use the modern OpenGL API, they will not conflict. They will play nicely with Castle Game Engine. So yes, and you can utilize OpenGL commands if you would like to, though I would have to mention here that we also plan to have Vulkan support in the future. I mean, probably multiple renderers, but the Vulkan will be definitely the first, because it's kind of the future. It's a harder renderer to make, but with a lot of benefits. I mean, you're just much faster. You can split into cores and you can render things much faster. So we will have a Vulkan render in the future, and there, of course, well, it's kind of a warning. Yeah, I mean, go ahead and tweak OpenGL if you want, but remember that this will put you on the spot where you just have to use OpenGL, which will be always available, but maybe in 5 years the Vulkan renderer will just be amazing, and then you will have to port your OpenGL code. So just a fair warning.
Question here: do you recommend, or can you make 2D games with this as well?
I would recommend, yes. That's an easy question for me. I'm subjective. Subjective? Not objective. But yes, and honestly, yes. You can go ahead and download the engine, and you can go ahead and test the 2D game example that I've shown with those spreadsheets and with this dragon. And it's really just a matter of dragging stuff around, and it basically works. In our game engine demos, we have also, for example, a 2-dimensional platformer demo, which is also something you can just download from itch.io and just play with it. So you can just create the 2-dimensional games, and yes, and the physics works there too, which is something I like to mention because I like to mention physics. So yes, thank you.
Yeah, actually, I'm just went up to your Castle Game Engine IO site here, and you got really good documentation too. Here's a link to 2D games, and tutorial designing a 2D world. So yeah, man, this is like, I don't know what it's like. I'm gonna get started. I'm excited. I want to make a game now, or use the engine in 3D visualization as well, 2D visualization as well. Very cool.
Thank you all for the good words. Thank you.
Yeah. And I will point out also that you are on Patreon. I'll put the link out for your Patreon here. So if you're excited like I am, I'm excited, then I would suggest go out to Patreon and contribute. And, that's a great way to encourage specific features as well at different levels here. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, I will mention about the Patreon since we're on the topic, so that we are also actually, I'm hiring actually one extra person to help with the engine. That's Andrzej Kiliański. He's done a lot of excellent work. So the goal of the Patreon is not really like to put money into my pocket. Actually, on the contrary, I want the money to go out of my pocket, and I want to hire essentially the great people like Andrzej, Eugene Loza that have been working on the engine. I want to essentially be able to hire people to work on the engine as a developers and as a graphic people, because I'm already doing it in a small way and it pays off. It's great when there are multiple people that just commit their time to improving the engine. So this is what the Patreon is really for. In the ideal world, this is just a way for the community to basically provide some small salary to the people that work on the engine, and this has really existing thing has already helped like grow the engine, because more people, more time, and amazing people, more amazing features that are being developed. So thank you for the link to Patreon, and yes, if you like that, go ahead. Thank you.
Did the link go through? I thought I put the link in here. I don't see it now. Let me try again.
I can see it myself.
Okay. Oh, I sent it twice then. All right. It's worth it. Worth sending it twice. All right. Well, thank you for all the work you do in the community and for your time and effort in this session today. And I'm sure we'll see you around more.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. We're getting down to the end of the day. Up next, we have, is that right? Yep, that's right. Time zones keeps throwing me off. Up next, we have Update Your Delphi Source Code Without Any Hassle with Ricardo and Marco. So this is a great session if you have some older Delphi code. And we talked about how it is easy to move your Delphi code forward, but sometimes there are some things that maybe are holding you back. And we're looking at some tooling to help you with that maybe can simplify that process of upgrading your applications from older versions of Delphi to the latest version of Delphi. And that will be starting in, it looks like, about 9 minutes.
Hello everyone. The topic of today is upgrading your Delphi application to the latest Delphi version. I'm Marco Geuze, Embarcadero MVP, and today I'm together with Ricardo.
Hello everyone, my name is Ricardo Guaro, I am Embarcadero MVP, and it is a pleasure to participate in this event with Marco.
And as I said, we're going to talk about how to upgrade your legacy Delphi application to the latest Delphi version. So this is the agenda for today. First, we're going to talk briefly about GDK software, who we are, what we do, and then we're going into the details of a Delphi upgrade. So why are you going to migrate? What are the challenges, benefits? And we'd like to give you a brief demo of our Duster tool, which can really be helpful in upgrading Delphi applications. So very briefly about GDK Software. We are a software development company specialized in Delphi. We have 3 offices in the Netherlands, in the UK, and in Brazil. Together with around 25 colleagues, we are helping companies all over the world with Delphi capacity, with our expertise on Delphi, and with Delphi upgrades. So over to you, Ricardo.
Okay, why migrate? Here we have some good reasons listed, and let's go through by them. Maintain Windows compatibility. It can be very important because when you have software developed in the Delphi old version, like I can say like Delphi 6 or Delphi 7, in some moments maybe you need to do some connections with the new web services using the new kind of authentication, and in some moments, and it depends the kind of web service you need to use, or better to say consume, you can't do it because Delphi 7 there is no too much research to that. So it can be a good reason, and if we continue thinking about the maintain Windows compatibility, probably we will find a lot of others important reasons. So it can be a good reason. Another one is develop a cross-platform application. Maybe you have some customer asking to create something new, and when you are developing using the new Delphi, you can use almost the same source code to develop your software, or better, to release your software to Windows or Mac OS. So it can be another good reason. And improve the user interface is another one that you can say, okay, my software is running well, my software is stable, there is no errors, but in the other hand, my software have old-fashioned style. It happened because when you developed, you doesn't have too much research in Delphi 7 or other. So in using the new Delphi, you have many new different ways to improve the user interface. Different shapes, different features in some components, different kind of skins, but not that kind of skin that you need use a third-part component, but something native. So improve the user interface is a good reason to migrate as well. Refactor your code, your source code. In my opinion, this can be the most important reason to migrate your source code, because I like to say that our source code, we can think about our software, how our body. So our source code is like our body. If our body is not good, our body is not good as well. And with the software, the source code is the same. We need to have a good source code
following the best development practice and try to keep everything organized. Remember, we have many contents to read about that and to learn how to do that. I can say clean code and others. So refactor is almost impossible to do automatically. You need to do something manually when you are using old versions. But now in the latest version, and I think it started 4 or 5 version behind the Delphi, we have a specific option to refactor. There we can find options to extract methods, create and change variable names, function names, and we don't need to go through all the source code because the refactor will change it for you. So refactor is probably the most important reason we have listed here. Another good reason can be use the new language filters. I don't know if you are following the new resources Delphi have in your language, but there are a couple of resources that can do you save a lot of time in your development. And when we are working with software development, time is money. So if we can save some time or to do something fastly using good resources, good features, how we have now, of course, this is a very important reason to upgrade and migrate your software to the new versions.
Okay, so now we're going to have a look at the challenges you have if you upgrade a Delphi application, and especially a legacy or an old Delphi application like Delphi 5 or 7. The main problem with all Delphi applications are the third-party components. So usually if you just use the native Delphi components and you try to upgrade, it's a bit of work, but most of the time it will work. When you have a lot of third-party components, and especially if you don't have the source for these components, that can be a challenge. The component sets, well, back in the days there were a lot of components available for Delphi. Many of these companies that provided these components are not in the market anymore. If you have source code for these components, then you're good because we can, of course, convert these third-party components to the latest Delphi version. If you don't have the source code, then you have two options: either go with the default ones or try to convert to another third-party component provider. But as I said, that can be quite a challenge. Of course, we have to be careful of the time and cost for a migration. If you have a running system in Delphi, let's say Delphi 5, and you want to upgrade it to the latest Delphi version, you can do that. It'll take some time. It'll cost something. You have to test everything, of course. And you would end up with basically exactly the same application. Visually, there's not much changed. It will be still the same application. It will be still working exactly the same as the old application. And you have to invest some time and money to do the upgrade. On the other hand, as you've heard from Ricardo, there are quite a lot of benefits in doing that. So we think it will absolutely outweigh the time it costs, and of course the risks as well. Because if you convert an application to a newer version, you always can have some changed behavior. So that is one of the difficulties as well. You have to test everything and to make sure that nothing is broken.
And now let's talk about benefits. When I was preparing this presentation, I realized that benefits and reasons to migrate is almost the same. But listed here we have a different reason, and I keep it slided to talk about that. New DB connections drive. It can
give us a good performance. So let's talk a little bit about that. If you are using old Delphi version, probably you are using DB Express, or worse yet, you can use BDA. So you can't wait and you can't have a good performance in your software because these drivers are old, and of course we need new things, and of we know that when we create something new, we create something better. So in the latest Delphi version and the previous version as well, we have the FireDuck. FireDuck is the best driver to connect into database. I already use it because we have many databases supported. We have different settings to different situations, and if we know how to configure them, we can have really better performance. If you compare only, you can do this test. Choose one of your table in your currently database using Delphi 7 or whatever, the old versions, and try to open a table. It's something that's silly. We never will do it directly, but just to see the difference, try to do that. And after that, try to do the same using the new Delphi and FireDuck. You will realize that the difference is large, is something amazing. So for me, this is the best, one of the best benefits we have when we have the new language. You have new features. We are, or better, new versions, Delphi version. We have new features. You have drivers improved, and in each new Delphi version that are released, FireDuck is being improved. What was good now is better. So it's very important you keep your source code updated using the last Delphi version. Of course, always it can be things important to think about. So remember that.
So how do you start with upgrading a Delphi application? There are a couple of things that are probably obvious. So you have to have the source code available of all the applications you want to convert. What we usually do is that we make a list of all the applications, the packages, the components, and see if all the source code is available for all these projects, packages, components, etc. What we also do is convert the application as is. It's always a best practice to start converting an application and not introduce anything new. So let's say you are converting from Delphi 5 and you have a certain grid in Delphi 5. It's always good to keep that specific grid while upgrading the latest Delphi to the latest Delphi version, because that's the only way you can easily check if the versions, the new version still behaves exactly the same as the old version. So that's why we always advise to first do the upgrade, and if you want to change some components or migrate away from, let's say, the BD, do that afterwards. So first migrate and then make sure that everything works exactly the same, and then convert components.
Okay, let's talk about Unicode. Unicode is a new way that Delphi is looking to the strings, how the strings are working inside the Delphi compiler. And always I have a presentation talking about this subject. I like to show something. I like to show the Embarcadero doc-wiki, where we can see exactly what changed there. So let's go through this list, and because I believe it's easier to explain, look into this document for me
is important for everybody that want to understand what changed. First of all, we need to remember that Unicode started from version 2009, and all others after that use Unicode. If you take a look at this document, we can see that previously string was an alias for ancestring. And you can see here that we have this kind of structure when we are thinking about ancestring data type. Now, ancestring is an alias to wide string and a wide string. So if you take a look to Unicode string data type, we can realize that we have two new elements inside that. We have element size and code page that was added in the structure to be easier to work with strings. So especially when you are using with softwares and applications that you have some kind of communication with serial ports or something like that. And of course, there are many other reasons to be sure and to understand what changed and change your source code to continue having the same behavior. So it's very important to understand that. But I have a good news for you. You don't need to worry about that if you are using JDK Duster to migrate your application, because inside the JDK Duster we already created many rules to follow for these rules, and he knows exactly what he needs to change to keep the compatibility, and we always can check after migration process to be sure that the software is running and doing exactly the same. But I can say this can be the big difference between when we are thinking about upgrade project. This is the big difference inside the source code structure because the strings change it. Okay, so keep in your mind this item, and when you think about some kind of migration, if you choose okay, I will do it by myself, remember that you need to go through all your source code, searching for strings and analyzing how it is being working, because otherwise we will lose part of this string and your software will have probably some problems. And it's always something hard to figure out when you are developing, and is probably that this happened with your customer. That is something very bad. So remember that JDK Duster can help you with Unicode as well.
Okay, let's talk about the BDE. The Borland database engine is something you will encounter if you upgrade an old Delphi application. Probably it still uses the BDE to connect to a database. It's not a good idea to use the BDE anymore. It's not supported, it doesn't support Unicode, it's obsolete, and although you can still download an installer for the latest Delphi version, I wouldn't do that anymore because it's really not supported. So, how to migrate away from the BDE? Well, as I said before, for an upgrade we always try to minimize the impact of the changes. So if it is possible to do it in 2 runs, it's always better. Let's say you have an old Delphi 5 application, you want to upgrade it to the latest Delphi version. Sometimes it can be good to just convert it as is with the BDE, and in step 2, remove the BDE and convert it, let's say, to FireDeck. So how can you do this? Well, let's have a look at the website of Embarcadero, and especially this page. So Embarcadero has a nice overview what you have to do when you migrate away from the BDE to FireDeck. And especially this refined utility is really helpful in migrating from BD to FireDeck. Because what you can do with this tool is just let it run over all your applications. It'll automatically convert as much as possible from the let's say T database to the TFD connection. So it's quite an easy process, and of course you have to look into all the details in here, but it's really useful especially if your application is not too big, to convert from the BDE to FireDeck.
Okay, now let's talk about components. And components usually is the most difficult part to migrate your software. I know many components that are stuck in the old Delphi version development because they use it different components, and they doesn't have the source code, they don't have the installer to the new Delphi version, so we frequently need replace it. So probably it happened with you in some moment. When we started our software development, we are often still learning development and starting in the development profession. So we are doing a new software and we realize it that we can use a different button. I can use this example. A button with different shape, with different colors, and can be good. Looks nice to use that. So you use it and you probably don't remember that you need to migrate your software to the new Delphi version, and to that you need have this source code from this new button or even the installer. So the good news is JDK Duster can help you with this, because we have the tools inside the JDK Duster. The first step when we are starting with project upgrade, we can take a look in all components are inside the source code. JDK Duster can list it for us, and usually we have a meeting with our customers to know exactly what is better. If I have the same component or almost the same in native components, because now maybe we have 10 versions after the version you use it to develop your software, is very often now you have this component native. So JDK Duster can replace it for us we don't need to do it manually, and works many days to do that. JDK Duster solve that. So if you have the source code, this source code of this component you use it, JDK Duster can update the source code. We can analyze that and really understand if it is important. Sometimes in several situations we saw components inside the source code, references to this component, but they are being used in one screen, and of course this makes sense if we replace it. So when we talked before about the reasons to migrate, why migrate, is there refactor your source code. So sometimes change the component, a third-part component to a native component can be a good option. So be careful when you are using Delphi to create something new. If you are thinking to use a different component, make sure that you have the source code and really think about that, because we can say that in the most of the cases, components are a big trouble to
change it or to upgrade your software. Not problem to Duster, problem for you. If you want to try it alone by yourself, I can say, I mean manually. So components is something that we need to remember. Okay, let's go ahead. Okay, JDK Duster. Everything we have seen so far has been to get to this moment and show how the Duster can help you. So let's talk a little bit about this amazing software. JDK Duster was created to help us in migration softwares, upgrade. It was developed using Delphi, and basically we have many rules inside that he knows exactly what he needs to change or to replace or to do to solve that specific problem. But in this moment, I think it's not a good idea explain to you about Duster. Look to this slide. I prefer to use JDK Duster and show you it working because it's amazing. So when we open the JDK Duster at the first time, we can see this screen. Start here, select your project, in setting menu, preprocess your code and compile. So there we go. Here I have the settings. Settings is the first screen we need to start any project with JDK Duster. So we will say to Duster project files, where is it? We can say extra search path if we have different units and these units are not inside Delphi type library or Delphi project tools. There we can specify some search folders, and in this extra search path we can say the different folders to that. Target compile, usually we will use always the latest version. In our case is Delphi 11. Configuration, if you will want to use debug or release, and it changed because, how I said before, if JDK Duster needs to research for some unit, it will take a look inside the library path. And we know that we have a different library path to debug and release. Hints and warnings, we will use these options to remove hints and warning after the process is ready. We know that warnings can be a big problem. I like to say that warning is something like compiler is saying to you, okay, this is not something that is creating problem now, but it will create some problem in some moment. So you need to solve that. We already solved many situations where the software suddenly shows access violation to the user, and when we try found it or reproduce it, we can't, because it's not the access violation sometimes is not that happen always, because you need the specific situations and go through many options, many screens to happen it. And solving the warnings frequently, often we solve it, the access violation as well. So I strongly recommend that you be careful with that. In our company, hints, warnings can't exist. We always solve it, everything. Update form reference is an option that we use to solve a problem when we have the source code being used in different machines with different folder structure. So JDK Duster can help us with that. Convert to FireDAC. We know that we talked before about the benefits, and we have the new FireDAC driver to database connections. And here, currently, the JDK Duster can convert automatically for us from BDA tables, from DB Express, and ADO or DBGO. So we just need check this option, save it, and during the process, JDK Duster will replace it for you. Okay, so let's start doing something. I want to show you a small project. This project was made on Delphi 7, and if I try to open this project using Duster right now, how it is showing, I can't. Let me show you here in the news folder, because the dprj file is not there. Why that? Because we need open with the new Delphi version, and I wanna do it and show you. And of course, we will try to compile it, test dpr, and there we go. If I try build, I can't, because I have some troubles. I have some classes that need be removed, and we have several units, and these units are using many others units. So let's use JDK Duster to help us to migrate this project to the new Delphi. This, by the way, this was developed, the current project was developed at Delphi 7. So let me open again. Now I have the project there. I have all options I need here. In username and password and key, I have I say to the Duster to take a look in the specific database. We have many rules in our database in a cloud, and in this case I'm using this one that is specific to this kind of software. So let's compile, and in this moment we can see Duster working. I need to say that it is a little bit slow because I recording. I realized that when we are recording, the process is take a long time. I'm using the different folder because that it happened fastly, but let me use the right example here. Okay, there we go again. Save it and compile. As we saw, we can't compile it inside the new Delphi. So here, JDK Duster found a problem. TNT classes is not found, was not found, so he is replacing. And why this is doing this action? Because before we analyzed that and insert the new rule. Okay, if you found this class, please remove it. And we can see here that he is doing some changes in P#. We talked before about Unicode, and always JDK Duster find a problem. They will change in all units inside the source code in all lines. You can see some units like this one. He is going through all lines, looking for the problems and solve it. So I want to say to you, please try to do it manually. You probably will spend many hours, a couple of hours, for replace all errors in only one file. And JDK Duster is doing everything alone. We already have almost all problems inside the database. So I can say, yes, JDK Duster is learning. On each new migration project we made, we have new roles there, and he is improving. So basically today we have problems when we have different components, so we need to create new roles. And now he stopped it, and I will compile again just to show the message on the top, because something happened and I left it there to show you. He's saying, okay, I am is inside this unit, and I don't know how to solve the problem. No compile solution found. So I need to do something manually. And remember, I left this there only to show you. I will compile it here and go through the problem. I know what is happening because this type changed. I need to test if it is bigger than 0, and I have 2 places to change it. Compile again, and now this problem is solved, and JDK Duster can solve the others problems. Let's go back to the Duster, compile again, and let's see JDK Duster working again. I believe we have a couple of units, and it will not take too long now. Good. It's very good because we can see the unity they are working on and what is the problem and what is the action is being executed to solve the problem. Maybe it's a good idea if I use the Windows magnifier to show you it a little bit better. Now you can see that we have many things happen and JDK Duster is working. I think this is amazing because we can save a lot of time, and if we had a good analysis and we already know what is the problem, especially in the component, I just need add new roles, and after that left Duster to do the job for us. I think we are almost there. You can see here we replaced some identifiers. So for each problem, JDK Duster have some rule there to say to them, okay, solve it, or replacing a component, or adding a namespace, or changing the unity, or even removing the unity. And in some cases, we have some lines that we need create a left it to solve later. So we have an option to there, and it's done. Compile success without message. I will compile again to show the meshes on the top again. And we can see that it's done. JDK Duster change it for us. If I go to the software again, Delphi 11, open the project and try compile, we can see that it will work without errors. The next step can be remove warnings and hint, but I will left there because we don't have too much time. And is running in the new Delphi without almost nothing. And again, I want to say that I can solve that problem. I solve it manually, but I left there only to show you. JDK Duster is the best way you can use to migrate your application.
All right, so we're at the end of the presentation. Thanks all for watching and listening. If you have any questions, you can always find us and send us a message directly. You can connect via LinkedIn. And
All right, I'm here, and it looks like Marco and Ricardo are also here. So if you have questions, put them in the question panel, and we will get them answered for you. I'll bring you guys on the field here. I don't see your video, Ricardo.
Hi, Jim. Hello.
Hello. So I put a link in here for your website, gdksoftware.com.
Yeah. I have another link if you can put it in as well with a bit more explanation on how the tool works, which can also be fun maybe to have a look at.
I will put that in there. Are you there, Ricardo? All right.
Can't hear him.
Just,
No.
So I put a link in here. Yeah. So the maybe he'll come back. He's trying to come back. Maybe sometimes it just gets lost. So I am curious. Where does the name Duster come from?
That's a good question. Let me think. It was something like the Delphi upgrade support tool, something like that. If you mix up the letters, it'll work out to Duster, I think.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
Well, yeah, it was more just like a good to remember name. That's the only thing. Yeah, and it cleans up your source code, right? So
yeah, sure. Dusting, clean up the source code.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Now, so what is always comes down to price? Is it a price of, or is it a free plan? What's the purchase process look like?
Well,
for this?
it's indeed it is a commercial project. We do have, there is a price, of course, to it. On the other hand, especially for open source projects or charities, we do quite a lot because it's quite easy to upgrade these projects. We'd like to offer help to these kind of projects. Sometimes we just sell the software basically, but most of the time we also try to add on our expertise as well, because sometimes you'll encounter these some specific situations which we have seen maybe before, and then it's always good to have some help. But if you're hey Ricardo, now I can see you. Hello.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so with open source projects or charities, then we're always willing to help, because as you've seen, it's very easy to upgrade an Delphi application, especially with all the solutions we have in the database right now. So if you encounter a certain error because of Unicode, let's say, or other things that have been changed over the years, then we have the solution already. So it's very easy to do an upgrade if the system is something we already know, or the source code. And we continually add solutions to this, so it's always worth having a look and do an analysis to see if it's easy to convert an application. I think that's the beauty of Delphi as well, right? So that you can still have a Delphi 3 application or even older and just convert it and it runs, and that's great. We sometimes get applications that are from the last century, actually, so from 1998 or so, and you can just convert it and it runs, and that's brilliant.
Yeah, that is. I appreciate that you talked about like Refine and some other tools and utilities for people to migrate. Is there a what? I'm always curious. What is the most common upgrade scenario to see? Is it people like on Delphi 3? Are you seeing a lot of people from Delphi 3 wanting to upgrade, or where are you seeing people mostly at that are looking to upgrade?
Yeah, most of the time it's Delphi 5, but 7 is even more out there. So especially with enterprise applications, as the topic of these sessions, with enterprise applications, you see a lot of Delphi 7 still out there. Sometimes because of connecting to IBM systems or AS400, or sometimes because of other reasons. But especially enterprises tend to stick with the versions that are sort of stable. On the other hand, the Delphi 7 is now so old, and sometimes you will get errors or problems if you try to run it on the latest Delphi Windows version, or connect to newer databases. You end up with all kinds of problems. So upgrading is always a good idea.
Yeah,
and staying by the way, because
I'm sorry, what was the last thing you said?
And just staying up to date, because that is the key. If you stay behind, and then the gap is too big, and then you will have some problems. So staying up to date is always best.
So Alistair's session earlier on despaghettification, we talked about refactoring, and which is really paying off technical debt. right? And so not being up to date on your compiler version and your components and stuff like that, those are a form of technical debt,
Exactly.
because eventually, your
Yeah.
projects, if it's still being used, you're going to eventually want to do something with it. And
Exactly.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
And I've worked at some places that most places I've worked at have been pretty good about staying current, but sometimes they're not. And the ones that they do stay current, you're spending a little bit of effort
Exactly.
frequently to stay current. Whereas if you don't, you have to do it all at once eventually.
Yeah, it's really a lot of work, and also it's very difficult to test, or it's a lot more work. If you just have to test the one upgrade, it's always easy. There are minor changes. Doing the whole bunch from Delphi 5, yeah. So indeed, staying up to date, keeping the components up to date, keeping the warnings and hints out of the way, that also helps.
That is so cool. That's a real important thing. Technical debt. I harp on that a lot, although I am working on this open source project with my nephew that I do have a warning in there I need to address.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's been bugging me.
So
just one warning.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's why we added that as well to the Duster tool, because then, yeah, if possible, you can automate that as well. So trying to automatically resolve hints and warnings, because especially if you upgrade from an old Delphi version, in the new structure, sometimes you get hints about using units or other things, and then it's always good to solve these warnings. As you said, Ricardo, yeah, it's something that maybe is not a problem right now, but if you have these in there, and it can be a problem later on.
Yeah. Well, it comes. Yeah. I mean, like it could be a code path that you haven't explored yet or something like that. Could be what that warning is telling you about, that there's something that maybe not undefined behavior. So I see on the link there I put in there on your website, there is the down at the bottom it says plan a free online strategy, or send an email to info@gdksoftware.com. And that's kind of if somebody's like, I'm interested, I'm curious, they should do that, contact you, and find out the next steps and see what you can do for them.
Yeah, absolutely. We do that free of charge, so we can always have a look at the source code. We have some nice analysis tools in there as well to see how the code is structured and how much time it will take. So yeah, absolutely. Get in contact. Can be via LinkedIn or the website, or always willing to help.
All right, fantastic. So now I noticed your contact details. The company's based out of the Netherlands, but you also have a location in the UK and Brazil.
Yeah.
So.
Correct. Yeah. Indeed.
You're
We started
all over
actually we started this year in Brazil. So
okay.
I'm learning Portuguese as well. I think you too. Did I hear that
yeah.
correctly yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah. So, but we'll keep it in English, I think, for now. But it's fun indeed. Yeah, the especially in Brazil, there are a lot of Delphi developers.
Yeah, I was down at the conference were you at the conference in Brazil?
Ricardo, you were, right?
Ricardo, yeah, I know Ricardo was. Yeah, so there was.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. No.
You were, yeah, over 600 developers there, and it was. I talked to a lot of people that were brand new to Delphi and just really excited and enthusiastic about stuff that was going on with it. And so,
that's great. Exactly.
It was great. So, question: you mentioned I want to ask a couple of questions here. If let's say someone has actually this happened to me, I had somebody that had a Delphi 1 or an application they built in Delphi 1, and this was like XE6 timeframe. I was doing a tour, and they had this app they built in Delphi 1, and they're like, I want to take it to Android, and they were still using all of the Windows 3.1 controls, and I'm like, yeah, you're gonna have to. There's going to be some pain here. Is that something GDK Duster? I mean, let's say they are still using the Windows 3.1 controls. Is migrating to the current VCL control something GDK Duster can help with?
Yeah, so I don't think we have a lot of rules in there right now to migrate this, because we didn't encounter this, I think. But it's indeed something you can add. So that's the brilliant of it. So you can just add rules. So let's say you have an old control and you want to replace that with a new VCL control. You just have to define once how you want to migrate this, and then you can apply this to the rest of the source code. So you have to figure out just once how to do it, and then it will be migrated automatically. But especially different frameworks, like indeed, if you have an old application, want to convert it to FireDeck, let's say, that is a challenge. Yeah. Well, it's not a challenge again if you separate your GUI and your business logic. But sort of we don't find it that much, especially with these old legacy applications. It's all
Yeah.
Code behind the button click, etc. Yeah, you know what it is. Yeah.
I do. I actually was talking to someone, had me they're showing me a project they're working on, and it was huge. It was in a lot. So this is the really interesting thing, is this guy that had this old application that was written in Windows 3.1, and he was upgrading to newer versions of Delphi, but it was still using those Windows 3.1 controls. People were using that and paying him money for the software. And that's something that's amazing, is a lot of times I see people that, and I don't like to make comments like, oh, I can't believe people aren't using version control or whatever, and make it sound like, that someone's less of a developer, because at the end of the day, they're making software that is solving real world problems and making money. And hey, awesome. More power to you.
Exactly.
That's the goal. So
absolutely, yeah. Sometimes you see some fun things, like we had a project that has to be converted, and the original developer started with just naming things like Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, etc. And I think at Unit 255 or so, he realized, well, maybe we can name this differently. So he started using actual names. But the fun thing is that the application worked. It was still in use. It worked really fine, and the end users didn't see anything of that. It just worked. So, yeah.
Yeah. So I had someone that showed me their application, and they had a tab control for their main interface, which I'm a big fan of tab controls. But so many tabs, they're actually wrapped into 3 rows, even full screen on his desktop. And all of the code was in one unit, code behind there. So I'm like, this is going to be hard to maintain. But again, it was successful software being used. Is GDK Duster, some of the thought I had is some of these rules that you have for making conversions, could they be also like automatic refactoring tools, where you could say, hey, this is bad, this is a code smell, I want to, instead of having all this code behind my form, spin things off into different units? Is that something you could use Duster to help with?
Well, yes and no, perhaps. So the system works using the Delphi compiler. So what it'll do, it'll try to compile an application, and if you get an error, we parse this and we convert basically the source code we find. Of course, to the compiler, you can say, okay, give me back the hints and warnings as errors, which we do to solve the hints and warnings. But if the application doesn't produce any hint or warning, we currently can't change the code. So then you would have to add some hint or some way of letting Duster know, okay, this is not correct. So basically, internally, we just use the Delphi compiler to make sure that we get.
You automate the process I use then. that's what I do when I'm migrating things. It's like compile, click on the error, make a change, compile, click on an error, make the change. Yep.
Yeah, we did it quite a few times before we thought, well, maybe we can automate this. There should be a better way. Yeah,
so
exactly.
I always say that's the kind of the double-edged curse of being a programmer, is anytime you encounter a problem, you're like, ooh, I can automate this. And sometimes it pays off, like with something like GDK Duster. But if you're like me, it just means I have a lot of unfinished projects to automate things.
I know. Exactly. We all know these projects. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. And so now GDK Duster is Delphi specific, or is it?
No, we do have a C++ version as well. Yeah, although most of what's on the website is still for Delphi. We recently had a couple of projects for C++, so it's also possible to convert with C++. Although the main focus was Delphi, so we have quite a lot of rules in there for Delphi specific. But with C++, it's also possible. Yeah.
So I just realized something. I am not seeing any questions in the question panel, but my might be broken. Do you guys see questions in the question panel, and I'm just not seeing them?
I haven't looked at it actually.
Okay. Actually,
Don't
Martha, maybe you see him.
so.
No. Okay. No questions. Okay. So I just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything. All right. Good.
Apparently
Because I've
it's,
done that
clear.
before. I've done that before where I'm just like, I mean, this is a great conversation. I'm learning a lot. I find it interesting.
And as soon as you forget any questions. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I know.
All right. Cool.
Good.
So actually, I will comment on your website. Some of the screenshots, you have a screenshot says example of actions, and I can't read the text in that, and I don't see a way to make the image bigger. So I'm not sure if that's something you can fix or not.
I'll have a look. Yeah.
Anyway,
Good point.
Otherwise, very cool, very exciting. Thank you for all the work you do, and I a huge fan of our consulting partners and tech partners and people out there that are just helping everybody out there do amazing stuff with Delphi. So thank you for that, and
You're welcome.
Yeah, and thanks for
Thanks
being
for
part
having
of Enterprise CodeRage. Oh, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ricardo, I talked too much. Didn't get a chance to hear from you at all.
No, you're welcome for everything.
All right. Well, I'm sure I'll see you guys around. Take care.
Yeah, thanks. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, that's it. That's the end of day 1 or day 2 of Enterprise CodeRage. Thank you so much. We do have some other streams that will be coming up here afterwards, some live streams of some other content, other replay content, enterprise related. So just things you weren't able to squeeze into the main agenda. So do check that out on YouTube, Facebook, or whatever. Yeah, thank you for being part of it. We do have a plan for a Delphi Con in February. So it's a ways out. Do stay tuned for that. And a C++ Builder conference sometime after that as well. So lots more exciting stuff going on. If you're not already subscribed to our YouTube channel, do subscribe to the YouTube channel. Honestly, I don't get anything for that. I mean, we're not selling, don't have ads on our YouTube channel, but I get emails all the time, people saying, hey, where's this webinar replay? Oh, it's on the YouTube channel. So if you subscribe to the YouTube channel, you will know when the replays are posted. An off by 1 error. Yes. So in their presentation, they talked about naming things, renaming things. Actually, Alistair talked about that too. And one of my favorite quotes is there's 2 hard things about computer science. 1 is naming things. 2 is cache invalidation, which if you've ever done is quite hard. And 3 is off by 1 errors, because dagnabbit, it's always an off by 1 error. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope you all have a fantastic holiday season here. We're getting here near the end of the year. If you celebrate holidays, if not, just have a great time. And I hope all your code compiles and that you continue to just make the world a better place with the software you're writing. And that's something that I really get excited about, especially we have the contest going on right now. The, where is it at? Enterprise Software Development Article Challenge. This is a chance for you to share your stories about enterprise software development or other stories you're aware of. So like you're like, oh, I know such and such company uses Delphi or C++ Builder in their software, either because I've used some of the tools that can tell me that's made with Delphi, or I know someone that worked on it, know it's made with Delphi. So you can write about why that is a good thing, why it might make sense for somebody to choose that, and then share that with us, and you will get $100 just for submitting an article, and $1,000 if you have the best article. So yeah, do that. Share your stories. Share the stories of Delphi and the enterprise, and love to hear from you. And honestly, that sort of thing. And I talked to a lot of people internally as well, that when we see these kinds of stories about how developers, even like individual developers, that have made some software that is just making the world a better place, that really is exciting for us and motivating for us to keep doing what we do. So thank you. And thank you. Just put the link in there for the Enterprise Software Development Article Challenge, and we'd love to hear from you. So take care, everybody. Keep doing what you're doing, making amazing programs. Hope you all have a happy holidays, and yeah, thank you, and take care. Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.